Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy Lance, stop this guy larking. Wanna fighting like dogs that barking. I'm about to yourself, won't stop recording. Then he said they get to start parking. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the sword. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the wrong reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with nobody. You're vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gonna give you a thing called feel up your breasts. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand upon your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yes.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner, 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BajanVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Where did God come from?
You see, again, when you say God, yeah,
which God is the...
That's the point. Yeah. You see what I mean? Like, because everyone has their version of what they consider God. But that's why I gave you the Quran, and I gave you the Bible, and I gave you like the Torah, because if we take each one of those, like obviously in Arabic they're going to say Allah, and when you start to learn Arabic, you have, like I said, the singular. And then you have the plural, which is Allah, and you have Allahumma. And in the Hebrew, you'll have Elo or Elohim. And you know, if you go to the Greeks, you're going to have different names. Like there's different names for what people are calling God. You go to the Hindus, you go to the Anunnaki, you go to the... It depends on what your perception or concept of God is. But I can tell you in the Bible, where if you read Revelations 3:14, it tells you that God was created. Yeah, it says Atum witnessed the creation of God.
So if you go off the Bible story then, Revelations, who created God?
Atum.
And who was Atum?
Atum is an ancient Egyptian deity. This is where you got like Atum, Amun. These are all ancient Egyptian names, yeah? This is why in religion, everyone says at the end of their prayers, what? In Islam, they say Ameen. In Christianity, they say Amen, yeah? If you study languages, you will see that the way the phonetics of the language is Amin is Amun, yeah? And Amun is one of the deities of ancient Egypt, or what people call Kemet. So, and he had a wife. You had Amun and Amunet. Yeah, you had different, like what we call the Ogdoads or the 9 Enneads. These are the original deities of ancient Tamaray or Egypt. And so Amun is a being, like they had children. So what I'm saying, the concept of God being this being that is sitting in a throne in heaven doesn't make sense if you really think about it, because he's supposed to be omnipotent, omnipresent, yeah, which means that he's everything, he's everywhere, and he knows everything, right? How can he sit inside a chair? That means the chair is bigger than him. Like you couldn't fit into that chair if you was too big for the chair, right? So for the concept of a God sitting in heaven, the fact that he's sitting down means he's got a bottom. And if he's got a bottom, he's got to have legs, because you can't just have a bottom floating in heaven. You see what I mean? Like when you start to piece it together, so he's got to have legs. If he's got legs and he's got a bottom, that means he's going to have hands and he's going to have Do you know what I mean? A full body. And then when you go into the scriptures, he's talking, he's walking in the garden, he's asking questions, he's saying things. And like, so the concept of God through a religious perspective is just dealing with higher beings that have evolved and quite intelligent to a different level. Do you know what I mean? But our ancestors are what we would refer to as gods, or gods and goddesses. So when you go into ancient Egypt, you have like Amun, you have Ra, you have Isis, and this is where the stories that you have in Christianity, for example, have been taken from. Because you got Osiris, Isis, and Horus. Yeah. You go into ancient Sumeria, that becomes Dumuzi, Ishtar, and Tammuz. That comes into Christianity, and you get God the Father, Mary. Oh well, they kind of leave out Mary, innit? They go God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and leave out Mary, where Mary should really be very important because she gave birth to Jesus. You see what I mean? So, yeah. So I don't know if that answered your question on God. So a God can be defined as someone in control.
So do you think there's one God or multiple?
There's multiple.
Yeah.
Yeah. It says that in every, that's why I said to you about the English is what throws people off, because when you translate from the Semitic languages or Kemetic languages into English, you lose that sense of plurality, you know what I mean? Because it becomes a singular. They say one God, they say there's only one God. Check this out, as I said before. Christianity, Islam, Judaism all say there's only one God, but then he says, but you're not allowed to have any other gods but me. Which in itself tells you there's others that I can choose to have.
But they're not referring to kind of idols or what someone would see as God?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
If you idolize something, you might see it as God.
Yeah, you could look at it that way, because even in Mecca back then, there were lots of idols. There's an idol called Alat. If you go into the history, do you know what I mean? You had Allah, Alat, and like you were saying, but the point is, even if you're looking at it as a statue or whatever, that means you're saying there is more than one God then.
Right, I see what you mean.
But even in the Bible, like Exodus 7:1, Moses was made of God, by God.
Was he?
Yeah.
Exodus 7:1. If you go into John 10:34, Jesus said that it's not written in your law, I said ye are gods.
Psalms 82 verse 6. Yeah.
Ye are gods, all of you are gods and children of the Most High. So it's written in there, but in the English they give you that small g.
Little g and big g
all
stuff. Which is not true either.
In Greek and in English,
there's no such thing as a little g, a big G when you go into the languages. You see, it's a trick. Like, like for example, if you started reading the Bible from the beginning, you get words like Elohim, Adonai, what's the other ones? There's so many.
I see Adonai.
Yeah, there's so many words that when they translate into English, it's just God, 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 God. Yeah, Yahweh. You know what I mean? Jehovah, which again doesn't make sense. There's no J's or V's in Hebrew. So you can't make up words like Jesus and Jehovah, because that is a mistranslation. Because in the Hebrew, the J would be a Y. You see, and it's a Yahuwah, Yahuwah. And there's no V's either in the Hebrew. So you can't make up words like Jehovah, because you can't get a J and you can't get a V. And so what it is a mistranslation of Yahuwah. And like we say, don't believe us. Anything we say, you can go and research and check it out. Do you know what I mean? Because we're not really here to put down anyone or whatever. We just come with the facts and, you know what I mean, just basically teaching for people that want to learn and know. Yeah.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Caribbeans, we're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can, except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When I fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below yourself, won't stop recording. Then he said they get to start parting.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the sword. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the wrong reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I go give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yes.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BajanVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. 246BajanVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BajanVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246BajanVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
You are always welcome home, welcome home.
Hello! Have you been looking for the right travel agency to take you on an educative and entertaining tour in Ghana? Look no further. G&G Travel and Tour presents to you a Black History Festival and Cultural Tour Ghana 2024, which starts on the 29th of July to 11th August 2024. All you need is to pay an affordable amount of $2,950 for single occupancy and $2,650 per person for double occupancy. This amount covers a package of a 4-star hotel for your comfort, transportation to all tourist centers, airport transfer, and domestic air tickets. Book now to have an unforgettable, educative, and entertaining tour with us. For more details, log on to our email info@gngtourbookings.com or contact +233 54 86 31 009 or 057 65 94 091. G&G Travel and Tour, where a great journey begins.
You are always welcome home, welcome home.
Greetings and welcome back to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the morning show, the Global Independence Square, coming to you live from Bridgetown in Barbados. It is Thursday, the 29th day of February, last day of the month. Almost said the year. Wow, times are flying. Last day of February 2024, and still dark here. It's still nighttime, but it's going to be a lovely day in the island. I know that we had some rain already. It came down pretty hard there about an hour ago. And we have with us our king brother from Ghana, Gabriel Epi, is in the green room, and we will bring him in live now. Without further ado, my dear brother, how are you?
I'm doing well. What about you?
I am great. I'm great. Just can't be any better. I'm great. Just a little busy these days. Well, I'm always busy, but I seem to have picked up a little more on my plate. But all is well. I'm good, and God is good.
That is
Yes.
great.
Tell us now. Tell us. I know I promised I was going to talk to you since the day before, but boy, I just got too stretched out. But we'll cover those issues. Nothing of any. But I just want to discuss with you a plan for a tour. But we're not really ready to. I went to meet in yesterday to put some touches on it, but I need probably till Monday now, given the fact that the party I need to speak to was not able to respond to me in the time so that I could get back to you as well. So, want to say thanks for getting that. Well, not for you, it's not early, but for me, imagine I've been awake since what 5 to 2. 5 to 2, brother. I got about 5 to 2 and spent the last 2 hours more or less just doing some things. And now here I am. So tell us a little bit about what's going on in Ghana first. What's the weather like there? It's got to be about 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Ghana there.
Now it's 7:29. If no 9:27 now.
In the morning.
Morning, yes, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And now we are having how do you call it? Hot weather. So our weather is very very hot.
Yes.
Especially from February to March, we face a hot weather. A little bit of May. Then sometimes the rain starts early. Sometimes it doesn't start early.
Yes.
But now everybody is about the heat, But we are used to it. We are born in heat. So.
Well, brother, it is we're finding it a bit humid here as well. Funny enough that it's normally a bit coolish at this time of year because you get that northern wind.
Yeah.
For some reason, we had a lot of rain in January, and now the rain is gone, but the humidity is back.
You actually have. So everything is moving on nicely here. And yesterday, the president also came and addressed the nation. The last address he gave to the nation, because this year is going to be how do you call it? It's a political year that we are going to re-vote. But as usual, Ghana is always a peaceful country, so there is no need of those kinds of.
I don't so much know about that. I saw a couple months ago where the people, especially the young people, decided they didn't like the actions of this government.
Exactly, he mismanaged the economy, and the corruption under his government is very, very, very high. So it put a lot of hardship in the country, and this is the time that we, the young, we are building our future. And if you are not able to plant your seed well at these seasons of our age, your children will come and tell you that you are a useless father, but they don't know what you face. So a lot of people are being worried a lot because the hardship is too much. Is too much. The dollar rate is always going up, and things are very expensive. But well, we still need to be in our country to fight for our country. So we are just praying to God that. And one thing I love about my country so much is no matter how they endure, they don't want to do any coup d'etat, no, those kinds of things, they don't like it. They endure the pain. They just, well, it's 4 years, 4 years will come right now. Let us endure and move forward. But they don't want these kinds of distraction that will bring them. Sometimes food is also good. It's good to reform the country, but sometimes you need to look at how you can do it in peaceful manner so that the country will not go back again, restart everything back again, but rather start from where you are and correct the mistakes and move forward. So that is the nature of Ghanaians. They don't like fighting. They are very peaceful. They endure. That is it. They endure. So well, let us endure. And by His grace, the year is almost done. So this year, December 7th, we'll go and cast our vote, and we choose our new leaders that will represent us. But
Well,
no matter how the people are enduring, no matter how they accommodate the pain, don't take them for granted, because the time that they will escalate, I'm not sure it's going to be peaceful.
what month is the election? When is the election going to be held?
The election is on 27th, yeah, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken. But they are trying their best to bring it in November so that
27th of what month?
December. Normally we have it in December, yeah.
Yeah. So you got a Christmas gift with your president.
Ah, yes, exactly. Either you win or you go back. But I'm not sure he's not going to win.
You have a whole year pretty much to campaign, to canvass, to get ready for elections. Yes.
Well, me, I don't put myself into politics. The reason why I don't put myself into politics is I don't trust politicians. None of them is truthful. None of them is truthful. Those who are truthful, there are just a few of them that are truthful. So me, I'm not into politics, but what I can do to help my nation to move forward, that is what I would do in my own surrounding. What am I doing to help my people to benefit? Those are the things that I'm looking at as an individual. Or when it comes into decision taking of the nation, like to me to go and vote, then I need to assess or examine the leaders that I'm going to vote for, so that the vote that I'm going to cast should not bring a burden to the country, but rather bring a progress to the country. But for me to put myself into politics, and I'm not into into, but with my surrounding, I make sure that those that come to me, they enjoy the good part of my life that can benefit them to grow. And what am I also doing as individual or as a citizen to help my country to move forward? I also need to play my role as an individual to help my country move forward by doing the right things for the country, not go and do things that will bring a problem to the country. So those are the things that I'm doing. But for politics, I'm not into politics.
Well, I don't know. I hear this all the time, Brother Gabriel. Nobody's into politics. Nobody likes politics. But guess what? Everything we do is political. It's amazing.
Even in the church.
Yeah, everything is political. It doesn't matter what you do. If you decide to come on this show today, it's political. If you decide not to come, it's still political. When you get on the car and you drive down the road, politics involved. You have to negotiate.
In the family, your wife, your children, everybody is there.
Insurance to pay for. That's all political. It's all instituted by political means. So the question I ask is, why do people run from politics so much? You say politicians are not trustworthy, but politicians are just human beings, just mankind or man, whatever. So how come do they get automatically a stamp of disapproval on them the minute that they become a politician? Oh God, he's no good no more. It's like an apple in the tree. You got 10 apples, 9 are okay, but the one is bad. So all the apples are bad. I don't get it. No, we need to get away from that. We need to understand that we have the right to be political. The right to be political, not because politics is the best thing out there, but it's the only solution we have. When we were free men and women, we wanted a king, and we went to God and we asked God for a king. God gave us Moses. We still beg for a king. And then God said, okay, I'll give you the desires of your heart. So now we have kings and queens. The problem is they don't give a shit about the rest of us. So when are we going to grow up and realize that not the solution, not the solution?
Yeah. That is why I always say that wherever you find yourself, be a good sower. So that whatever you are sowing, those who surround you will harvest a good fruit. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not knocking it. I think that people certainly have the right to exercise their
franchise.
whatever is their desire, as long as it does. Yeah, as long as it doesn't affect other people. The problem with it is that if you fail to carry out or exercise your God-given rights, your sovereignty, then you give it to somebody else by sheer not doing anything. You automatically give it up, and guess what happens? Now you're under the influence of that person, their decision, whatever it is, you have to live with.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
I always have a character in me that my workers in my office every year or every 2 to 3 months I try to test them who they are and how. There are many ways that there is a proverb in Ghana that there are many ways to kill the cat. Yeah. So I try my way. No matter how I'm working with you in the office, I try to test your honesty, to test who you are. One day, if I'm no more, if I die, can you still manage the company? Can you still be a good worker so that that company will move forward? So your communication, action, and everywhere, I try to pray and text you and see who you are. And there is one guy that I really love so much that the guy, he's not working for money, but he's working out of his heart. He always tell me, Gabriel, let us make sure that everything, the talk goes successfully. Forget about we are losing. Forget about where we're going to buy this to solve this problem. Let us. I said, whoa, this is my man, but I'm testing him.
I suppose I will have to agree with you on that one. But I don't know. I think we all complaining about politics and we all complaining about how bad politicians are. But most of us will never stand up and take a stance and make a change. Most of us will just follow the same damn politician that lied to you 4 years ago, going to come back and lie to you again because he got away with it 4 years ago. He got away with it for 4 years. Now you're going to come back and lie and have to do 4 more years or 5 more years of lies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, without dwelling on that, because some people classify me as a politician, I don't see myself as such. I'm a political person. I'm an activist, a civil activist, social activist, and probably human rights activist.
Yeah, Professor Lumba, like he's fighting for the nation. He's fighting for Africa. It doesn't mean that he's a politician, but he's fighting. That is what you are. You are fighting for the people to gain their right, to have what they're supposed to have. Yeah, but he's not fighting himself to be a president, to be a minister. But no, he's if you listen to him, he's fighting for the people, the whole Africa, fighting for you to gain a full independence, so that what the natural resources that you have, the people you have, the continent you have, the oxygen, the airspace, everything that you have as an African, you should protect it. Because if you don't protect it now, your future generation will never have a peace of mind to live comfortable.
Yeah.
So that is what
Well, you know what? We all have these wonderful sayings and solutions. I want to see them put into action now. I want to see the people claim their sovereignty which is given by Most High God, take it back and
Yeah.
start to exercise that sovereignty. You respect my rights, I respect yours. And I don't mean just verbally. I'm talking about the actual physical respecting of people's rights and freedoms, Freedom is the ability to not have to fear or be weary of anyone or anything because you are sovereign and vice versa. Everybody should be like that. Unfortunately, often we just practice it in name only,
Exactly.
Yeah. Tell me now. Tell me a little bit about what your plans are for some tours for this year. I know we got the historical tour that I ran the video on before you came in.
Yeah, the tour planning is going on successfully. Um, as I'm talking, after this program, I'm going to the airport to go and meet the airline and put things in order. Now, from today up to the arrival day, it's all about planning. There is nothing called rest anymore. Because if you want to give the best out of your life to people, first of all, you need to be psychologically, spiritually, and physically sound before you can deliver. So it's about planning. It's about adequate planning. Don't wait for a month or 2 months or I'm used to this program. So anytime I can stand up and give the best. No. Every program with how it responds. You can do a talk for 1,000 years, but one talk can fail you if you don't prepare for it well. So now it's all about planning that we are doing, putting things in order, and the speakers that will come and give the speech on 30th. 30th, after the arrival of the people, 30th, we are not going to have a talk, but we are going to have we have a speaker who is going to give a talk based on Black history, festival, and culture, so that we will know before we move to the practical side. We will do the theory, then we move to the practical. That is how the whole program is. After the theory, we move to the practical side. We experience the practical. When you experience the practical, you know the theory, you know the practical. Then you are firm to go. For the enjoyment part, is always entertainment. So today, the one who's going to give the speaker gave me a call, and we had some plan, and I will be moving to go and meet him in his house for us to put things in order. That is on Saturday or Sunday. I will do that on Saturday or Sunday, so that we put things in order and plan well. Because one thing about men is when you are doing something, do it from your heart. If you do it from the heart, you give the best. You give the although there is nothing is perfect, there will be a mistake, but that mistake will not be a huge mistake, just a normal mistake. No matter how aircraft take off, engineering check the plane and everything, pilot everything, the flight still move a turbulence on its journey, no matter how you meet a turbulence. Sometimes the pilot need to dodge some crowd so that you may not face that huge turbulence on your journey. So it tells me that whatever you are doing, you meet challenges. But your preparation towards that challenges will help you to swerve some of the mistakes so that it will never going to occur. So those are the things we are doing. Now my focus 100% is on the program now. The only traveling I will do, the traveling all based on the program. My battery is down. Sorry.
Yeah, we're losing you. Yeah. Well, go ahead. I think I'm going to lose you. I can see you fading out here. Yeah. Well, let me see here now.
Hello! Have you been looking for the right travel agency to take you on an educative and entertaining tour in Ghana? Look no further. G&G Travel and Tour presents to you a Black History, Festival and Cultural Tour Ghana 2024, which starts on the 29th of July to 11th August 2024. All you need is to pay an affordable amount of $2,950 for single occupancy and $2,650 per person for double occupancy. This amount covers a package of a 4-star hotel for your comfort, transportation to all tourist centers, airport transfer, and domestic air tickets. Book now to have an unforgettable, educative, and entertaining tour with us. For more details, log on to our email info@gngtourbookings.com or contact +233 54 86 31 009 or 057 65 94 091. G&G Travel and Tour, where a great journey begins.
Always welcome home, welcome
Well, folks, we were watching Gabriel Epi here from Ghana. His power, though, is going out, so he is gone for now. We will see him again on Monday of next week. Or I might just bring him back in tomorrow morning in GGRU to talk more about the tours. But that segment technically has come to an end because of power. But it was nice to see our brother, Gabriel. Okay. Now we'll go to a video here. Let me see which one this is. Yeah, this is the one I want.
What's up? This is Jay from Push Black. It's time for a God Talk. Hang with me for a second. So here's what we know. The Nile Valley is the true cradle of civilization. Our ancestors, Black Africans, built the first great kingdoms. Now, of course, their gods and their spiritual leaders were Black. The statues, the iconography, the hieroglyphs, everything about this culture was drawn from a Black society. Europeans saw all of this when they occupied North Africa and the Levant. It was crystal clear. So how in the hell did we wind up with a blue-eyed white god and a crew of angels that looks like a Swedish hockey team? In today's Black History Year, we're going to shed some much-needed light on this. Dr. Anthony Browder is an author, cultural historian, and educational consultant who has spent the last 30 years researching ancient Egyptian history, science, philosophy, and culture. He's the first Black American to fund and coordinate an Egyptian archaeological dig and has conducted 23 archaeological missions to Egypt since 2009. Dr. Browder's 3 decades of study have led him to the conclusion that ancient Africans were the architects of civilization and developed what has become the scientific, religious, and philosophical backbone of mankind. He is exactly the person we need to talk about the African roots of our global religions and spirituality.
My name is Tony Browder. I am a historian, author, researcher. I have spent 40 years traveling to Egypt. I've been conducting annual study tours to Egypt since 1987 and have been conducting excavations on 3 25th dynasty tombs in Egypt for the past 12 years. I have devoted myself to researching and documenting the positive portrayal of the worldwide African experience and supplementing the miseducation that many people of African ancestry have been subjected to throughout our formal educational process, and then replacing that with an accurate presentation of who we were as a people, who we are now as a conscious people, and who we can become through the application of this historical and cultural knowledge.
What does Black liberation look like to you, and how does your work help advance that cause?
Well, liberation begins in the mind. As Dr. Carter G. Woodson informed us in his landmark publication, The Miseducation of the Negro. When you control a person's thinking, you don't have to worry about their actions. And people of African ancestry throughout the world have been controlled through the process of us being separated from our history and culture, and then given a false narrative, false identity, and our memories of the past have been erased. So we've been socialized to believe that Africans have made no contributions to history, culture, civilization, and that for us to be Americans is the best thing that has ever happened to us. That information is deficient. It does not tell the true story of who we are. So once I became aware that I had been miseducated, and that was in 1977, 3 years after I graduated from college, 3 years after I thought I was ready for the world, I realized how ill prepared I was. And then since 1977, I've been actively engaged in the process of re-educating myself. And that is focusing my attention on acquiring what I now refer to as forbidden knowledge. Information, historical, cultural, spiritual information, which has intentionally been withheld from us in order to keep us comfortable living at a dysfunctional level. So my career has been dedicated to doing firsthand research, primary research, telling the story of who African people were before our enslavement so that we can have greater options as to how we choose to move through life. So Black liberation is about knowing who you are and then applying that knowledge to determine who you are going to be in the future. And we have no time to waste. Our backs are against the wall as a people. We currently are facing more challenges than at any point in my lifetime. And those challenges require profound changes on our part. And those changes begin first in our minds with our thoughts. And then thought precedes speech. With correct thoughts, we now know how to speak correctly. And once we master the art of speaking, we then can bring things into manifestation, which will allow us to create our own realities.
Let's start with thoughts. You were taught certain things about religion and spirituality. Then you started having thoughts that made you ask questions about what you were being taught. Can you describe what that experience was like for you?
Surely. Like most people of African ancestry, most Africans living in America, we have been socialized to take on the customs and religious traditions of our former enslavers. Therefore, the majority of African Americans are Christians. I grew up in a Christian household, and my grandmother was the personification of God. She was the model Christian. She prayed multiple times a day. I went to church with her. She taught me the Bible. And then as I got older, I began to ask questions about the Bible. Why isn't there anybody in the Bible who looks like me? Well, baby, that's not important. That's not important. And it wasn't until after I left Chicago, where I was born, and came to Washington, D.C., when I attended Howard University, that I was exposed to people of African ancestry from across the United States and across the world. And I was exposed to different ideas and different philosophies. And once my cultural palette began to expand, I cultivated a broader worldview, which armed me with the tools to now question the things that I've been taught, but question them in a manner that I would not elicit a fearful response so that I can learn. And I recall one summer after college coming home and speaking to my grandmother and asking her, Mama, what would you do if you died and found out that there was no heaven? And she gave me this look. And then she said, well, no, there just has to be. There just has to be. And I realized then that my grandmother, who I loved dearly, was not prepared to engage in the level of thought my person had evolved to, and that I love my grandmother enough to respect her and to respect her beliefs. That's what she needed to get by with raising 7 children, to get by with a husband who was verbally abusive and making a way in racist Chicago in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. And so I respected my grandmother enough to not interfere with her belief system. But when I began to dig deep into the origins of religion, specifically the origins of Christianity, I found a truth that had been hidden from me. And since I've been traveling to the Nile, since I've been traveling to Egypt for 40 years, I have a profound understanding of the ancient African origins, ancient Nile Valley origins of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. That is irrefutable. And so I accept the fact that everyone has the right to believe what they want to believe, but no one has the right to impose their beliefs on anyone else. So I will comfortably allow others to share in a public discourse about their relationship with God, which is right. But whenever anyone tells me that their way is the only way, they've opened the door for me to come in and set them straight. And I only talk about what I know. I don't talk about what I believe. I don't talk about what I think. I talk about what I know. And I always make it a point to present evidence to back up my facts. I learned early in my career that I should never say anything in public that I can't validate with at least 4 sources. And so I come prepared. I do my research. Many people who say that they are Christians have very little understanding of that religion, Christianity, how that religion came into existence, how the Bible was crafted. And so they have been socialized to believe in a system that was designed specifically to separate them from the Creator. And when people are open and willing to have an honest discussion about what all of this means, then true learning can take place.
I love the idea of you approaching everything with facts and sources and laying out information if someone opens the door. So let's open up that door. Based on the work that you've been doing, what are the roots of the major spiritual systems that are practiced today? Specifically, what are the African roots of those?
Sure. Well, let me give you context so that we can frame this based on the archaeological evidence, the physical evidence that we have at our disposal. We now know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Homo sapiens sapiens, modern man, lived in Africa and Africa alone for over 250,000 years. That is a fact. The first human beings on the planet lived in the Nile River Valley. We also know for a fact that these Africans in East Africa began to walk east out of Africa into Asia and began populating Asia about 60,000 years ago. We also know, based on the archaeological evidence, that another group of these same Africans began walking west into Western Asia, the landmass that we now call Europe, and began populating Europe about 40,000 years ago. So based on that knowledge, we can say beyond a shadow of a doubt that the first people in Asia were Africans. The first people in Europe were Africans. We also know, based on the genetic research that was done, that the Africans in Europe did not lose their melanin until 7,000 to 8,000 years ago. So that's when Africans became the people that we now classify as Europeans. And so the reality is Europeans have only been on the planet for approximately 7,000 to 8,000 years. And Africans have been on this planet at least 250,000 years. So we have a 242,000 year head start on them. We were the first people to read, the first people to write, the first people to develop culture and civilization. And all of this is documented in the Nile Valley. We were the first people to conceive of a God concept. God is a concept. And so the oldest means of people identifying with a creator is African people. And so we find in the Nile Valley the oldest story of Genesis, the oldest story of the creation of the world, is inscribed in the tomb of a king by the name of Unas. That is the oldest document of Genesis. It precedes the Abrahamic story by at least 300 years. The oldest documents that talk about the soul, the process for the salvation of the soul, and more specifically, where the souls of the deceased go to be reborn. Those documents can also be found in the tomb of Unas, a 5th dynasty king in ancient Egypt. So that we know. And so if we also look to the Nile Valley, we can find the blueprint, if you will, or the black print, as I like to call it, for Christianity. The fundamental mythology of Kemet. Kemet is the original name for the country that the Europeans or Greeks renamed Egypt. So the foundational mythology of Kemet is rooted in the story of Asar, Aset, and Heru. Asar was the mythological figure who unified the 2 lands of Kemet, introduced agriculture and writing and religious or spiritual concepts to his people. He married a sister by the name of Aset, and then Asar went to travel to other parts of the continent to share his knowledge with brothers and sisters to lift them up out of darkness. And in his absence, he left his wife to run their nation. According to the story, and this is a story that is at least 6,000 years old, Asar's brother Set was envious because he felt that he should have been left in charge to run the country. Set murdered Asar and dismembered his body, scattered them throughout the land. Set, the wife of Asar, went searching for the missing parts of Asar's body, and according to one version of the story, she found 13 of the 14 parts of Asar's body. Over a period of 70 days, she literally remembered her husband, found each body part, laid the 13 body parts out on the table, wrapped them in bandages, and then prepared her husband for burial. So it took her 70 days to complete this process. So for the next 4,000 years, 70 days became the time frame for the process of mummification. Well, before Set buried her husband, she grieved as any wife or widow would grieve, because again, according to the story, Aset was still a virgin. She and her husband had never consummated their marriage. And so before Aset buried her husband, the spirit of Asar came to Aset and impregnated his virgin wife. Now, I can take you to the oldest temple in Egypt, the temple of Abydos, where this story is written in Medu Neter, written in stone, and carved. There's an image of this process carved in stone. So I can document everything that I'm telling you. 9 months after Aset was impregnated by the spirit of her deceased husband, Asar, Aset, the virgin, gave birth to her son, Heru. And Heru was born on the same birth date as his father, that is December the 25th. Heru was born to avenge the murder of his father, and his mission was to reclaim his father's throne and his father's kingdom. So I can take you to the temple of Edfu, which is dedicated to Heru. It is a temple which details the battle of Heru against his uncle Set, the murderer of his father. Heru defeats Set, and then he is magically transformed into a falcon, flies into heaven, meets his father, tells his father of his good news. His father blesses him, and then Heru returns to Kemet and reclaims the throne of his father. And at the moment Heru reclaimed his father's throne, then his father Asar was resurrected from the dead and took his place on the throne of judgment. So in the story of Kemetic spirituality, spiritual traditions, every person who dies has to stand before Asar on Judgment Day. And it is Asar who makes the determination as to whether or not the soul of that person goes to heaven or hell. These are African concepts that were conceived and put in practice at least 300 years before the birth of Abraham. The story of Asar, Aset, and Heru is at least 6,000 years older than the story of the birth of Jesus the Christ. So once you begin to delve into African history as viewed through an African lens, we can find the roots of religion and many of the sciences that Europeans and others have claimed as their birthright.
Just to be clear for folks who may not be up on their Bible, that was exactly the story that's laid out as far as the Immaculate Conception, rebirth, and all the other elements in there. To me, that doesn't seem like a coincidence, but you still have folks who will say that that's a coincidence. Can you take us through the history of how that story and other stories that are relevant to this, how those were taken and reframed?
I have come to understand, based on my 69 years of life, that there is no such thing as chance, coincidence, or accident in a universe ruled by law and divine order. Everything happens for a reason. And when you begin to understand the order of the universe and the reasoning behind things, it helps you gain a clearer understanding of where you are, how you got where you are, and the best way to get to where you want to go. So when we look at the history of Kemet, in order for Europeans to justify the enslavement of African people, they had to erase our memories. African people in the 15th century were deemed by the Pope as not having a soul. So as a result of us not having a soul, then these good Christian discoverers and priests and popes could justify the wholesale theft, sale, and enslavement of over 50 million human beings. That is the reality that has shaped the world of African people. That is the reality that has shaped the world of indigenous people here in America, the so-called Indians. And so we have to acknowledge that. When you understand the process by which our world was literally turned upside down, you see the need to control the memory or the history of the past. So Egypt or Kemet is the oldest documented civilization known to mankind. Whoever controls the knowledge of the Nile Valley stands at the head of the human family. So Europeans were obsessed with coming into Egypt and mastering that knowledge and using it for themselves. An excellent case in point was 1798 when Napoleon Bonaparte brought troops into Egypt to conquer Egypt, but he also brought 70 scientists, engineers, and artists to document everything that he knew he would find in Egypt. And as a result of the 3 years that they spent in Egypt, that set up the process for Egyptology. That made it possible for the French scholar Champollion to decipher hieroglyphics in 1822. But the reason why hieroglyphics had gone undeciphered for 1,300 years was because of the action of two Christian Roman emperors who saw in Egypt the origins of the Christ story. And so Theodosius ordered the closing of all of the temples in ancient Egypt in order to erase the competition for the new religion of Christianity. The ability to read or write Medu Neter, the writing form which the Greeks renamed hieroglyphics, was lost until 1822 when Champollion deciphered Medu Neter. So upon the deciphering of Medu Neter or hieroglyphics, Europeans were now able to come into Egypt and read the inscriptions on the walls for the first time. And once they began translating some of these inscriptions, they saw the predecessor to Christianity inscribed on the walls. And so they had to do more to cover up this information. And that's essentially what we're dealing with, a cover up in order to maintain the balance of this world in which we live. We have to be separated from the truth. And I understand very clearly the power of that, or the value of keeping people mentally enslaved, spiritually enslaved, and conceptually enslaved by controlling their concept of God and teaching them that God looks like a white man with a beard and blue eyes. So if that becomes your frame of reference for the creator of earth, everything on the earth and the universe, then when we look at our former oppressor, the white man, we are looking at the Son of God. So these people were very insidious in their actions. And once you understand the steps that they have taken in order to distort our perception of reality, the only thing that any reasonable person could do would be to spend the rest of their lives freeing their minds so that we can come to understand the concepts of the Creator as viewed through the eyes of the first people to conceive of a divine relationship between human beings and divinity.
So they stole what we made, what we created, and then they chopped it up and gave it back to us in a distilled format. Is there any way that there is still value in the practice of the current form that most of us in our community practice, or is going directly to the source the best path forward?
Both are feasible, both are advisable. I say that because everyone has the right to believe what they want to believe. And your relationship with God is your personal relationship with God. We are human beings who contain within us a spark of divinity. We are not God, but we have the capacity to create. So when we look at what human beings have created, we find that everything that exists now on the planet has come through the minds of men and women. And if we truly understand the creative process, then we are instruments through which the Creator, divinity, and the ancestors work through in order to create peace and harmony within the world in which we live. That is the process. That is how the process was first understood and utilized by our ancestors on the African continent for thousands of years before our worlds were turned upside down. So I say to my friends, my colleagues who are Christians, then yes, if you believe in the Bible, then that should be reflected in how you relate to other people, specifically those who don't believe in the same religious system. To honor your brother as yourself is important. To be truthful is important. So these are values that transcend Christianity, that transcend Judaism or Islam. These are values that affirm our humanity. And so if that helps you become a better person, then do those things. But if you're interested in expanding your understanding of what it means to have a empowering relationship with the Creator, then there are specific paths that you can follow to expand that relationship. And that's what a deep dive into African spirituality will reveal to any person who is sincere about their efforts to cultivate a meaningful relationship with themselves, their Creator, and their ancestors.
So what are the best ways to access this information if someone's trying to form a deeper understanding and develop their faith in a broader sense? It seems that the study of history is going to be different than someone who's trying to get a more spiritual understanding or develop themselves spiritually. How would you suggest folks approach this?
Well, history is critical. We have to understand the history of the evolution of spiritual traditions. These spiritual traditions de-evolved into religions. Specifically, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are based on the concept of the original sin. And as a result of the sin that Adam and Eve committed, every human being is cursed, such that the Son of God had to come into earth and die to redeem the sins of human beings. And so the only salvation, as it is taught through Christianity, is that you have to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior in order to get into heaven. Now, I've done readings on comparative religions, and what I can tell you, in 90% of the religions of cultures around the world, they do not have a concept of the fall of man, of the original sin. That only exists within the Abrahamic faith. In every other culture, there is a loving and consistent relationship between the Creator and the human beings who came from the Creator. So there is no separation. So let me give you a good example that will illustrate this. In Kemet, there is a scene that every soul has to go through on the day of judgment. The soul of each deceased person has to go into the hall of Ma'at. Ma'at is the Kemetic personality. Ma'at is the first image in the world of a human being with wings, i.e. what we refer to as an angel. That concept, that Christian concept, was derived from the images of Ma'at, who represents the principles of truth, justice, righteousness, balance, harmony, order, and reciprocity. It is when the soul comes into the hall of Ma'at on the day of judgment that their heart, which was considered in ancient Kemet to be the seat of the soul, is weighed opposite the feather of Ma'at, which represents the principles associated with her, on the scale of Ma'at. And so this is so critically important to anyone who has a religious belief. So while the soul is weighed opposite the feather of Ma'at, the soul of this deceased person has to declare their innocence by reciting the 42 declarations of innocence, the 42 admonitions of Ma'at. Some of those declarations are: I have not stolen, I have not defrauded offerings, I have not committed murder, I have not committed adultery, I have not polluted myself, I have not polluted the land, I have not spoken ill against the natural. 42 of these declarations of innocence. And so while they are making this declaration, their heart has to balance out on the scale opposite the feather of Ma'at. And so if they are telling the truth, their heart will be as light as a feather. And that's where that concept comes from, as being light as a feather. And so the 42 admonitions of Ma'at were distilled by the members of the Jewish faith into the 10 commandments, right? So as I was reciting some of these 42 declarations, they sounded very much like the 10 commandments. Well, what people don't realize is that when Moses gave his followers the 10 commandments, he left 32 behind. And also there's a profound difference between a declaration of innocence and a commandment. A declaration of innocence means that you know that you should not be doing these things. You should not steal. You know that you should not steal. And so you say, I have not stolen. You know that you should not commit murder or adultery. You know that you should not speak ill against God, because that was part of your socialization process from the time you were in the womb until the time you were buried. So for people who lacked that socialization, they had to be commanded what not to do. They had to be told, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not, which means that their socialization process was devoid of a means by which they could affirm their relationship with God Almighty. So these are simple concepts, but they are profound in helping a person begin to realize who you are as a person of African ancestry and what your ancestors have left you, the profound legacy that they've left you in order to find yourself. And then once you found yourself and are comfortable with who you are as a person of African ancestry, you then can cultivate the means to tap into your ancestral lineage and those spirits or those creators that exist in order to help you manifest your full power and glory here on planet Earth.
Are there cultural reasons for the ways that these messages have shifted? You mentioned the difference between commandments and declaration. You also highlighted the issue of original sin. Do you have any idea how those came to be transformed?
Well, it goes back to what I referenced at the top of this conversation. If we accept the fact that 250,000 years ago, Africans were the only people on the planet, and that Africans began migrating into Asia, migrating into Europe, and over a period of several thousand years, speciated to become the people now classified as Caucasians. Well, in a tropical environment in Africa, where it's basically spring 12 months out of the year, you don't have to fight for survival. Food grows readily on the trees. You're not dealing with harsh elements. And so once your basic needs of food, clothing, and shelter are taken care of, you now can spend your time cultivating your mind. You can begin to think about what exists beyond Earth. What is in the sky? What is this force that makes the grass grow, makes the rain fall from the sky, makes the rivers flow? And it's from these insights that human beings began to cultivate this God concept. And they saw themselves, specifically in the Nile Valley, they saw themselves as living in heaven on earth. And they were provided with all of the knowledge in order to maintain this harmony within the Nile River Valley. Contrast that to those Africans who left Africa and went into Europe and got caught in the Ice Age. So if you can imagine being trapped behind a wall of ice that is 100 miles high and 1,000 miles long, and you now are faced with winter. You're faced with harsh climatic conditions. You no longer see the environment. You no longer see the creator as someone who is assisting you to get through life. You see the creator as something that you must compete with, something that you must overcome. And so it is under these harsh conditions that the mentality of man and man's relationship with the creator or God shifted. So when you have someone who sees life as being harsh, then obviously life is controlled by an unseen force, a spiritual force, a God force, then God must have some antagonistic relationship against man. And so this idea of the chosen people evolved out of that concept, that only a handful of people were chosen by God, and all others who are not blessed have to fend for themselves. So when these people who de-evolved, lost their spirituality, and cultivated a distorted relationship with the principles of creation, began to encounter the African people who for over 200,000 years have been able to maintain this harmonious relationship and build on that, have been able to build the greatest, the longest documented civilization known to mankind. When these mutated Africans began to come back into Africa with a different mindset, with a different mentality, with a different spirit. And so it's about conquest. It's about discovery. It's about enslavement. It's about death and destruction. So within their religious systems, they justify slavery because the people that they enslaved are pagans who don't have a soul. They're heathens. So they justify killing them, raping them, selling them because they don't have a soul. That consciousness has never existed in the annals of human history until these other people began to step on the scene. So that's what we're battling right now. And I can say that one of the prime examples of this confused state of being is manifesting itself right now in the executive office of the White House. We see people who are so disconnected from humanity, who are sociopathic in their behavior, who are anti-life, and have this narrow-minded perspective that is all based on the acquisition of things, power. And they will do anything to hold on to that power. And they will use religion as a means of justifying their abuse of other people. This is what we're dealing with in real time. And the only way, brother, that this situation can be changed is to shift the consciousness of the masses of people.
You know, one of the arguments I often hear about why our community should reject the religion of the oppressors is because of this oppression aspect. It was handed down through slavery, despite the fact that the original version was ours. But it seems that you're also suggesting that even deeper than that, because of the way that these concepts have been flipped around, it's given us a view of the world, a mindset of toward the world and toward each other, toward nature, that is different than what we originally practiced and what helped us build these great civilizations. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, absolutely. And well, let me just share this quote with you by Henry Berry Esquire, a member of the Virginia House of Delegates, speaking to other politicians in January 1835. He said, and this is a direct quote, "Sir, speaking to other politicians, in Virginia, other politicians who were enslavers and owned our ancestors. So he said to them, 'Sir, we have so far as possible closed every avenue through which light may enter the slave's mind. If we could extinguish their capacity to see the light, then they would be on the level of the beasts of the field, and our work would be complete and we would be safe.'" So if you just take that one statement and unpack it, in 1835, Christian European politicians and enslavers in the Commonwealth of Virginia said that they've done everything within their power to keep light, which is a metaphor for knowledge, from entering the minds of the enslaved Africans. They said if we could extinguish our ancestors' capacity to see the light, then we would function on the level of the beasts of the field, and their work would be complete and they would be safe. So if we fast forward to 2020, we have to ask ourselves, is there a segment of the population of the United States of America who acts like the beasts of the field, who goes around and calling each other dog? What's up, my dog? Who calls their women female dogs? Who calls their children little bow wow? There's no such thing as coincidence. Everything happens for a reason. And when you begin to unpack the historical reasons why we think, speak, and act the way that we do, you can come to a original cause. And once you look at that original cause, then you have to ask yourself, has that original cause helped me or hurt me? And if it's hurt you, if it's hurt your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, then you have an obligation and a responsibility to change that cause and define an original cause that will help you, that will help your children, your grandchildren, and all future generations. So that knowledge exists. So it means that in order to undo what Henry Berry and his colleagues set in motion, then we have to do what was forbidden for our ancestors to do. We have to read. We have to cultivate a love affair with reading, a love affair with books, a love affair with history. We have to read those books that our oppressors never wanted us to read so that we can discover who we were before our world was turned upside down, how we created the oldest and greatest civilization known to mankind, how we conceived of a relationship with God. All of that information is still accessible to any soul who is willing to invest his or her time in freeing your mind. So once you become aware of those things, then you now have the tools in order to make something out of nothing, cultivate a relationship with divinity, cultivate a relationship with your ancestors, which will allow you to create anything that your heart desires. That is the process for how life operates here on planet Earth.
Thank you, Brother Browder. So the big question that a lot of folks have is, why should we even care about ancient Egypt? But from my understanding, a lot of the ideas culturally, specifically spiritually, did go to other places in Africa. Can you speak to some of the ways that that transpired and why it is relevant to us as Black folks in America?
Excellent. And that's a very important question, because one of the challenges that we as African people have is that we so believe in the belief system of our oppressor that we turn away from the means of our salvation. Within the Bible, when people think of Egypt, they think of old wicked Pharaoh. They think of Moses leading his people out of Egypt and going into the promised land. Every theologian who is going to divinity school, every theologian who has studied comparative religions knows that the story of Moses is just that, a story. It never happened. There was no Exodus. It never occurred. So what people fail to understand is that Moses is an Egyptian name. There were kings named Tutmosis. Moses is a Kemetic name that means saved from the waters. The story of Moses is a story that was crafted by outsiders in order to create a new religion, in order for these people to declare themselves as the chosen people and to show the world that they have a divine relationship with God. Now, in order to advance that belief, then what they had to do was to take down the most powerful nation on the planet and the most powerful creative spirit within that nation. And so that is the reason why this story was fabricated about Hebrews being enslaved in Egypt. That never happened. About Hebrews building the pyramids. That never happened, because the pyramids at Giza were at least 200 years old before Abraham, the father of Jews, was born. So all you have to do is do the research. All you have to do is understand the chronology of history and place history in its proper context in order to understand how our world has been turned upside down. So there has been a concerted effort to separate African people from the source of their power, the Nile Valley. So by making Egypt the land of old wicked Pharaoh, by advancing this narrative about Jews being enslaved, and then Black people will compare our enslavement to that of the Jews. And so we'll sing the Jewish songs as opposed to understanding that that story never happened. It is a myth. It is a metaphor that represents concepts and ideas, but it never happened. It's not a historical event. What we then are faced with is, in order to keep Africans spiritually bankrupt, and that's the only term I could use. In order to keep us spiritually bankrupt, we must remain separated from the Nile River Valley. As I mentioned, I've been doing tours, study tours to Egypt annually since 1987. I've taken dozens of ministers on my study tours, and I will show them the origins of concepts and ideas that are in the Bible that are thousands of years older than the Bible. And then I'll explain this information to them from a contemporary African context. And in one particular instance, about a decade or so ago, I'm sitting down at the dinner table with about 6 ministers. And I asked them, well, brothers, now that you've seen the Kemetic origins of Christianity, what do you plan to do with this information when you return back to Washington? Dead silence. The only person who spoke was the youngest among that group of ministers. And he told me, Tony, if I talk about this on Sunday, I'll be looking for a job on Monday. I have to tell my parishioners what they want to hear. I would just encourage the listeners to not be afraid. As Dick Gregory often said, fear and God can't occupy the same place. And so know, if you love your grandma, if you love Big Mama, if you love your great grandma, if you love what they lived for, what they fought for, and what they died for, then take a minute and begin to do what they were not allowed to do. They were not allowed to read. They were not allowed to study. They were not allowed to have intelligent conversations about who their ancestors were thousands of years before the world was turned upside down. People are reading now more than ever before. So the climate is right. The time is right to begin to unpack the religions that were given to us by our oppressors and begin to find ways to maintain relationships with the creative spirit, to strengthen our relationship with our brothers and sisters, to prepare our children to live in a world where they will be able to maximize their potential as human beings. And that is the opportunity that has been given to us. And for those brothers and sisters whose eyes are open and who see the big picture and who are committed to the long haul, because the things that I'm talking about are things that are not going to happen in my lifetime, in your lifetime. It's going to take at least 3 generations to stabilize the consciousness of Black people so that we have a new foundation that we can build on for all eternity. That is what's happening right now. So we have an incredible opportunity, brother, to create a new world that we will ultimately come back and inherit, add to the value of that world, so that we will continue to reap the benefits of having a positive understanding of who we are and our potential. And we can, once again, make this world a wonderful place to inhabit. So we have yet to experience what freedom is, but the opportunity to do so has always been at our fingertips. We just have to be willing to commit the time. And that's all it is time. Turn off the television, pick up a book, and do what your ancestors 100 years ago, 200 years ago, were not allowed to do. Read, study, have conversations about what you've read, write about what you've read, and pass that information on to the generations that will come behind you. That is the game that we're in right now. We've got to catch up. We've got a lot of catching up to do, but everything we need to do everything that we have to do is at our disposal.
Beautiful. Brother Browder, this has been an amazing conversation. Once again, thank you for your time. Where can folks find you if they want to get more information from you?
I can direct them to our website, which is ikg-info.com. ikg-info.com. You can find information on the work that we're doing, our publications, speaking engagements, study tours to Egypt. All of that is there on the website.
As Afro-Caribbeans, we're proud of our sense of
community.
community.
All right. So just like that.
Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy Lance, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below yourself, won't stop recording. Then he said they get to start parking. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the soul. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the word reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with nobody. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gonna give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, if you pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yes.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
My name's Jude Joseph, Dr. Jude Joseph. My tribal name is Sakenta Kamreye.
My name's Eric Nelson Hamaya. My Ayo name or Sabian name is Asaru Tahuti Atum.
Right, so we are from Nishat, which is an African cultural centre in Croydon. We deal with African culture and spirituality, known as Wusabat. And we basically want to make more people become aware of what Wusabat is. Wusabat is not a religion, it predates religion. So we don't really subscribe to like the monotheistic religions, that's Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. But we've studied them thoroughly because what it is we predate all of them. So we go back to ancient African culture, and so we are aware of where everything comes from because we deal with the original or the roots. And even when you get to Africa, you know, people might talk about, you know, Egypt or Kemet or these various names that they call the, you know, the place in Africa. But our ancestors, they actually go back to the stars from the Orion and Sirius constellation. So this is where we tie all the way back to. So when we talk about Wusabat as a culture, we have our own language because language is very important. Anyone with a culture has to have their own language. And it's the original language, the first language on the planet. When we say that, people might talk about things like hieroglyphics, you know, the writings on the wall in Egypt, or even cuneiform, going back to like the Anunnaki stories. But what people don't realize is that those are scripts of this language known as Nuapic, but in our own tongue, we call it Misbatia. You know, so we're here to really give people the opportunity to learn more about our culture of Wusabat, and we're happy to, you know, address any questions or anything that, you know, you may want to know.
Is this something that's always been a part of you, or how did you kind of learn to
come across Wusabat?
Yeah.
So like everyone else, you know, you grow up and you more than likely take on what your parents, you know what I mean, you're brought up in. So that if you're in a Christian home, then you're going to become a Christian. But as a young person, I always had questions, you know, just always used to ask questions about everything. And I found that my parents couldn't really answer those questions. The church couldn't answer those questions. School couldn't answer those questions. So as time went on, you just kind of search. And then I came across Wusabat, or the books that were written by Dr. Malachi Z. York, who we refer to as the master teacher, or Pa Nabab Yanun. And when I started to read these books, I don't know if you may have seen the interview with Prodigy, he mentioned a similar sort of thing where he was doing the same thing, like, and he came across the books in New York and he started to read the books, and then that kind of sparks you off. And for me personally, when I started to read the books, I realized that we've been lied to a lot, you know, like about everything, like history, science, name it. It was like there's so much misinformation or completely wrong information. So that's kind of how my journey started. I don't know how my brother.
Basically, I was raised up as a Roman Catholic. Like, to go to church Sunday. Mum used to give us money to donate. I spent half of that on sweets. So there was already this rebellion side of me. Yeah. But basically, I went shopping I was doing shopping in Peckham, and then this inner voice said, you know, go in the indoor market. So I went in there, I met two brothers. They started talking about this information that I thought, another religion thing, not really interested in. But I bought a video, a Roswell video, watched that, and my brother came about 2-3 days later with one of Malachi's video called Elohim. So I watched that, and it was just like everything from when I was little. I was always into UFO, Egypt and stuff like that, and it just tied in. My brother said to me, don't follow it though, just use the information and just, you know, to better yourself. But I just got hooked on it, man. It was just like, it's based on, it's actual facts. Like, you do your research on what this brother's written, it's there. As they say, the truth is out there. So it's for one to do their own research and then find out for themselves. It's not a belief thing, except, do your research. Become like Colombo, Scalia, Mulder. Investigate and you'll find out it's based on actual facts.
Right. So if someone's got questions, what kind of questions would spark someone looking into it?
Well, do you know what? Like what my brother said, one of the things I did, because I'm a very skeptical person myself, so it wasn't like just follow this thing blindly. So when I read the book, and the way the books are written, they're all based on question and answers anyway. So anyone would ask him a question and he would write a whole book on that question. So what I was doing is and one of the famous things that people who are familiar with him will know, he always said, don't believe me, check it out. So that's what I did. I was like, nah, I need to know. So I used to go to the classes in Brixton and ask questions from what I read, what I've studied. And I was like, I'm going to see if I can ask them a question that they can't answer. And it was like, no matter what question I came with, they were able to answer it. And it was quite amazing. So I guess to answer your question, it's based on whatever question you've got. Because he basically covered everything. Like I said, religion, history, science, astronomy, name it, you know. So that's why the series of books he puts out are called Actual Facts or The Master's Secrets. But we've also got our own way of life for the culture, which is known as Partarak or Partaruk. So the best thing to do is, if you can, because we've got a store, as I said already, in Croydon, we've got a lot of his books and other authors as well. So what I did is actually compared him with everybody else that was on the planet at the time. So I was listening to like the Nation of Islam, Minister Louis Farrakhan. I was listening to just like Sunni Muslims, and I already came from a Christian background anyway. So it was easy to do comparative analysis or like ask other people the same questions, and then you kind of see what answers you get, and then you just make up your own mind for yourself. So yeah, you can literally ask questions about anything.
Someone who would be new and looking for answers of the earth. Is it kind of stuff like, you know, who created the earth? You know, is there more to life? Is it that those kind of questions?
Literally anything. Yeah, but you're right. So what we did is we were taken through a series of schools. And when I say taken through them, we were actually like living the life of a Christian, and the life and times we studied like the Bible, we read it in like the Greek. We also did the same when we were studying Islam, and we studied the Quran. We read, you know, and learned Arabic. When we were going through like the Judaism or the school of the Hebrew, like we studied the Torah, we studied the Hebrew, and then he took us through to like the Anunnaki stories. So you're dealing with the Sumerian text. Then we went into what people call Kemet or Egypt, and we studied that until it was literally like we were walking back to our own culture, which is Wusabat. And that's kind of like where everything came from anyway, you know. So it kind of made it easy to tie in the pieces, because, you know, there's always a root to everything. If you look at a tree, there's a seed and it grows, and then there's branches. But the actual foundation will always be the same. So when you start to look at the different branches, you see where they all kind of came from. Yeah, so literally any question.
It's definitely interesting.
Yeah, spirituality, anything. You know, we actually, that's a really good question, because the format that Malachi used to teach was he stood up and said, anyone come and ask me any question. From any walks of life, professors, religious people, archaeologists. And so that's the format that we also utilize. So when we have our classes, we literally have it open to the public, to anyone to come and ask us questions. And like I said, from the questions, the books are written, you know. So yeah, we are the only organization I really know that since like the 70s, Malachi started teaching like from the 60s, 1962, but he opened it officially to the public in 1970. And from that time till today, we still are able to open our classes to anyone worldwide to ask us questions about anything. Wow. You know, so we've been doing that for over 50 years and still going strong.
Still going. So there's a lot of knowledge that comes with it as well, because you said you got to learn about every religion as well, right?
That's right.
Is knowledge power?
Only if you use it properly. Yeah, because you can have all the knowledge in the world, but if you don't utilize it or don't use it, then what's the point of having it? You know, so knowledge is power if it is utilized in the proper way. Yeah.
To elevate self and kind as well. That's the key important thing.
So elevation of yourself as well.
And kind.
And kind, right?
Yeah.
That's good. It's like a sense of empowerment as well.
Yeah. Every race on the planet have their own identity, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. So Wusabat, is it called?
That's correct, yeah.
With Wusabat, have you felt like you've had more for identity within yourself as well?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, it starts off from you. Everyone's journey is different. Like you say, someone might just wanting to know information about Christianity, Islam, Judaism. Someone else might want to know information about, like you said, the planet, the universe, and how did we come about? Where do things come from? You know what I mean? Somebody else might have some other interest. So, yeah, it's really based on what is it your journey is taking you on, and what do you want to know? You know, so yeah, it's kind of hard because we cover a circumference of information dealing with the spiritual side of things, or what people term spirituality, and we also cover the physical side of things. So it's not just, do you know what I mean? We like to put into practice the knowledge that we're taught. So it's also about building, do you know what I mean? Like building our own businesses and helping people to grow and just basically everything we need to be self-sufficient. We're also about that. So it's not just one aspect. So we cover 360 degrees of physical and 360 degrees of what people might call spiritual, or we say the unseen and the seen world. Right. So put the two together, you get 720 degrees, you know, so yeah. And then you add the 7 and the 2 plus the 0, you get 9, which is the highest number. So we deal with 9 ether. I mean, if we say anything you're not familiar with and you want us to go into more detail, we can. But 9 ether is like the spiritual science of our woolly-haired 9 ether beings on the planet, original beings on the planet, which is what, you know, ended up going in different directions and different people got pieces of it, and you know what I mean.
Why is 9 the highest number?
Because if you look at numbers, yeah, you really count from 0. You go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. When you get to 9, it's a compound numbers next. So you just compound in the 2 numbers. So 10 will be 1 and 0. 11 is 1 and 1. 12 is 1 and 2. But you're not getting any new numbers. And if you carried on, you're going to get to 9999 or 9 to the 9th power of 9, which is, they say, infinity. Yeah, so that's why 9 is the highest number. But when you start to go into the numerology and things like that, you also see the significance of the number 9, which is very powerful.
Right.
Yeah.
And what is ether?
Ether is a combination of all existing gas, chemicals and elements that exist in and through nature. So 9 ether is the most potent.
Yeah. It's like a combination of all conscious and conscience gases. Yeah.
Is this unseen or seen?
Both. See, that's what I'm saying to you. Like, again, that's actually a good question, because when people say unseen, what it is things are there, but just because the eye can't see them doesn't mean they're not there. So scientifically, if you're looking at like the periodic element chart, they will say hydrogen, H1, was the first element. This was before they knew there were things beyond hydrogen. You get it? So even in mathematics, like, you'll have 0, but you can have -1, -2, -3 going that way. And then going this way, you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can always subdivide things, yeah? So when they're dealing with like the beginning of atoms, they used to say before they had apparatus to kind of look at what they call quantum physics and subdivide atoms, they used to say hydrogen was the first element. Then you had helium. But now with technology, they were able to break down the smallest atom, and then they realized that you had quarks, zeilies, biaps, you see what I mean, going that way, which is subatomic. So now they're able to use apparatus and see lighter or smaller elements beyond the hydrogen. So does that make sense? So even though they were saying there's nothing, because when you say nothing, what you're saying is no thing. The sum of things go to the right. So they will say H1 because they can sum it up. So they will say something, but people just hear SOMETHING, but it's really SUMTHING, the sum of a thing. So what is a thing? You see what I mean? So when you go lower, there's still things which they will say no thing, or we say nothing. But if you took a cup, you have to create space within the cup or the glass, even though you're saying there's nothing there, but you created that space so you can put something in it. You get it?
That's true, yeah. That's a good way to look at it, yeah. It's a good example.
Yeah. So that's why in Islam, for example, they say that, well, the master teacher, Pana Babianuno, Dr. Malachi Ziyuk, back then he was saying that Allah created the state of nothingness to then create things. Everybody was like, that's crazy. How can you create the state of nothingness? But that was just like the example I gave about creating the space in the glass to put something in it. So what people are calling like the universe actually comes from something. And then we can go into the, the planets and so on and so on as well. But yeah, so things exist in the unseen world, and people will say spirits, ghosts, and go into that realm, but they still exist. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. Do you believe in spirits and ghosts?
Okay. One of the things we must clarify, we don't deal with the word belief.
Right.
Yeah, because you can believe anything you want. And we don't like stop people from believing. We respect everyone's beliefs. You can have a belief, but the reality is like there's higher levels. Belief leads you to knowing. And if you look at the word belief or believe, literally you can see the word lie in the middle of those two words. And what I mean by that is you can believe in Father Christmas. You can believe pigs can fly. You can believe whatever you want, but it doesn't make it true. And when you actually go and do a study of what does the word belief mean, like if you go on Google now, we've got smartphones, search what does the word belief mean, it will literally tell you that belief means the acceptance of things you do not know or cannot prove. That's the definition of belief. So we deal with facts. Yeah, that's why I mentioned our books are called actual facts, because a fact is something that it's not about like what I believe or what you believe or what you believe. It's like a fact is a fact. Like I can say, and I did this little test the other day, I asked everyone in the room, who are you and where are you from? And people said all kinds of stuff, like I'm from Peckham, I'm from Brixton, I'm from Croydon, I'm a doctor, I'm a teacher, I'm all of these things. And then I said, all right, that divides us, or I'm a Muslim, I'm a Jew, I'm a Christian. I said, like, if I was to say I'm an earthling, that cuts it all out. Everyone's an earthling, you see what I mean? Yeah. So what I'm saying is, we deal with something or facts that will unite us, not divide us. So it's good to believe, but it's better to know. So belief is really based on, you can believe anything, but facts are based on, can you prove it? Can you give us some evidence? You know what I mean? That's what we deal with, actual facts. Do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, better to know than believe.
Yeah.
The word belief, like, if you're lost, for example, when you ask someone for directions, you believe them. You don't know. They could be setting you up, So better to know than belief,
Right, I see. So I've got to be careful how I word it,
No, it's fine. You can use anything, but we just let you know how we deal with it.
You know the difference between believing and knowing.
And listen to the word knowing, When you look at the word knowledge, the first part of that is what? To know. And that's why you said knowledge is powerful, because to know is better than guess, because anything that's important to you, you want to know. Like if I was to say to you, I'm going to give you a job, and I just said, like, believe me, your money's going to be in your account next week. You're not going to want to believe it. You're going to want to see the money in your account, innit? So you want the details, like, when do I start work? How many hours do I have to work? How much holidays do I get? When is my money in my account? And it's the same with your health. If something's wrong with you, you're not taking chances. You want to know, like, get the, diagnose me and tell me what's wrong with me. And then you want the facts. Because if I just said you got cancer and you didn't have cancer, and you just believe that, you're going to stress for no reason. But if you knew for sure, then you might be able to do something about it. Yeah, so that's the difference between knowing and believing. Yeah, we do.
That's cool, I'm wrapping my head around it.
Yeah, it's all good.
So does that mean that words are very powerful?
Oh my goodness. Do you want to deal with that one?
Yeah, words are powerful. Like, how can I
Or is it more powerful than we like the common knowledge?
Yeah, because you know what,
everyone would know.
it's when you say words, you have to think how are words put together. First of all, right? You first of all have an alphabet, yeah, and then the alphabet builds the words, and then the words build a sentence, and then the sentence builds a paragraph. The paragraph will build a chapter. The chapter will build a book, and then you call the people who wrote the book an author. So they have the authority over you because they wrote the book. Now, when you're dealing with language, you're dealing with tones, and vibrations, and frequency. So when you're put under a spell, it's under spellings, as in spelling words. This is why people will be confused, because you say words in English, you say God, Allah, heaven, hell, spirit, Jesus, Muhammad, all these words. But when you go back and research the words and say what language do they come from, like you're reading the Bible in English, but it's translated or copied from God's language. So you're like, what's God's language then? Because English didn't exist up until 525 AD, or years ago. So it's like, so what did God speak? What was God's language? The Muslims will say the Quran, for example, and say Arabic. And you say, but Arabic and the Quran is only 1400 years old. The Christians, like New Testament, will say Greek, but you're like, that's 2000 years old. The Old Testament, or the people that follow the Torah, will say Hebrew. You're like, that's only 4,400 years ago. But the planet's been here for millions of years, and you've had different cultures, like the Aztecs, the Zoroastrians, the Mayans, the Hindus, the Chinese, the Egyptians, the Sumerian, who all predate the Bible. So what language did they speak? So what it is, like I said at the beginning, you go back to the original language, which is our language known as Nawapik or Misbatia, which then clears up the spell, because you might have a word, like for example, God. In the Bible it says, in the beginning, God, the first time you hear that word, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. But then when you go into the Hebrew, it doesn't say God, it says Elohim, which is a plural, meaning more than one. Because if you know Hebrew, you have a yod and a mim at the end of the word, yeah? So Elo will be singular, and then the I am or im, or which is the yod and the mim, will be Elohim, which is plural. So that's like in English, you put God for God, and then when you add an S to the end of it, it changes it from single to plural. So that's why when people are reading the Bible, they're confused, because it says, let us make man in our image and our likeness. And you're like, who's the us? Who's the our? Because if it's one person speaking, they would say, let me make God in my image and in my likeness. I don't know if I'm going over your head.
No, I'm taking it in.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is like the spells are casted through the words and the spellings. And this is why you have to go back to the tones that our culture, where we actually explain things properly. So when you look at it, you're like, oh, Elohim, this is more than one. And then you go to other cultures, will be like the Neteru, Egypt, or, the Anutu, or, depending on which culture you're going to, you start to see these beings that are basically more than one, and they're working together, and they're all coming down here and doing certain things. Anunnaki, for example. Again, Anunnaki is, if you break the word down, Anu, who is the most high of the Sumerian doctrine, who had two sons, Enlil and Enki, and you're saying Anunnaki, the planet Earth was called Ki at one point. This is where you get G or Geo or geometry, and all that comes from the word Ki, yeah? So what you're saying is Anu sent beings in groups of 50, that's what Na is, to the planet Ki, and they came here. You see what I mean? But people just go Anunnaki, but like, okay, what does Anunnaki mean? And then you get confused unless you can break the word down in the language, you see?
So Anu was a god or gods?
Yeah, he's a god of the Sumerian doctrine. In the Bible, he's referred to as the Most High. Yeah. But the thing about that, now check this out, levels, yeah? For him to say he's the Most High, even that should make someone think, like, okay, how do you measure high or low? Because if you're the Most High, Like, for example, if I had two things, one has to be short or taller for you to be able to go the most high. So the question should be the most high of what? And then in the Bible, because they translate that now, they say, have no other gods but me. Yeah, and in Islam, they say, La ilaha illa Allah, which is also, there's only one God but Allah. Now you're saying, if there's only one and you're saying have no others but me, doesn't make sense. Because how can I have any others if there's no others to have or exist? So what, by saying that, they're actually telling you that there's more than one, what you're calling God. So Anunnaki or Anu was just a being that was ruling at that time. And other beings ruled at different times. Just like in America or in the UK, you'll have like a prime minister, which is a seat, yeah? But different people can hold that seat. Like president, you know, you've had like Obama, now you got Biden, you had Trump, you had, you know what I mean, different people. It's the same thing with that title, the Most High was held by different people at different times. So there were different Anus, you know what I mean?
Right, I see what you mean, yeah. Also known as the Sky Father, or? Is that
That's one of his sons, because the two sons, you had Enlil and Enki, and Enki was father of the key, or the planet Earth, and Enlil was father of the skies. But Anu was obviously in Nibiru, which is a planetoid craft, and so he was in the craft above them as well. So
when you say craft, what do you mean?
Extraterrestrial crafts, yeah. Like when I say craft, like we are used to aeroplanes, right? Flying from one place to the other. But when you're flying or traveling intergalactically from one planet to another or through dimensions, you have to have different types of crafts to travel with. And it's not even that, it might sound weird to some people, yeah? But when you start reading the Bible and the Quran, you see it all throughout, like Ezekiel's will, they talk about the crystal city in the book of Revelation, Daniel saw, you know, there's many, like the cloud that the children of Israel were throwing was stopping and all of that. It's just that people didn't interpret it at that time as a craft. Do you see what I mean? But obviously we're living in a different day and time now with technology and multiple sightings and people all around the world have confirmed. Even the United States government have recently done something called disclosure to accept and admit that there's many crafts. Right. Even Hitler had crafts back in the day, you see what I mean?
Okay, I'm going to come back to that because there's a lot to discuss in that.
yeah. Like I said, we're here for everything, man. We can go in.
I want to ask what your names mean.
Okay.
Asaru Tahuti Atun means one who sees the sacred varieties of the undifferentiated one.
Tour.
Wow.
Yeah.
And your name?
My name is Sakhen, Sakam Reye. Sakhen means trusted. Sakam means powerful, so the entire name is Trusted and Powerful One of Re, or Reye. Yeah.
And are these names given to you or chosen?
Yeah, when we become initiated in, part of the first steps of being initiated into the ancient Egyptian order, you receive your tones or your names. But you get different names throughout the different schools anyway, because names are just titles. Do you know what I mean? So, like I said, Anu is a title of the Most High. But yeah, even like if you said Jesus, you go back to the different languages. In Arabic, they will say Isa. In Hebrew, it's going to be Yeshua. Do you know what I mean? So, depending on the language, you're going to get different titles. So, Yeshua means what? Savior. Yeah, Christ, that's a different name. That means from the word Christos, which means anointed. You see, so if you even look at like Gabriel, you're really looking at 3 words put together, Geb, Re, and El. You see, but they're 3 different languages because you're dealing with Geb from the Egyptian, and Ra is also from the Egyptian, and El from the Elohim. Put together, you get Gabriel. Like Abraham's the same, Ab, Ra, and Ham, which is Ham or Ham in the language. So, you know, they're all titles for describing who they were and what they were doing at the time. Yeah.
Right. And the initiation process, how do you have to reach a certain kind of level of understanding before you become initiated?
No, the first thing is to want to know more, and then you start by studying and just reading, and then once you're around, you can make an application, because there's an application process. And then if you are invited to be initiated. But even though we have the ancient Egyptian order, that's not the only way to be involved with the organization, because we have many different like levels or orders within our, our culture. So you have like young student disciples, or the word disciple just means a student. We have what we call the Madrusu Tashruk, which is a student association. We have things for the elders, we have orders for the women, orders for the brothers. But yeah, you can get involved in many different ways. Or you can just be someone who just comes to class and just ask questions as you're learning until you get to a point where you make the decision for yourself.
And what you're wearing, is it traditional clothing or religious clothing, or how would you describe it?
Traditional, yeah. Our attire, like, we're trying to promote African or black awareness. Yeah. So rather than wear the Westerners' clothes, we wear just like any other race. The Indians wear their cultural garments. Yeah, so we're promoting our garments. This is who we are. We're representing who we are.
You know what? You're one of the first people, to ask us that question and not go, "What's your uniform?" Because we get that a lot, and we're like, "It's not a uniform. We're not policemen." You know what I mean? It's like it's our cultural attire, and if nothing else, like my brother said, we want to represent our culture, innit? So we are creative people, so we can create what we like. We don't have to because when you start looking at what people wear, a lot of the times it comes from someone else anyway. Like suits and ties, that goes to the Italians. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's only a few cultures that you see that keep their traditional garments. Like you see, like the Sikhs, they'll wear their, you know what I mean, their cultural headdress. And like my brother said, the Chinese, do you know what I mean? Different people, they'll wear their culture clothes. But the thing is, when you go back, a lot of the times you find out that most of the culture that everyone else is adopting now comes from us anyway. So like you might see a, Asian person wearing a sari, and if you saw a black person wear it, you'd be like, oh, you're copying them because it's just, you know what I mean? But really it comes from something called the Budlanubi, which we had. And if you go back to the walls of Egypt, you're going to see us dressing a lot of, you know what I mean, the garments that people are adopting today. Yeah, so yeah, it's our cultural attire.
Right. And is it a lot of black and gold and an ankh? Is it an ankh?
I like your questions. Yeah, shall I go over it? Another mistake people make, they call it an ankh. But yeah, if you look at it, it's not really an ankh. Because there's two,
Yeah, no, I was wondering that. Yeah. But I see on your arm there,
that's the ankh there. That's right.
Yeah, okay, right. Yeah.
So like everything we teach, and we go through levels. Yeah, so the ankh will actually lead you to the ankh tui. Just like I said, belief will lead you to knowing. It's not that we don't deal with things that other people deal with, but they've got a misinterpretation for it. So for example, you'll have the Holy Ghost, but we deal with the Holy Spirit. Two different things. You know what I mean?
But sorry, go on. What's the difference between the Holy Ghost and Holy Spirit?
Do you want me to finish with the ankh first?
Yeah.
I was just touching on that.
Yeah, you're blowing my mind. That's it.
Yeah, we're going to get to that. So the ankh represents life.
Yeah, okay.
And if you look in Egypt on the walls, on the pyramids, you always see like our deities and our ancestors holding the ankh because it's the key to life. Whereas the cross was taken from this. So you're looking at Christians with a cross where they saying Jesus was murdered on the cross. Yeah, I did say murdered because like it wasn't a nice death. You know what I mean? He came to save the world and then he couldn't save himself, which doesn't kind of make sense, but we can come back to that. So the ankh represents the key to life and the resurrection in terms of your being, because like I said at the beginning, like you've been lied to the point where you don't know who you are anymore, you don't know what your spirituality is, so you need like a key to turn the ignition on. Right, so once you do that, you open up your, what we call the solar plexus. So you spark the light in you, right? We call that the green light. In the Bible, they say the light it's in the darkness, but the darkness comprehends it not. Yeah, people say, oh, it's talking about, because it said the greater light and the lesser light, and people that don't understand that, they will say that's the sun and the moon, but the moon doesn't have a light. Yeah, the moon is non-luminous, so it reflects the light of the sun. The reason that's so important is because once you turn that key, you become the sun, S-U-N, which they turn to S-O-N, as in the Son of God, because the sun is what gives life, yeah? So ancient Egyptians used to raise their hands to give reverence to the sun, because without the sun on this planet, everyone dies. Muhammad, Jesus, everyone, yeah? So the Ankh leads you to the Ankh Tui. This is called the Ankh Tui. Tui in our language means two. So you have your first life where you were originally given birth, and then you got kind of like indoctrinated and bamboozled and got spellbound, and then now you're waking up again, what we call a second resurrection. In religion, they teach you that you have to die first and go to heaven. We say, no, you can be born again right here. Once your third eye is open, and you can now start to see clearly, which is really clairvoyance. Clairvoyance means clear vision, because what it is, you get back your higher powers. You have 4 higher powers or senses. Let me give you another thing they do. They tell you got 5 senses, yeah? Which is what? Sight, hearing, smelling, taste. But all of those are one, because all of them deal with touch. Like for you to see something, light has to hit your retina, your eye. For you to smell something, you know, air and something has to touch your nose, yeah? The same with your taste. Something has to touch your taste buds or your tongue. The ear, you get sound waves, they have to touch your ear. All of that comes to one, which is touch or perception or awareness, yeah? Your other 4, which they kind of hide, is intuition, telepathy, psychometry, and as I said, clairvoyance. So with those 4 plus the 1, you actually have 5, but it's really 9 because the 5 plus the 4. This is why I said about the number 9 is going to keep coming up when you start to deep it and go into levels, you see what I mean? So, yeah, so I hope that's answered your question, because I know I kind of went on a bit, but you know what I mean? Like I said, we got a lot of information.
Yeah. That's definitely interesting.
Yeah.
I have to ask now, what's the difference between
the ghost,
the Holy Spirit and the Holy Ghost?
Okay, do you want to go over that one?
No, there you go, Vish.
Okay, so no, seriously though, like if we were to just ask you, what's a ghost? If you weren't thinking too hard, what would you say?
A spirit.
Okay, I know you're thinking hard. A ghost is a dead person, isn't it? Right. When people die, they say, oh, doppy or whatever. Yeah. So the reason I use the word ghost is because when you go to church, they say the Holy Ghost, and Jesus, who was passed on, is in a state of a being that was here but is no longer here, but they will tell you that he's still here. And we say, okay, where is he? They will say, the Holy Ghost. Now, when you go to church and people they start to, they're singing, they're chanting, and then they get into a frenzy. And a lot of the times more like Pentecostal churches and things like that, they start to foam in the mouth and they throw themselves on the floor. And they said they've caught the Holy Ghost. This is disembodied beings that are still roaming the planet. Now, a lot of times churches are built right near a cemetery, or there's a cemetery around the church. So what's happening is when they're beckoning and calling on these beings, they come and try to utilize the physical body. So they fuse with the person that's alive to utilize the body. And then that's when they become uncomfortable and they start throwing on the floor and, you know, they're like that. And they say they're called the Holy Ghost. Now, in the scriptures, especially in the Bible, Jesus said, I have to go, but I will send the Comforter. Yeah? In the scriptures, the Comforter is referred as the Holy Spirit. Yeah. The Comforter will come, and that's where Muhammad came in the Islamic religion. But when Muhammad came along, he said that an angel called Gabriel or Jibril came to him. Gabriel is a Holy Spirit, meaning like when he came, he didn't put him in an uncomfortable state. He was able to just talk to him in a calm way, and it's the same way throughout the Bible, scriptures, Quran. Every time Gabriel comes, he comes with love, peace, and calmness. So that's the big difference between a ghost and a spirit, because ghosts are disembodied beings that are trapped here within this realm, and they can't leave here unless they make the grade. The spirit helps your soul to travel further. And without, like, it's like another way I can put it, make it easy for people to digest. You know, like when a rocket is going up, if you ever watch a rocket launch into space, they will launch, and then like when they get past the atmosphere, because you got the spheres, right? When they get past that, they then release the stuff that was used for the propelling to go up, like, and then the other piece just floats. It's the same with your soul and your spirit, because this is another thing. Because in the Bible, you have the word soul and you have the word spirit. People mistranslate both of them into one. Because when you ask people what's the difference between a soul and a spirit, they can't answer the question a lot of the times, because they think they're both the same thing, but they're not. Everything on the planet has a spirit. So trees have spirits, animals have spirits. Everything has a spirit because it's dealing with vibration, but not everything has a soul. And a soul is, remember when I talked about that ignition and kicking off your solar plexus to make you connect with the higher realms and the, do you know what I mean? Like the 9 ether. So with the soul now, you can have emotions, and you can dance, and you can do things that, like I said, a tree is alive, but it doesn't have like emotions in that way. Yeah, I hope that's helped you to understand the difference between the soul and the spirit. Of course, you know, we come from a different angle, and people that might not be familiar with it might say, nah, but like I said, bring the facts and bring the proof. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some easier, hopefully easier questions for viewers as well. What you said previously is definitely going to be for someone who wants to know more and understand.
Yeah.
So it's very helpful, definitely. How did humans get here on Earth?
Right, humans, you have different, all human DNA tying with extraterrestrial DNA. So basically, when you're talking about your Bible, you talk about God coming down, creating man. God didn't originate from here. So he would be classified as an extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial meaning extra, terra would be the planet, and astral would be the star. So anything that came from outside to the planet Earth would be classified as an extraterrestrial, including meteorites, bacteria, other forms of life form. So God of the Bible is an extraterrestrial. If he created man, that means the DNA or the chromosomes that he uses to create man came from him. Making sense? So that would mean human DNA originated outside.
I mean, he kind of went deep with it still. I would have first, sorry, I'll be finished. I would have said that your mum and dad created you. Because what it is, religion has made people to think like they can't really prove it. Do you mean they will say, God took the dust of the ground and formed a man, like Adam, yeah? This is Christianity, Islam, Judaism, they all say that. You can't take dust of the ground and form a man. That's not scientifically proven, that's not facts. So, and then it goes on even further to say he took a rib from the man to create the woman. That's not true either, because women were here before men. How do I know? Everyone on the planet comes from a woman. That's the actual fact. You came from your mum, you came from your mum, everyone came from their mum. So the woman, the black woman being first, because, you know, Africa's first before every other race is. So the black woman is really the goddess, because every man comes from a woman, right? Now, if we start going further and say, like my brother was going into, where you say, people will say, okay, if you say your mum and dad created you, because you need the sperm from the man and you need the ovum from the woman, and the woman grows the baby in her stomach. People know 9 months, but it's actually 12 months, because 3 months prior to the 9 months, things are happening in the unseen world, or what people call the spiritual world, yeah? So when you say your mum and dad created you, people in religion will be like, but who created them? We're like, their mum and dad. And they'll be like, who created them? Like, their mum and dad. And this can go on and on and on and on. But like my brother said is, when you start to do DNA testing, because now this is like, people didn't realize, but like from the 1953s, but officially like 2003, there was a project called the Human Genome Project, right? Which basically broke down every single cell or genes that make up the races on the planet. So now, scientifically, they can take a DNA test from anyone and tell you exactly where you come from and what you're mixed with and so on and so forth. There's a guy called Mendel, yeah? Gregory or Gregor Mendel. He's the father of genetics. And he started the work of genetics. So when you look at the word genes or genetics, you look at G-E-N. And then you look at genealogy or genesis. This is dealing with hereditary or how things evolve and come about. So on the planet right now, you have what you call 3 root races, yeah? The original root race would be, let's say, the Africans. And through anthropology, now, they would tell you that's known as the Homo naledi or the Homo habilis, yeah? That's all the African black people. Then you go to the second root race, which they would say is the Dravidian or the Mongoloid race, which is like the Chinese or the Asian race. And those are known as the Denisovan or the Homo floresiensis, right? Then you have the Caucasian, which is they're known as the Cro-Magnon or the Neanderthal. So now they can tell you exactly who belongs to what race. So this goes back to, as my brother said, about the DNA and the genes. But you can go even further than that. Like before this planet had life form on it, or humanoid life forms, how did the life get here? That came by way of what something's known as panspermia, where you get things coming from outer space to basically go in the waters, germinate the water. I can go into that if you want, but that's a long story. But you had the dolphins that basically germinated the water, and that's how life started in the waters. And then tsunamis and certain things took place, and then beings came onto land. But there's been many like destructions of the planet, not the entire planet, but in different parts, and then a restart again. And this is where Genesis is picking up of one of those when it was starting over again. And that's why I said to you, like, if you don't know the language, you're not going to know these things. So in Genesis, it's talking about, the word Genesis in the Hebrew is barashis, and it's talking about the recreation of the planet. And this is where Enki and Enlil came here, and they were looking for gold, as you were playing on your tape. They came here looking for gold, Anunnaki, but they didn't want to work because they found the atmosphere very difficult for them. So they went about creating a being to do the work in South Africa, yeah, in Monodapa, South Africa. This is where they took the genes that were already evolving, and they mixed their genes and created what they call a primitive worker, yeah, or Lulu Amilu, to work the mines and do the gold.
Is that same as like a demigod or
yeah, exactly. Right. The demigods, you can find that in like the Bible in Genesis, like 6:4, where it talks about the Nephilims, or the, you know, those beings coming to the planet, having, you know what I mean, children from the Petaites, or the beings that were already here evolving and produced these demigods. Yeah.
So that's obviously before humans, right?
When you say humans,
our type of human, yeah.
Yeah, we've evolved over many millions of years. That's what I'm saying. Like the original humans would be the Neolithic, or the beings in Napata, or what they call ancient Egypt. Yeah, they're known as Petaites. They then became what you call the Sans people in South Africa. Yeah, and that's how like so if you look at the Sans people, again going back to the DNA, everyone's DNA can be traced back to the Sans people, the traits that everyone on the planet has. So those Sans people would be your original from those ancient Petaites. Yeah, and then obviously other extraterrestrials came and obviously created hybrids and mixed with different people to produce. So I didn't actually finish that. So the root races, people will go Negroid, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid. So that would be African, Asian, and then Caucasian. But those three create what we call sub-races. That's any mixture of any of those. So if a black or African mixes with a Mongoloid, they'll produce a sub-race. And then if, either of those produces sub-races. But then you also have extraterrestrials and different beings that are abducting different people and producing hybrids. So you have something called neutrinoid race as well, where they can take different genes from different people and create a new being that you can't really tell which one of the races or the root races they belong to. So there's a lot to our history and the story of the planet.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm taking it in.
That's all right. That's all right. I hope we're making it clear.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good, definitely. Just to get my head around it, is it kind of, would you say it's angels that colonized Earth to have a workforce to mine gold? Is that how you describe it?
Repeat that?
Would you describe it as angels kind of colonizing the Earth to make demigods to then mine the gold? Right. Okay.
I mean, it depends on what you call angels as well.
Right.
Because there's a misconception again with that. Because if you're coming from a biblical or a religious point of view, people think angels are little cherubs with wings. Do you know what I mean? Or like men or women with wings. But that's a picture that came from the Sixtine Chapel, where Michelangelo actually painted a picture of angels with wings. But a human being cannot get above the planet more than 6 miles before they can't breathe and they will die. So angels can't be humans with wings, yeah? Now, back in the day when they didn't have so much information, that would make sense because they related anything that can fly to birds. Because they always looked up and they saw birds flying. So they just thought, okay, heaven is up there, the planet's here. To come from up there to here, you must fly, because that's all they knew. But as I said, when you start to look at the scriptures, and you see Gabriel come in and you see like different, they're traveling and coming here from what they call heaven. They say Jesus went to heaven and God is in heaven. But you say, where is heaven? They say up there. You say up there where? Because up there can just be the sky. It can be outside the planet. It could be the stars beyond, and you can keep going to the galaxy, to the solar system, to the universe. So where exactly is up there? You see, so what it is that angels is a misinterpretation of man's lack of knowledge at the time to be able to relate it to extraterrestrials. And like my brother said, extra is something addition to, and terra, you're dealing with the terrain of the planet. Like you would say anything outside the planet is celestial, yeah? So anything that comes from outside in is referred to as extra to the terrain or extraterrestrial, because it's coming from outside of the planet. So any being, so Jesus would be an extraterrestrial. God would be an extraterrestrial. A meteorite can be an extraterrestrial. It's just extra to the planet Terra, which was one of the names for the planet as well in ancient times. Yeah.
Right. So it's always a lot to take in.
Yeah, it's all right. We go slow. We take our time.
Yeah. Because you're just making me have like 10 more questions.
That's why I said, like, when I went to classes back in the day, that's what happens. You would ask a question, and from that question, there's going to be like another 10 questions, and it just keeps going because it's deep. Like I said, we've been lied to for years, for 6,000 years, to the point where you really need to relearn everything again. And you have to have that open mind to be like, you know what, I'm a baby again. Let me just soak it all up and do your research, check it out. But nowadays there's a lot of like social media, TikTok, and you have, Instagram and Facebook and all of that you can just search and research, and you hear different views and people are talking about these things. They may not have it all accurate and exact, like how we do, but you know what I mean? Like, we're welcoming to everyone, and if you start your journey, you will find your way just by asking questions and just learning. You know what I mean? We're still learning. We ain't even got it yet. You know what I mean? There's still a lot for us to learn as well.
Yeah. Where did God come from?
You see, again, when you say God,
which God is the...
That's the point. That's the point. You see what I mean? Like, because everyone has their version of what they consider God. But that's why I gave you the Quran, and I gave you the Bible, and I gave you like the Torah, because if we take each one of those, like obviously in Arabic, they're going to say Allah. And when you start to learn Arabic, you have, like I said, the singular, and then you have the plural, which is Allah, and you have Allahumma. And in the Hebrew, you'll have Elo or Elohim. And, you know, if you go to the Greeks, you're going to have different names. Like, there's different names for what people are calling God. You go to the Hindus, you go to the Anunnaki, you go to the... It depends on what your perception or concept of God is. But I can tell you in the Bible, where if you read Revelations 3:14, it tells you that God was created. Yeah, it says Atom witnessed the creation of God.
So if you go off the Bible story, then Revelations, who created God?
Atom.
And who was Atum?
Atum is an ancient Egyptian deity. This is where you got like Atum, Amun. These are all ancient Egyptian names, yeah? This is why in religion, everyone says at the end of their prayers, what? In Islam, they say Ameen. In Christianity, they say Amen, yeah? If you study languages, you will see that the way the phonetics of the language is Amin is Amun, yeah? And Amun is one of the deities of ancient Egypt, or what people call Kemet. So, and he had a wife. You had Amun and Amunet. Yeah, you had different, like what we call the Ogdoads or the 9 Enneads. These are the original deities of ancient Tamaray or Egypt. And so Amun is a being, like they had children. So what I'm saying, the concept of God being this being that is sitting in a throne in heaven doesn't make sense if you really think about it, because he's supposed to be omnipotent, omnipresent, yeah, which means that he's everything, he's everywhere, and he knows everything, right? How can he sit inside a chair? That means the chair is bigger than him. Like you couldn't fit into that chair if you was too big for the chair, right? So for the concept of a God sitting in heaven, the fact that he's sitting down means he's got a bottom. And if he's got a bottom, he's got to have legs, because you can't just have a bottom floating in heaven. You see what I mean? Like when you start to piece it together, so he's got to have legs. If he's got legs and he's got a bottom, that means he's going to have hands and he's going to have, do you know what I mean, a full body. And then when you go into the scriptures, he's talking, he's walking in the garden, he's asking questions, he's saying things. And like, so the concept of God through a religious perspective is just dealing with higher beings that have evolved and quite intelligent to a different level. Do you know what I mean? But our ancestors are what we would refer to as gods, or gods and goddesses. So when you go into ancient Egypt, you have like Amun, you have Ra, you have Isis, and this is where the stories that you have in Christianity, for example, have been taken from. Because you got Osiris, Isis, and Horus. You go into ancient Sumeria, that becomes Dumuzi, Ishtar, and Tammuz. That comes into Christianity, and you get God the Father, Mary. Oh well, they kind of leave out Mary, innit? They go God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and leave out Mary, where Mary should really be very important because she gave birth to Jesus. You see what I mean? So, yeah. So I don't know if that answered your question on God. So a God can be defined as someone in control.
So do you think there's one God or multiple?
There's multiple. Yeah. It says that in every, that's why I said to you about the English is what throws people off, because when you translate from the Semitic languages or Kemetic languages into English, you lose that sense of plurality, you know what I mean? Because it becomes a singular. They say one God, they say there's only one God. Check this out, as I said before. Christianity, Islam, Judaism all say there's only one God, but then he says, but you're not allowed to have any other gods but me, which in itself tells you there's others that I can choose to have.
Were they not referring to kind of idols or what someone would see as God?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
If you idolize something, you might see it as God.
Yeah, you could look at it that way, because even in Mecca back then, there were lots of idols. There's an idol called Alat. If you go into the history, do you know what I mean? You had Allah, Alat, and like you were saying, but the point is, even if you're looking at it as a statue or whatever, that means you're saying there is more than one God then.
Right, I see what you mean.
But even in the Bible, like Exodus 7:1, Moses was made of God, by God.
Was it?
Yeah, Exodus 7:1. If you go into John 10:34, Jesus said that it's not written in your law, I said ye are gods.
Psalms 82, 6. Yeah.
Ye are gods, all of you are gods and children of the Most High. So it's written in there, but in the English they give you that small g.
Little g and big g
all
stuff. Which is not true either.
In Greek and in English,
there's no such thing as a little g, a big G when you go into the languages. You see, it's a trick. Like, for example, if you started reading the Bible from the beginning, you get words like Elohim, Adonai, what's the other ones? There's so many.
I see Adonai.
Yeah, there's so many words that when they translate into English, it's just God, 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 God. Yeah, Yahweh, you know what I mean? Jehovah, which again doesn't make sense. There's no J's or V's in Hebrew. So you can't make up words like Jesus and Jehovah because that is a mistranslation. Because in the Hebrew, the J would be a Y. You see, and it's a Yahuwah, Yahuwah. And there's no V's either in the Hebrew. So you can't make up words like Jehovah because you can't get a J and you can't get a V. And so what it is a mistranslation of Yahuwah. And like we say, don't believe us. Anything we say, you can go and research and check it out. Do you know what I mean? Because we're not really here to put down anyone or whatever. We just come with the facts and, you know what I mean, just basically teaching for people that want to learn and know.
If you Google what is the oldest religion, it comes up with Hinduism, right?
Okay.
Is there, do you believe, sorry, is there anything that predates that?
Of course. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, again, me bust the spell. Google doesn't know everything. Everyone thinks that, like, you got to remember, Google, there's someone behind Google. Who programs Google? Like, I've done tests on Google, and I'm going to address the question, but what I'm saying is, like, I've searched black woman in Google, yeah? Right. And what you get, you're like, do you know what I mean? So, but yeah, when you say Hinduism, yeah, Hinduism is old, yeah? But nothing predates the African. And that's why I gave you the scientific facts originally about the Homo naledi, the Homo habilis and all that, because this is something that world over the scientists are saying at the moment. And remember what I said to you, that different extraterrestrials came here. So each race on the planet has their own extraterrestrials. So like the beings from Nirvana came to Bali, or in what they call in India today, and you have like, you know, Brahma, Shivu, all the, you know, they're gods. Some of those are extraterrestrials from the planet Nirvana, as I said. What it is, you have the three root races, and they're all related to extraterrestrials. So the African race will be related to what people call the Natiru, or we say in the proper tones, the Nataru, right? They come from Orion and Sirius. But you have like Pleiadians, Draconians, you have extra biological entities, or what people call greys, but there's different species of greys. You have the Ramadians, you have, do you know what I mean? You have the Duanis, you have the Teros, you have the Deros, you have
Maccabeans.
There's so many different species of beings that have mixed in with people on the planet, you know? So it's not as simple as, and this is what people are calling gods, you know, from the different races. But as we say, we represent the Wu Sabat, or the culture of the African.
Yeah, instead of using God, I think you should use modern day term extraterrestrials, because that's what they are. All extraterrestrials, if you want to call it Allah, yeah, all extraterrestrials. That's what's going on.
And some people might not like it, I might not sit too well, but you know what I mean?
That's what they are, man.
And let me make it simple, innit? Like, every scripture says God, Allah, blew into man, and man became a living soul. Yeah? So if we accept that, what's the essence of you then? Not this body, not the physical suit, not the bacteria that is your body, because there's something keeping you alive right now. And at some point, when whatever that is leaves, your body's just still. And then rigor mortis sets in, and you get hard, and you know what I mean? And like, you're lifeless, and everyone's like, he's dead. So what was it that was keeping you alive? And if we agree that's the essence of the Most High, Allah, Jehovah, whatever terms we want to use to call it, that's not from here. So that's an extraterrestrial, meaning it's something extra from somewhere else, and then we say it goes back, and then we will say heaven or hell, where, you know what I mean, you're going back to, if you're a good person, you're going to go to heaven. If you're a bad person, you're going to go to hell. But when we start deep in that, it doesn't even make sense in the sense of, why would a loving, caring God create something like hell? What would be the purpose of creating a place to torture people, for people to suffer, and they say forever? Like, you're going to burn eternally forever.
So you don't believe in heaven or hell?
We don't believe, remember?
Yeah.
we have to deal with that, because, like I said, you can believe what you want. It's fine, like, but we like to know. Yeah, so prove it, innit? The word heaven actually comes from the word haven, which is dealing with where ships dock. You know, like a space station, and they've been building a space station now. Elon Musk and Virgin, what's his name, Richard Branson, all these people are trying to go to space or go out of it. So what I'm saying is, a lot of it is just misinterpretations and a lack of knowledge, what people are interpreting things as, you know what I mean? So heaven, it's just different places, constellations, and different places you can go to.
Because if you look up the word heaven in the New Testament, you get the word Uranus.
Yeah.
Uranus, what does that sound similar like? Uranus, what does that sound like?
Rain?
Huh?
Rain?
He said rain. That's close. But that's the Greek.
Yeah.
So
Orion.
Right.
Yeah. And you can find that in Amos 5:8, Job 9:9. This is all in the scriptures. Yeah. So what we have to do is say, I think if you ask us a question, we can give you like the belief, and then we give you the real facts, the actual facts of what it is. Yeah, that kind of makes it clear, I think.
Yeah, I want your knowledge on the facts. Yeah, definitely. In Genesis, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light.
Yeah.
But then the sun was created a few days later. What was this light that God created?
Let there be light. Remember, number one, this is Enki and Enlil doing this work, yeah? And you have to go backwards to why this was taking place. That's why I said to you that in Genesis, they call it Genesis, and people think that's the beginning, but it's not. It's the reconstruction, because there was a meteorite shower that hit the planet, and the sun was blocked. Yeah, the rays of the sun was blocked, so the planet wasn't actually, it was like, there was hardly any life on it. So what Enki was doing is he was terraforming the planet by clearing the dust clouds. And this is the being that they're talking about when they're saying, he said, let there be light. Remember, it also goes on to say the greater light and the lesser light. And I already explained that before, because people think that the greater light is the sun and the lesser light is the moon. But as I said, you're dealing with the light within you. Yeah, because like I said, it says the light is in the darkness, and the darkness comprehends it not. So you're really dealing with your solar plexus. When you look at the word solar, I can actually go back. Let me give you like our solar system right now, yeah, how it was formed. Yeah? So you got all the planets in the solar system were part of a planet before that planet exploded. Yeah, that planet was known as Om. Yeah, that planet itself was once a part of another planet before that called Sal. And that planet was ruled by two beings called Sal and Arena, which is where you get they put their two names together to give you the word solar, yeah, because solar deals with the sun. That planet called Sal exploded to form the Milky Way, and then the Milky Way, as I said, the planets from there exploded to form our solar system. When the planet, you have to know how suns are born and how they die. And the evolution of a sun will, when it explodes, like the pieces of the sun, they get thrown out, and then they get caught in the magnetic pool of the mass. So in our solar system at the moment, the sun is literally it's now just hydrogen and helium that's constantly burning. That hydrogen and helium can burn for millions of years, but at some point, it's just fuel, like when you put fuel in your tank. At some point, that's going to run out. And when it runs out, then people that are living on the planets that are orbiting that sun, they go think of how to survive. And this has happened many, many times. So when you're saying sun, light, yeah, light. When you look in the sky, you see all the stars. Those are suns, but there's darkness surrounding all those suns. No matter how far you go, there's always darkness because light travels. Yeah, light travels at a speed, 186,272 feet per second, and no matter how fast it travels, it cannot escape the darkness. Yeah, so the darkness is so deep that when you're saying God created the light, you're really talking about one of these suns or one of these stars, which then form, like I said, solar system, and then you get galaxies. And now they've got the latest telescope they've got is called the James Webb Telescope, which they can look further now to see like the creation of like universes. And before that, they were using the Hubble telescope. So what I'm saying is like, when you're looking at what people are calling the beginning, there isn't one beginning. There's many beginnings, but people just go back to like the beginning of our universe. But there's 7 universes. I mean, some of this stuff people may not be familiar with or may not have heard, but it's not just like one light, because light is actually one of the problems, because we can go into how light forms with the photons, and now that you use the word illumination, tie into the Illuminati, the people that are running the world, and they're blinding people with the light of religion, you see. So there's a lot more to the story. So when you start going into the Illuminati, because that means the illuminated ones, but as I said, darkness precedes light, because in the Bible it tells you, it says, God said, let there be light, as you just quoted. So if God is saying, let there be light, what state is he in before he creates the light? Darkness. So darkness is actually better, and it goes into racism and all of that, because like light people are favored over darker people. And you know, like I said, it's kind of deep when we go into the whole light and dark, and because if we were to lock off the lights in this room right now and we never met each other and we were just in pitch blackness, you would only feel our vibrations of each other. You wouldn't be able to discriminate about who's taller, who's shorter, who's lighter, who's, you know what I mean? That comes with light, because light brought about chaos. Right. Yeah. But as I said, we can go even further if you want to. But you know, we could be all night. You know? It's really up to you how much time you wanna, you know what I mean? But
yeah, fair enough. I'm gonna ask you a few random questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is your knowledge on whether the Earth is flat or round?
Okay, it's not flat.
Why
or shall I say, again, with everything here, it's a perspective. Like you can look at something from one perspective and it will appear a certain way. You look at it from another perspective, it's not going to be the same. So what it is like, there is information that people are using to try and say the Earth is flat. But I'll be like, okay, if the Earth is flat, is it a square or is it a circle? Even if it's flat. Because you can see that thing circle and this is a black thing here, square, yeah? Which one is it? Or what's the shape of it? If it's flat, I'm just trying to show you how simple we can look at this. If it's a square, that means you can get to the edge of it and fall off. Either way you go. Now, even if it's a circle, you can still get to the edges.
Yeah.
So when they're saying the Earth is flat, it's like, okay, we know the circumference of the planet. We know the diameter. We know the radius, because this is all mathematics, yeah? Because the pyramids of Egypt were built and they match up with like the star constellation of Orion. This is supreme mathematics. How are they able to do that from a flat, like if you're not on an aerial projection, when you're looking down on something, it's different from when you're looking at it from the side. Like most people, when they think of the Orion star constellation, they see like the 2 at the top, the 2 at the bottom with the belt, yeah? Now, if you were looking at it from another angle, you're not going to see that. So what I'm saying is like, you got satellites up there now, you got the way nature works, yeah? The way nature works is things are formed from a dot and then they spiral outwards, yeah? So like the universe, the uni means one, and then it spirals outwards. So you look at nature, you look at the Fibonacci, see the way things are formed, it's all dealing with things being round, yeah? And so I'm saying if you took, I normally do this experience to this experiment to show you. If you took a square and you took a pencil and you put it through the middle of it and you spin it, you know what you're going to see? A circle. Because when it's moving, it turns into a circle. So what it is just literally perspectives of how you're seeing and looking at things. So when you're saying the earth is flat, okay, people, they say there's a dome, and that's how you can't get out of it because it's flat. But like I said, there's too much evidence that supports it being not flat. So we don't advocate that it's flat in that sense. But as I said, there's ways you can look at it that may appear that way. But it's not, to me, it's not factual.
It's not recorded by the ancients anyway. Our ancestors never recorded the earth or the sphere, globe as flat. If you look at all the ancient carving, you see it's round. You don't see no flat. So these people come up with these concepts of flat earth. It's just like...
And then you got like the Anunnaki and all these other, you know what I mean, like stories that explain where they come from. And, you know, they say in Genesis that angels came down from heaven. But again, if you're a flat earth theorist, believer or whatever, do you then not support the Bible and the Quran and the religious books? Do you know what I mean? Which one is it? Like we have to, which one are we? If we say we do believe that, then they're saying God is in heaven, Allah is in heaven and all of that, then next minute you're saying flat earth. So everything started from the earth. It doesn't make sense.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What inspires you in life?
Seeing us as a people like do better for ourselves, coming up with making things better and with the information as well. Once one applies that, transforms one into a better person, and like with that knowledge you can like spread it, try and help other people as well become better people. We've been suppressed so long for 6,000 years, so with this information it's enlightening us, it's doing better for us.
Yeah.
Making us more respect one another on that kind of aspect there, yeah.
For me, everyone has potential in it. Like, it's being able to tap into your potential and bring the best out of yourself in any field, because honestly, you are the God. Do you know what I mean? And when you say that to people, like we already gave you quotes like Psalms 82:6,
John 10:34.
John 10:34, where it literally tells you you're God. And if you're God, you can do anything. You can create. This is the question I like to ask people. Did man create God or did God create man? Meaning that until someone told you about that word God, it didn't exist. So somebody had to come up with that word at some point in time, and now people are using it. So man has created the term God, but really, when you look at what and who God is, it's you, males or females. So you need to bring out that godliness in yourself. Now, what it is, this last point, what it is that when you are God, like the description of God is that he's all powerful, he's all knowing, he's all wise, he's the creator. You have to take on the responsibility of being a God. So you have to deal with all the suffering on the planet. You have to deal with the homelessness. You have to deal with things with love, care, make sure. That's what we say, like in religion, they say God can do anything. They say in Islam, Allah can go kun fayakun, which means be and it is. And we're like, okay, why don't he just click his finger and get rid of all the sin on the planet and all the wickedness and all the evil on the planet, since he can do that? And it's the same in every religion. Like, we say these things because when you then put God to the test, it doesn't add up. Like, Jesus came to save the world of sin, as they say, but he couldn't save himself, and there's still sin in the world. So really, when you become God, you have to take on the responsibility of everything, like making sure everyone is basically doing their best. So for me, it's looking at people's potential and getting them to spark that light, turn that key on to know that, you know, is it not written in your laws, ye are gods? So you can actually start, like in our community, start doing godly things. Do you know what I mean? Because you say you're God and then you're doing ungodly things. It doesn't make sense, you know. So you have to take on the responsibility of building the schools, building the businesses, building the hospitals, building whatever we need. You have to be able to do that, or we have to be able to do that, because we work together and not really individualists. Yeah, so that's the passion for me every day, is getting up and just making sure we can link up what you guys are doing here. Like, we want to thank you, because like the media now can reach the world, innit? Like, so what you lot are doing, giving us the platform and the opportunity to be able to speak, and then you don't know who's listening and who this is going to spark off, and that might be their journey wherever it takes them, you know what I mean? But at least their potential, because some people are afraid to ask questions, and we're like, no. When you're a child, mum, what's this, mum, what's that? You ask questions all the time until your parents get fed up with you and they go, shut up. But yeah, just ask questions and learn, and just know that you have this potential. You can be anything you want to be. You know? So yeah, thank you guys for having us. Yeah.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. School to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy Lance, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs out barking. I'm up below yourself, won't stop recording. Then he said I got to start parking. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the soul. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the wrong reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with nobody. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, I gotta give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, all you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
This happens when you text and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
The Bible is a revelation of eternal truth. This eternal truth is called in Scripture Jesus Christ. It is written without regard for secular history. It's all about Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ defines himself as the truth. He said, I am the truth. And that is our subject tonight. all about Jesus Christ. But I'm speaking of the power of God, for Jesus Christ is described in Scripture as the creative power of God and the wisdom of God. We are told that Jesus Christ is in you. Do you not realize that Christ is in you? Unless, of course, you fail to meet the test. So I'm speaking of a creative power buried in man, the only creative power in the world. So completely forget secular history when you read Scripture. It's all about a power that is in you. Now he defines himself as the truth, that I am the truth. But God's truth is not so much contrasted with falsehood as it is with fickleness. Choose this day whom you will serve. Then we are told, he replied, I choose to serve the Lord. Then he asked the crowd, and they said, we will serve the Lord. Then he said, you are witnesses to yourself. And so we are witnesses to ourselves, whether we are truly serving the Lord, which is the truth. Now who is he and what is he? I tell you, he is your own wonderful human imagination. That is Christ Jesus of Scripture. That is God. That is the Lord. Now, I would try to explain it, and you may say, well, I will believe it, and I, to the best of my ability, I will be faithful to it. And then, suddenly, you turn away. You come home and you say, I met so-and-so today, and you know what he said to me? As long as my business opens and continues, you have a job. You've turned completely from your confidence and your faith in God, which is your own imagination, to a man. And all men are liars. As we are told, they're all liars. 2 months later, you're fired. You came home and you're so proud that he's going to keep you forever. Who wants to be kept forever on any one job? Is there no growth, no expansion in it? And so it is the contrast of truth in Scripture is not with falsehood. It is with fickleness. Man turns from the one true God to another that is no God. So I ask you tonight to believe me. The Christ of Scripture is your own wonderful human imagination. That is God. And there is nothing impossible to God if you know the true God. If you think he's on the outside, well then you do not know the true God. Do you not realize that Jesus Christ is in you? Unless, of course, you fail to meet the test. I hope you'll realize we have not failed in the test. Now, everything is possible to us. Well, how do I do it, and how do I go about testing it and proving it? If I really believe it, that my imagination is God, and there is no other God, that everything in my world, no matter what it is today, it was first imagined. The suit I wear, the building that now houses me, the chairs, everything in the world had to be first imagined and then executed. But it first had to be imagined. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. And I said, well, I'll believe him. I will put all my faith in him. Now, to what extent will I be faithful? For truth in Scripture is the steadfast faithfulness of God. As we are told, I will make a covenant with you. My steadfast faithfulness and sure love to David. That is my covenant with you. I have made him a witness to the people. Tonight I will tell you what it means. I'll tell you exactly what that covenant is with us. He is a witness to this truth of God. He called him his son. He will not violate it. He tells me now he dwells in me as my very being. He dwells in me, and he's going to prove to me that his covenant will not be violated. His covenant is, I have made a covenant with you. My steadfast, sure love for David. I made him a witness to the people. What witness? That he is my son, and I dwell in you. I have found him in me as my imagination, and I can't get away from my imagination. I can't put it over there and remain here. There's no place where I can go and put it elsewhere. If I dream, I am the dreamer. That's imagination. If I wake, and no matter what I'm doing, I'm imagining. And I cannot separate myself from this core of my own being, which is my imagination. He became the very core of my being. And now he's made a pledge to me that I will actually prove one day that his pledge to me, his covenant with me, is kept. His sure and steadfast love for David, I will know. And he tells me David is his son. Thou art my son, today I have begotten thee. And if he dwells in me as my own imagination, one day, if he keeps his pledge, I must know I am the father of David. For he is the father of David. Now, can I be faithful to that being who said to me that he is faithful to his covenant with me? Or will I tomorrow, or tonight, or next year, be fickle and turn from the only God to something that is not God? Now, I'll tell you a story. Take a scene, any scene in the world, which would imply that you are the one that you want to be. I don't care what you want to be. Take a scene. When you look at it, if it implies that you are the man, the woman that you want to be, who is looking at it? God is looking at it. God is your own wonderful human imagination. And all things are possible to God. Will you now remain faithful to what you are seeing and keep that vision in time of trouble? Or will you be diverted and then turn to something that is not God? If you remain faithful to God, knowing that God is your own wonderful human imagination, no power on earth can stop it from coming to pass, because there is no other power. If you turn to false gods, turn to a man who makes you all kinds of promises, you're turning to a false god. If you remain faithful to this and this only God, you cannot fail in this world. That is what Scripture teaches. It's a complete revelation of an eternal truth. Written. If you remain faithful to this and this only God, you cannot fail in this world. That is what Scripture teaches. It's a complete revelation of an eternal truth, written without regard for secular history. When you read these characters in Scripture, forget characters. They aren't characters. As you and I are persons, they aren't persons. They are eternal states through which you and I pass. We pass through these states, coming into a climax. And the climax is called Jesus Christ, which also is a state. When you reach that state, you have found God. And everything said of him in Scripture will be said of you. Everything is said of him that he experienced, you will experience. David in Scripture called him my God. David in the Spirit will call you my God, which means my Father. For God is Father. He will call you my Lord. He will call you my Father. And you will know that he is your Father. And the covenant is kept. We have to keep it on our side here, as it is kept by the eternal being. So truth in Scripture does not mean what we think it means here. For instance, a true judgment on this world of Caesar means that if I say that a flower is here, and there is no flower to support my claim, well then it's a false judgment. A true judgment must conform to the facts, and if the facts will not support my judgment, then we call it a false judgment. That's not what Scripture speaks about. It allows me to say that a flower is here. It allows me to say that I am seeing what my mortal eye cannot see. It allows me to see that I am actually seeing what is not there to be seen, that my mortal eye cannot see. And if I dare to persist in my assumption that it is there, and I'm seeing it, and sleep in it as though it were true, it will become an objective fact. That's what Scripture teaches. That when you pray, believe that you have received and you will. Whatever you desire, believe you have it and you will. I must not wait for facts to believe that I am the man that I want to be. I produce the facts if I know who I am. And I am all imagination. So I'm an imagining being, and I'm imagining that I am what I would like to be. I persist in my imagination, believing it to be true now. If I persist in my assumption, it will become a fact. That's what Scripture teaches. Do I really believe in that God? Or am I fickle? And am I turning from that God, the only God, to something that is not a God? That is the question asked in Scripture. So in the book of Joshua, choose this day whom you will serve. And Joshua replied, we choose the Lord. Now the Lord really means I am. It's the only God in the world. That is my name forever. Forever and forever. So I will choose to serve the Lord. And the Lord is I am. Then he turns to the people. You make your choice. And there's a we choose the Lord. He said, you are witnesses to your choice. We are witnesses, said the people. But they soon forgot and turned to some false god. Now you can, morning, noon, and night, check yourself as to whether you're really believing in the only true God or putting your faith in a false God. So I'm not saying that men should not be trusted, but don't put your hope in any man in this world. Oh, they'll tell you all kinds of things. I have friends of mine who will say to me, I just came back, you know what the boss said to me? The job is yours forever. I'm speaking now from experience. 2 months later, he was fired. He didn't do one thing that was wrong. There was a change in policy, and his department was simply closed. And he had put all confidence and all faith in that man. Another one, something similar. 40-odd years ago, when I was fired from J.C. Penney, running up and down the elevator, putting hats in bins, doing all kinds of silly, stupid things. And they gave me the large sum of money of $22 a week. Of course, that was years ago. And I asked the man, why did you fire me? What have I done? He said, you haven't done anything that's wrong, but there's a little change in the economy at the moment, and so we have to let out people, and you have to be let out. You've been here a year, and so you've been very good, but we have to simply economize now, and that job, at the moment, we have to dispense with it. I said, where I came from, we don't do that. A man doesn't steal and he doesn't violate the code of decency. They go through these ups and downs and keep him. But we don't do that here, he said. You simply have to cut bait quickly. He thought, well, now this man is a greenhorn. I was only 18 years old, so I could take this little letter over to my friend at Macy's. And they gave me a little letter at Macy's. And so they reduced me from $22 to $18 a week, doing the same stupid things, this time in the grocery department, filling bins with all kinds of cans. So I worked there about 10 months. I figured no one's going to fire me ever again. I'm going to quit. And so I quit. I went to the boss. I said, I'm quitting as of now. So what's wrong? I said, nothing. Not a thing is wrong, but I'm quitting. I'm going to work for myself from now on. Not working for anyone. Well, I did work for others, but I never considered it working for others. I was on my own. Started dancing. I couldn't dance. Never took a dancing lesson in my life, but I said I can dance. Started to dance. You can do anything in this world that you want. Didn't take any lessons, so they picked me up and said, all right, he's arrogant enough to do it. Let him do it. And so I did it. I danced for 11 years, 6 Broadway shows, all through the country in vaudeville, nightclubs, by sheer arrogance, by feeling I can do it. I'm telling you, you can do anything in this world that you want to do. But you've got to find Christ. He is the only creator in the world. And when people talk about Christ on the outside, forget it. There is no Christ on the outside. Christ in you is the hope of glory. And Christ in you is your own wonderful human imagination. That is Christ. And there is no other Christ. He is buried within you. One day he will rise within you. Not as another, he will rise within you, and you are Christ. No loss of identity and no change of identity. Same being, only all the things said of him begins to happen in you. It is said of him that David called him my father. He called you my father. And you know he is your son, and you know you are his father. As the Son of Man was lifted up like a serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be lifted up in you. And you are lifted up in the same manner. May I tell you? It is said that the whole temple was fit from top to bottom. And then he said, that temple was my body. Well, your body is fit from top to bottom. And you are saying just like a fiery serpent, the same thing. You find yourself in a grave, and you come out of the grave, it happens to you. There were witnesses to your birth, it happens to you. A dove descended upon him, and that was called the Holy Spirit, and it remained on him, it happens to you. The whole thing actually happens in you, on you, and then you know who you are. I am telling you that you are suffering tonight. The whole vast world is suffering from amnesia. Total amnesia. Because they think that they are John Brown. And you come out of the grave, it happens to you. There were witnesses to your birth, it happens to you. A dove descended upon him, and that was called the Holy Spirit, and it remained on him, it happens to you. The whole thing actually happens in you, on you, and then you know who you are. I am telling you that you are suffering tonight. The whole vast world is suffering from amnesia. Total amnesia. Because they think that they are John Brown. They think that they're Neville Goddard. They think that they're Mary Smith. And they are Jesus Christ. Now, if you are Jesus Christ and you don't know it, and he does all things in the world, then remain John Brown. And worship some Jesus Christ that does not exist. If a man tonight is suffering from total amnesia, and as John Smith, he has a fortune, but he believes himself John Brown, and John Brown doesn't have a penny. And you come before him and you try to convince him he is John Smith. Can't believe it. You bring his wife, you bring his children, you bring his family, bring all the people to remind him that he is John Smith. But he can't believe it. Hit him over the head, give him shocks, do all kinds of things to him, but he can't believe he's John Smith. He knows he's John Brown, who doesn't have a nickel. And John Smith has a fortune. You ask him to sign his name John Smith, he will not do it. That's against his ethical code. He is John Brown. You are Jesus Christ. Believing yourself Mary Smith, and whatever it is you believe yourself to be. And I can't persuade you that you are Jesus Christ. You're suffering from complete and total amnesia. One day you will awake. You will awake within the grave of your own skull and remember who you are. It's only a matter of remembrance. May I tell you? You aren't going to earn it. When I return to the being that I really am, I don't earn it. It's grace. Grace and truth come through Jesus Christ. And grace is a gift, unmerited, unearned. And so memory returns. So he said, now, follow the pattern of the true words which you have heard from me. Guard the truth that has been entrusted to you by the Holy Spirit who dwells within us. Well, who is the Holy Spirit? We are told he is our remembrance. We are told the Holy Spirit, when he comes unto you, he will bring to your remembrance all that you have heard from me. The Holy Spirit is the Spirit of truth. And what I have told you is true. And he will bring to your remembrance all that I have told you. But who is he? He is your own remembrance that you have forgotten. You've completely forgotten your own identity. He will come. And when he comes, you haven't earned it. It's simply a man awakening from amnesia. And he awakens to what? To what he was before he lost his memory. We lost our memory deliberately, purposely, to come into this world. And one day, memory will return. And when that memory returns, we are the Lord Jesus Christ. And there is no other Lord Jesus Christ. But in the interval, I am asking you to test it. If you really are, and all things are made by him, and all things are his, then I should be able to appropriate anything in this world that I desire. Well, if it is true, how would I test it? Well, first, believe in your own wonderful human imagination. At the moment when I tell you that that is Jesus, you don't believe it. But I'm telling you it is. And all things are his. Now, if he really has all things, I can't remember that I am the Lord Jesus Christ, but if I really am, can I, though I still think I am Neville Goddard, can I really now put it to the test? Suppose as Neville Goddard, I begin just for a moment to believe I am what Neville Goddard does not believe he is, but I'll try to believe that I am. And then I become it. Well, I become it. And then I try it again. And I become it. Then I try it again. And I try it for friends. And all of a sudden, it does produce itself in action. It produces itself in performance. Well then, although I still don't know that I really am Jesus Christ, because I haven't had the signs yet, I am proving that the power of which he spoke is true. Or I am proving it in performance. Christ. I am telling you, memory will return, and you're going to find out who you are. And when you find out who you are, I am telling you who you are. You are the Lord Jesus Christ. And there is no other. Actually, you became what you are, suffering from amnesia, for a purpose, for a divine purpose. And one day you will awaken and you will know exactly who you are. And you are the Lord Jesus Christ. That's what the Bible is all about. It's a revelation of an eternal truth written without regard to secular history. So forget the story as history. Here this is 1971. The story told of David is written 1000 BC. Who would believe that a man living today, born in the year 1905, is totally aware as memory returns? And he who was supposed to have been born 1000 BC, that's 3,000 years ago, stands before me as a youth. And I am his father. And he knows I am his father. Then where is time? Where is the story, if you take it in a chronological sense? If you take it as secular history, where is it? You rub it out completely. And I am telling you what I know from my own experience. And if men should come into my world, coming in the twinkle of an eye from afar, and all of a sudden they are witnessing an experience that now is the return of my memory. For all of a sudden I wake in a tomb. How long have I been there? And who put me there? I awaken and I know exactly what I must do in order to come out of it. And they are witnessing my birth or return of my memory. For that's what it is. For I woke from a profound sleep. That's resurrection. Who will read a story in the 5th chapter of 2 Samuel, where David took the stronghold of Zion and renamed it the city of David. He called it Jerusalem, the house where God loves most of all. Of all the dwelling places of Jacob, he loves Zion, and that's where God dwells. And he took it by going up the water shaft. And he took it in one sudden assault. And he built that area by which he would ascend from the outside in and up at the same time. Therefore he could only build it in a spiral. And he took it in one sudden assault. Who would have thought for one moment that you would experience that in the only way you could ever experience it? That suddenly your body is split in two from top to bottom. And you look at the base of your severed body. At the base is a golden, liquid, pulsing light. As you contemplate it, you know it is yourself. And you fuse with it. And at the moment of fusion, one sudden assault in a spiral, fiery manner, you ascend into Zion. And there you are, as told in Scripture. They take it by violence to come out of it. And they are witnessing my birth or return of my memory. For that's what it is. For I woke from a profound sleep. That's resurrection. Who will read a story in the 5th chapter of 2 Samuel, where David took the stronghold of Zion and renamed it the city of David. He called it Jerusalem, the house where God loves most of all. Of all the dwelling places of Jacob, he loves Zion, and that's where God dwells. And he took it by going up the water shaft. And he took it in one sudden assault. And he built that area by which he would ascend from the outside in and up at the same time. Therefore he could only build it in a spiral. And he took it in one sudden assault. Who would have thought for one moment that you would experience that in the only way you could ever experience it? That suddenly your body is split in two from top to bottom. And you look at the base of your severed body. At the base is a golden, liquid, pulsing light. As you contemplate it, you know it is yourself. And you fuse with it. And at the moment of fusion, one sudden assault in a spiral, fiery manner, you ascend into Zion. And there you are, as told in Scripture. They take it by violence. The violence takes it by force. And the whole thing reverberates. And does it reverberate? Your skull reverberates so you think the whole thing is coming apart. But it doesn't. You take it by violence. That's how David took it. But then who is he? And that's how the Son of Man ascends into heaven. And everything recorded in Scripture is literally true. The words are fricative, but truth is literal. And you do it in the same manner. Everyone does it in that manner. I'm sharing with you my experiences. I'm telling you, I am not something apart. Believe me. As human as anyone here. All the weaknesses of the flesh, I've had them. I've had many of them still, for that matter. And yet, in spite of all these things, He's spoken of in Scripture, unfolded within me. So I tell you, you are only suffering from amnesia. I can tell you now who you are, but like a person, if you've ever seen one, it's a very pleasant sight, may I tell you, to meet someone you know well and love well, and they do not know you. To meet someone who may know you before a certain point in time, and in an interval of time they do not know you at all. That section of time is completely gone. And then they go for maybe 10 years, and there is no knowledge whatsoever in that interval of 10 years. And all that the doctors can do to bring them back, they can't bring them back to have any knowledge of what happened in those 10 years. Our hospitals are filled with them. It's not a pleasant sight to stand before someone that you love dearly, and you always believe they love you, and they do not recognize you. They do not know you. And you can say anything in this world that you want. They cannot register anything that you're saying. Complete amnesia or partial amnesia. You and I are suffering from total amnesia until Christ returns within and awakens, because you're only Christ. There is nothing but Christ in the world. There is nothing but God in the world. God became as we are, that we may be as He is. And so, I'm not denying that you are playing a certain part, and believe it implicitly. But believe me, you can, while you can't quite bring back the memory that you're Jesus Christ, you can exercise the power that is Jesus Christ. And I tell you, He is your wonderful human imagination. And you can take your imagination now, see what you would like to see, believe in the reality of what you're seeing, persist in that assumption, and it will harden into fact. Now, if all things were made by Him, and then you know what you did to make it, try it again, and then try it again. And if it works, as it will work, then at least you do know that in some strange way, though I cannot bring back the identity of being the Lord Jesus Christ, I can prove a power within me of which I was formerly unaware. And one day, suddenly, it will happen to you. And you will awaken. And when you awaken, you are the Lord Jesus Christ. And you and I will be one. Equal. Let no one tell you one because he came before you in the awakening process is precede you in rank. No, he can't precede you in rank because there is only one Lord Jesus Christ. So should you tonight awaken, and I awoke almost 12 years ago, this coming July, I will not precede you in rank. No one will precede another in rank. We're all one. And when you know it, you don't want to precede another in rank. For the Lord is one, and his name is one. And the Lord will be king over all the earth, and in that day the Lord will be one, and his name one. And all of us will form one body, one spirit, one Lord, one God, and Father of all. So here, the truth of Scripture is not a conflict between what we call truth and error, or truth and falsehood, so much as it is between the true God and our steadfast love for him and our fickleness. So we are fickle, and we move away from the true God and worship the false God. So tonight, believe me, and see if we cannot, in the immediate present, I do not mean next year, I do not even mean next month, and it's only a little days away, but now, try it. He said, who will believe our report? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Now you think that's sheer poetry, beautiful imagery. May I tell you that is true? Just as the prophet Isaiah wrote it. Who has believed our report? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? The arm is called in Scripture the power of God. And the power of God is called Christ. And may I tell you, it is an actual story he is telling, for it happened to me. Here I am in a room not as big as this, but square like this. And I'm seated on the floor talking to my pupils, as it were. Call them disciples, if you will. Explaining the Word of God. And suddenly, one of these listening to me seated on the floor rises quickly and departs the room. And I knew instantly what he was going to do. He is going to tell the authorities what I am teaching. I am teaching of a king that is not Caesar. I am teaching of a power unknown to mortal man. I am teaching them that in them is the king that transcends all the Caesars of the world, all the powers known to man. And he rises quickly and leaves the room. I knew instantly the authorities would know it and what would happen. And suddenly the door opens, and this one, dressed in the most glorious robe of the finest raiment, enters. Tall, handsome man. And here he comes down, and he turns at right angles, turns at right angles, turns at right angles, and comes and faces me. Now we're all standing. The authorities would know it, and what would happen. And suddenly the door opens, and this one, dressed in the most glorious robe of the finest raiment, enters. Tall, handsome man. And here he comes down, and he turns at right angles, turns at right angles, turns at right angles, and comes and faces me. Now we're all standing. Then he takes from his attendant a mallet and a wooden peg, and he hammers it into my shoulder. Didn't hurt, but he hammers this peg into my shoulder. Then he takes a sharp instrument, and with one circular motion, he removes my sleeve, and my arm is bare from my shoulder to the ends of my fingers. Completely bare, the right arm. And then he extends his arms like a cross, embraces me, and kisses me on the neck. I kissed him on the neck. And then the scene is fading and fading and fading. And thy sleeve was a baby blue color as he tossed it away. And here is scripture. Would you come out and betray the Son of God with a kiss? Would you reveal him? Because the Son of God is the arm of God. For the Son of God is the power and the wisdom of God. Would you now unveil him and betray his identity? He had to. Everything said in Scripture is true. And when you awake, these things happen. They all happen to you. So it's only the arm. Now, certainly this arm is not as strong as the average strong man's arm in this world. It's a normal arm. That's only an image. It's only a symbol of the being that awoke within you. You are the arm of God, or the power of God, the wisdom of God. And he will now use you in the play just as he does. For he nailed upon you the pain, as you're told in Isaiah, and then for a season you will be in control. Only for a season you'll carry the burden of Israel. And then you'll break the pay and take it off, and another will carry it. And another will carry it. But in that interval, you will carry it. And you are the power of God and the wisdom of God. And he comes in and he unveils me. Unveils not the body, unveils the arm. For it's the arm that symbolizes the power of God, the creative power of God. And that happened in 1966. 10th day of October, 1966. So I can't forget them. These dates are indelibly impressed upon me. Everything said of him, I, having awakened within myself, must experience. And everything said of him, you must experience as he awakens within you. So do not let anyone tell you of any Jesus Christ outside of you. You're not going to find him. He speaks within you, and he dreams the life that you are now experiencing. He's dreaming that life. And one day he will awaken, and then memory will return, and you will not be John Brown. You will be, and you will know it, for Jesus Christ. And you go to bed at night, and you'll put down John Brown, as the world sees John Brown on the bed, but you fall asleep as Jesus Christ. And your nights are not the nights that they were prior to that moment. You're instructing, and you're teaching. And you aren't frightened, not a thinking frightened in any dream. No more nightmares. Just teaching that anything happen, you know exactly who you are, and you simply arrest it. If it don't hurt, you arrest it. Just let things move. For memory has returned. And the being who was all in the beginning has now returned. In the morning you'll pick up the little garment called John Brown, and you'll go through life as John Brown, not trying to disturb anyone in the world. So when it's called John, you answer. Mr. Brown, you answer. But you know exactly who you are. And you're playing a dual part until the end, when you take off for the last time John Brown.
Caribbeans, we're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs out barking. I'm up below the cell phone, start recording. Then he said I get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the store. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the word reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gotta give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BayesianVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BayesianVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BayesianVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BajanVibesRadio.com.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings and welcome to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, 246 Live. It is 9:01 a.m. on Thursday, the 29th day of February, 2024, and we are coming to you live from Bridgetown in Barbados. Looks a bit overcast here all now, but the weather has been kind of funny. That is not our usual weather patterns, but it is what we have today. I have some relatives in here from Canada visiting, and they've gone now to the beach, I believe, from the last message I got, and hoping that they will get. No, they're actually out walking right now, have been out walking, and should be heading to the beach soon. But I trust that the weather will hold up for the last couple of days of their visit. So, Linda and your sister, I wish you well here in Barbados. I haven't had a chance to spend time with you yet, but hopefully before you leave, I believe tomorrow, we'll get a chance to do something. Anyway, to those of you out there in Winterland, whether it's Canada, Britain, Germany, Finland, wherever you're watching from here on 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, I'm sending you a bit of sunshine from right here in sunny Bridgetown, Barbados. Well, not so much sunny today, but generally sunny Bridgetown, Barbados. And I don't want to have to qualify that, but truth of the matter is that it is a little bit, the rain is coming. I can see it clearly. Rain is coming. But wishing you a prosperous and healthy day otherwise, and all of you, those of you here in the island as well, and through the Caribbean. And we give thanks and blessings and praise for your well-being today, Most High God. Anyway, we thank you. It's been a little bit testy today because I've had some internet confusion going on, and I see this fly here keeps wanting to. He's just come and land on my head now, right? So anyway, we seem to, be suffering a little bit of disturbance on the internet. I trust that it will hold up properly, but I've had a couple of wobbles and blackouts so far. I'm supposed to have some guests in. I'm holding strain because I'm not sure if the codes that I sent out are still working or what. But in any event, we will persevere. I will play you another video, and I'm going to keep working at it till I get it right. Okay, so hang in there and be blessed.
They say it's the 9th day of December, the 12th month of the pagans, but it is the 27th day of Chislev, which is the 9th month of the Hebrew Israelite calendar. And it's a Sabbath, so we say welcome everybody, welcome and happy Sabbath. Today's lesson is entitled Israel, Bantu, Igbo, Yoruba, and the E1B1A1 genetics. And as usual, I will not be able to say everything that pertains to this topic. We only have maybe a half hour to do this video. And so I will not be able to cover every aspect of this subject. So I know that there are some people on my comment board who will say, hey, brother, you forgot to say this, or you're leaving this out, or you're skipping out this. Well, it's not because I'm skipping it out. It's just that there's not enough time to make reference to everything. And I've just wanted to touch on the basics so we can make the point. So again, Israel, Bantu, Igbo, Yoruba, and the E1B1A1 genetics. So Israel, Igbo, Bantu, Yoruba, and the E1A1 genetics, right? And there's a lot that's been said about this genetics, this E1B1A1 genetics. And people like to brag about it. A lot of our people like to brag about it, that they carry the E1B1A1 genetics. And for good reasons. And we're going to talk about it a little bit today. And as usual, we will tie the pieces together. We'll tie the pieces together. And as you can see, this map on the right side of your screen, you might be familiar with this map by now because we've used it before in other previous lessons. But this map is the map of Africa of sub-Sahara. And it is the same section of Africa, the sub-Saharan section of Africa, that we have proven to be occupied by the 10 tribes of the Northern Kingdom of Israel predominantly, and also residue of the Southern Kingdom of Judah in West Sub-Sahara. And we're going to talk about it today and see whether we can tie the knots. All right, so it talks about, we're talking about the Igbo people, and I've done a little bit of research here on the Igbo people. We're going to talk about that today. And this is a search in Wikipedia concerning the Igbo people. And I have friends who are Igbo. I have quite a few friends who are Igbo, and also Yoruba. And I have had conversations with my Igbo friends concerning the Yoruba people. And I've never really asked the difference between an Igbo and a Yoruba. I've never asked it. Why? Because I always thought I always thought that they were different, that they were of different biological ancestral ethnicity. I always thought that. Okay? In the same way that I've always thought that the Bantu people are of a specific biological ancestral ethnicity. I always thought that. Until I started doing the research and come to find out that the Bantu people who are divided up and separated by the colonizers in very recent times, are separated by language. That the word Bantu is an ethno-linguistic term that is used to separate these people into 500 or more different categories of people speaking different variations of the dialect. That's what it is. And so I became curious to see who are the Igbo people and whether or not the Igbo is exactly the same way. Now, the Igbo people are referred to as non-Bantu people, non-Bantu. The Igbo, the Yoruba, are referred to as non-Bantu. And we're going to find out today, why is this so? And what is the difference between a Yoruba, an Igbo, and a Bantu? So let's start by reading what it says here in the research. And I'm very comfortable in using Wikipedia. Okay. You can use other sources, and that's fine. If you have any other sources that contradict this, I ask that you bring it forward, okay? But most of the references that I've gone back to check bear out the same ideas, basically, of what we're going to present here today. Excuse me. So it goes on to say that the Igbo people, and we have different pronunciations. I'm not going to go into the different pronunciations, right? The different spellings. Igbo is one of them. Igbo is another. Igbo is another. Okay, I'm not going to go into all of that. But it says that they are an ethnic group in Nigeria. They are primarily found in Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, and I hope I'm saying these words correctly, Enugu, and Imo states. Now, when I first read that, I thought that this term, an ethnic group, meant a biological ancestral ethnicity. That's what I thought. It says a sizable Igbo population is found in Delta and River states. Ethnic Igbo populations are found in Cameroon, Gabon, and the Equatorial Guinea as migrants, as well as outside Africa. So you can find Igbo people outside of Africa. It goes on to say that there has been much speculation about the origins of the Igbo people. And in the past, when I read that, I thought that they meant that it was difficult for them to tell what their biological ancestry was, where they originated in terms of biological ancestry. That's what I thought this phrase or this sentence means when it says that their origin are met with much speculation. They say it is largely unknown. This leads me to think that they are not sure of, or they do not know the origin of the Igbo people. And again, I'm thinking biological ethnicity. That's what I'm thinking. Anyway, it goes on to say that geographically, the Igbo homeland is divided into two equal sections by the Niger River. An eastern, which is the larger of the two, and a western section. It says that the Igbo people are one of the largest ethnic groups in Africa. The Igbo people are one of the largest ethnic groups in Africa. And, it amazes me how the word ethnic keeps repeating itself. And I believe that this is done on purpose for us to think that they're talking about biological ethnicity. Until you get to the next paragraph. And it says, the Igbo language. Hold on. I thought that the Igbo were a people. But it says the Igbo language is part of the Niger-Congo family of languages. It's part of the Niger-Congo language family. And that's when I started to scratch my head, because I thought that these people were an ethnic group biologically. But they are called Igbo because of the languages that they speak, not because of their biological ethnicity. So Igbo is a ethno-linguistic term that is used to refer to these people. It says its regional dialects, its regional dialects in plural are somewhat mutually intelligible amidst the larger Igbo cluster. Now, does this not sound familiar? Does this not sound exactly the same way as the Bantu? This is the very same terminology that is used to describe the Bantu people. It goes on to say that the Igbo homeland straddles the lower Niger River, east and south of Idoid and Iboid groups, and west of the Ibiboid. And by the way, Ibiboid just means crossover the river cluster. So what we have happening here is that there is what is called the Igboid cluster, which is a group of people speaking certain dialects, as opposed to another group of people speaking the Idoid and the Idomoid and the Ibiboid dialects, which are referred to as Igbo. Now, it talks about the Niger-Congo family of languages. And I remember when we did the study on the Bantu people that this very same phrase was used, the Niger-Congo family of languages. And so I became curious. And family, if we go ahead and we just hover over this link, we will see that this link brings us to this map. And this map is the very same map that is used to describe the Bantu people. All right, let us go back to our page on the Bantu, and you're gonna see it's the exact same map, right? This is our study on the Bantu people. Watch. Remember this? This is the Bantu people. And it talks about the geographical area of the Bantu people, and it gives us this map, the very same map. And I want you to pay attention to something here. This map is captioned the map of the major Bantu languages shown within the Niger-Congo language family. So, Igbo is just one of the clusters of languages in the Niger-Congo family of languages. Igbo is not a biological ancestral ethnicity. And the Igbo people, just like the Bantu people, are divided up into many different categories and are referred to as the language and dialects that they speak. And it has zero to do with their biological ancestral ethnicity. Zero. It therefore means that an Igbo and a Bantu could be of the same biological ancestral ethnicity, the same people speaking two different languages on the same continent, not only on the same continent, but in the same state. And it's a masterful work that has been done by our enemies to fulfill Jeremiah 17 that we read earlier, verse 4, when the Lord said to the Israelites that thou even thyself shall discontinue from thine heritage which I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knewest not. This was accomplished masterfully by our colonizers, who decided to divide up the people and refer to them as the dialects in which they speak, and not based on their biological ancestral ethnicity. So what we're going to do today is to try to tie the people together. We're going to see if there's any evidence that an Igbo and a Yoruba and a Bantu is an Israelite. There must be something that is common between all these people that can tie them together. And we're going to see today if we can find it. Now, this article goes on to say, I'm gonna jump down to where it talks about the definition and the subgroups. Now remember, we're talking about the Igbo people. And we're gonna jump down here in the article where it's gonna talk about the definition and the subgroups. And it starts out by saying Igbo in parentheses is an ethnic identity developed comparatively recently. It's an ethnic identity developed comparatively recently in the context of the decolonization and the Nigerian Civil War. So this idea of calling and referring to people as Bantu is of Igbo, referring to people as Igbo is an ethnic identity, and by the way, it's an ethno-linguistic identity developed comparatively recently. And how recent is it? during the decolonization and the Nigerian Civil War. Not long ago. Not long ago, very, very recently, is when these colonizers have decided to refer to people based on their languages as Igbo, and to divide them up into different segments of people and refer to each segment as an ethnic identity based on what they speak. And we're going to look at some of the related subgroups, which they call ethnic groups of Igbo. First they start by referring to Igbo as a language. There it is, Igbo language. Then there are the Igboid languages. What are the Igboid languages? Different dialects of the Igbo language. Related ethnic groups. And these are the different related ethnic groups based on language. Igboid, we talked about that earlier. Igboid. The Efik, Anang, I hope I'm saying these words right. Ogoni, Iduma, Idu. Now, I had a friend who's from Idu State. I have a nurse friend who is from Idu State, right? And we talk a lot about the differences between Idu and the Yoruba. And I had no clue that they're the same people. It talks about the diaspora, which we're going to look into the diaspora. It talks about the Afro-Caribbean. We talked about that last night on our 12 tribes chart. We talked about that on our 12 tribes chart last night, about the Afro-Caribbean people who are part of the diaspora and the scattering of Israel. Now here they are telling us that the Igbo people of sub-Saharan West Africa finds its diaspora in Afro-Caribbean. African Americans, Americo-Liberians, and so on. All these people have been separated, not because they are different biological and different genetic ethnicity, but by language. Let's talk a little bit about the diaspora. And in this article, it makes reference to the diaspora. Here is the diaspora of the Igbo people. Here's the diaspora of our family that came out of sub-Saharan West Africa, that we are claiming as our brethren, and we're saying that you are of the 10 tribes or of the 12 tribes of Israel. The diaspora includes the United States. So all these, well, not all, but most of these Afro-Americans are African-American people. From West Africa, you are Igbo. Jamaica. Oh, y'all Jamaican people. What talk on Patois? Patois is Igbo. Because remember, it's a language. And it is the different variations of the dialect. So you Patois speaking Jamaicans, you are Igbo. It says here, let's read it. Igbo people in Jamaica Igbo people in Jamaica were trafficked by the Europeans into the island between 18th and 19th century as enslaved labor on plantation. Right? All y'all Jamaicans are Igbo. Igbo people constitute a large portion of the African population enslaved people in Jamaica. Jamaica received, I tell y'all Jamaicans that you are Israel from the tribe of Judah. You're Judah. Jamaica received the largest amount of enslaved people from the Igbo tribes, from the Igbo sets of languages. Okay? Also people from Trinidad and Tobago. I was reading something about the Trinidad people, that they have a certain dialect also in Trini. It's Igbo. The people of Tobago also. It talks about people from Canada and the United Kingdom. All these people are Igbo because you are divided up by language and not necessarily by your biological ancestral ethnicity. So the question is, what is it that ties all of us together? No, we already see when it talks about the Niger-Congo language family, that it made reference to this map, which is the Bantu map. And it talks about the Volta Congo, which are the areas in gray. These are the Bantu and Bantoid languages. These are languages. And then it speaks specifically about the Bantu people, which is this bright pink area. All these people here are Bantu. But there is no genetic difference between a Bantoid, an Igbo, a Yoruba, and any of these Bantu tribes. There's no genetic differences. These are the same people speaking different languages. Another example of that is the Jamaicans speaking Patois versus the Haitians speaking Creole. Same people, just speaking different languages, and maybe on different islands. In this case, in different states on the mainland of Africa. So the question is, what ties us together? Why am I saying that we are the same people? But not only because the prophecy proves that we are the same people, because the prophecy proves us to be the same people. Not only does the history prove that Israel, the northern kingdom, fled out of Assyrian captivity into a land where never mankind dwelt, which biblically speaking is sub-Saharan Africa, because no one dwelt in sub-Saharan Africa during Bible days. And I challenge anybody to show me in the Bible any reference to any nation sub the Sahara. I challenge you. We also prove historically that the house of Judah, after AD 70, when the southern kingdom was sacked by the Romans, that we fled into sub-Western Sahara of Africa, which is here. So this is predominantly the remnants of the southern kingdom of Judah, which is referred to as Igbo and Igboid, alongside the northern kingdom, which is predominantly referred to as Bantu. all dwelling on the mainland of Africa. And so the question is, prove to us that we are the same people. Prove to us that the Igbo people, the Yoruba people, and the Bantu people are the same people. Now, let's continue. Now remember, it says that the Igbo ethnicity is an ethnic identity developed comparatively recently. And they tell us how recent. They said it is during the time of the decolonization and the Nigerian War. Okay? And that is about during the 1970s. So it was only during the 1970s that they started to refer to these people as an ethnic term and categorize them using this ethno-linguistic term. So who are these people? Prehistory. Let's read the prehistory. And it says the Igbo languages form a cluster within the Volta Niger phylum. My voice is going. Excuse me. Most likely grouped with the Euroboid and Edoid. There you go. So the Yoruba people, they're not a biological ancestral ethnicity that is different from the Igbo people, because the Yoruboid is a part of the cluster of languages, a part of the Igboid languages, the Yoruba. And my friend from Idu couldn't tell me the difference between her and the people who are the Igbo. And that's why, because they are the same people speaking different languages. And then they talk about the greatest differentiation within the Igbo group is between the Ekpai, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, and the rest of them. No, it goes on to say that the genetic studies have shown the Igbo to cluster mostly closely with other Niger Congo speaking peoples. Remember remember the Niger Congo family of languages included what? Bantu, remember? Let's go back up to it. The family, you have to see this to see it. They say here that the Igbo language is part of the Niger Congo language family. And when and the link brought us to the Bantu map. Remember that? Okay, now when we're down here, this is how you're going to tie it genetically. It says the genetic studies have shown the Igbo to cluster most closely with the other Niger Congo speaking peoples. That means the Bantu people. Because they already told you that they are a part of the group of the Yoruba people and the Idu people. Let's continue. Watch this. The predominant Y chromosomal haplotype is E1, B1, A1, M2. This is who you are genetically. So, our topic today, Israel. We have already proven that sub-Saharan Africa is Israel. Bantu, We've already proven that Sub-Sahara Bantu people is Israel. We have just linked the Igbo people to the Bantu people as part of the greater Niger-Congo family. We have just tied the Igbo to the Yoruba people as part of the same cluster. We have tied all these four in the diaspora, which include Europe, Canada, North America, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. We even spoke specifically about Jamaica. And we didn't make it up, we just read it. And now they say that all these people here and the diaspora that we just mentioned have the same E1, B1, A1 genetic haplotype. So this is who all of y'all are biologically. Okay? Where's my research paper? But this is who you are biologically. This is it right here in the research, and you can look it up for yourself, that all these people, the Igbo cluster of the Niger-Congo speaking people, have the same predominant Y chromosomal haplotype, which is E1, B1, A1, M2. This is what makes all of you the same people. And to my brothers and sisters in Africa on the mainland, particularly Sub-Sahara, from Cameroon all the way to South Africa, you are the same people. And what people are you? Israel. You are the 10 tribes and are of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel, scattered to the four corners of the earth. That the Lord said that he will gather again in the end time. And as we are awake, and as Judah is awake, we are appealing to Ephraim, which is the northern kingdom, to wake up, because your salvation is closer than when you first believed. And with that, I said, all praises, all honor, and all glory to the Heavenly Father, whose name is Yahweh, and his Son, whose name is Yahushai. And until next lesson, shalom, shalom, and shalom, everyone.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy Lance, stop this guy larking. When the fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below yourself, for start recording. Then he said they get to start parting.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the soul. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the wrong reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gonna give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we have tried hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand upon your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BajanVibesRadio.com.
Lose those keys when you drink. From 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
You're listening to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Welcome to the Rock Newman Show from the campus of historic Howard University, located in the nation's capital. I'm Rock Newman, and it is my desire to inspire you with personal stories of extraordinary achievement. In 2008, Anthony Browder started the first Egyptian excavation series funded by African Americans. Today, he will tell you how to join one of these annual expeditions, or if you're looking for something a little more local, you can take his Egypt on the Potomac field trip. Welcome to the Rock Newman Show. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Rock, it's a pleasure to be here, brother.
All right. Cultural memory specialist.
Yes, sir.
Where did that come from? Why? How did it come about, and what does it mean?
Well, it's a term that I coined about 2 years ago to describe the work that I'm doing. If we understand that the history of African people is a history that has been distorted, it's a history that has been perverted, and to a large extent, it's a history that's been erased. So my job is to go back and recover the fractured pieces of our history, and then to share it with my audiences in such a way that it wakens them from the sleep, the deep sleep that we've been in, that we've been socialized to be in and accept as our normal state.
What's your thought as to why the history continues to be denied, erased, and obliterated?
Well, if we understand that today's date, 2015, is the 100th anniversary of Dr. Carter G. Woodson founding the Association for the Study of what was then Negro Life and History. It's now the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. Dr. Woodson started that organization because he knew, as a Harvard-trained scholar, that the history of African people, people of African ancestry, so-called Negroes, so-called colored people, has intentionally been distorted, hence his 1933 publication, The Miseducation of the Negro. So there was an intentional effort over the past 100 plus years to erase our memory after we had been stolen from the land of our ancestors and told that we were Negroes, told that we were colored, told that we were everything but a child of God. And so part of Dr. Woodson's efforts and those also of Dr. John Henry Clark is the 100th anniversary of his birth this year. So these are two men who I highly respect, who understood the importance of helping us restore our memory.
Who was the original man?
There's no question about the fact that the first human being, the first Homo sapiens sapiens, developed only in Africa, only in East Africa. You know, as a matter of fact, there is a new exhibit, a $20 million exhibit at the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History. This exhibit was funded by David Koch of the Koch brothers. It is a exhibit that is also being supported by the United States Congress, and it's in the David Koch Hall of Human Origins. In this exhibit, they acknowledge the fact that humanity only began in Africa, and that human beings, Homo sapiens sapiens, are 200,000 years old. But another important aspect in this exhibit is that they state a historical truth that these Africans began migrating out of Africa into Asia around 60,000 years ago, and it was only about 40,000 years ago that groups of these same Africans began migrating to Western Asia, to the continent that we now call Europe. So in that regard, we can say beyond a shadow of a doubt that the first Europeans were African.
So the most racist redneck in North Carolina today.
Or Washington, D.C.
Or Washington, D.C. If it follows that, the original man was a black man.
Right. The original man was African specifically, because we know that based on the archaeological evidence, but we also know that fact based on the mitochondrial DNA. Back in 1987, a group of geneticists studied the oldest mitochondrial DNA. Now, mitochondrial DNA is that part of your cell structure that is passed on to you by your mother. So we all are familiar with the statement, mama's baby, daddy's maybe. Everybody knows who the mama is. Daddy may be a question mark, but everyone knows who the mama is. And so by studying the mitochondrial DNA of a cross-section of so-called races and nationalities all around the world, these geneticists concluded that every person on this planet carries a mitochondrial DNA that has been traced to a group of women who are still living in Africa. Thus, there is no such thing as race. Race was a false construct created by racists in order to divide people based on color. So there is only one race, the human race, which had its origins in Africa. Thus, by extension, every person on this planet is of African ancestry.
Where was Jesus born?
That's a good question. Where was Jesus born and when was Jesus born is another question. If we accept the basic story, he was born in what was Northeast Africa before the Suez Canal was built. So he would have been a person of color, not the blonde-haired, blue-eyed individual that we see in many churches. His story is a story of the struggle of people of color against oppressive invaders. It's a story that resonates with most people of African ancestry.
Most people of African ancestry, African Americans in this country, by and large, are known to be the most religious people in the country.
Probably in the world, brother.
African Americans, yeah, man. Sunday is a very, very big day where the overwhelming majority of African Americans worship in houses of Christian belief.
Right. So if we remember what Dr. King said, 11 o'clock on Sunday is the most segregated hour in America.
Yes.
Black folk go to a black church and worship a white Jesus. White folk go to a white church and worship a white Jesus. But the issue is, if we understand the geographical reality of the place where Jesus was born, there were no white people there at the time. That's another issue.
I don't want to be at all trite with religion.
Sure.
I don't play with people's religion. But Scripture talks about Jesus being an individual who had hands and feet the color of not just brass, but burned brass.
Right.
That's dark.
Right.
And hair like lamb's wool.
Right.
That's not blonde and blue-eyed. When did Jesus and how did Jesus as a symbol become blonde and blue-eyed?
Well, most people that I know who are Christians and lovers of the Bible, lovers of Jesus, know nothing about a man by the name of Eusebius. Eusebius was the man who in 325 was Constantine's Karl Rove. He organized the Nicene Council and literally determined what books were going to go into the Bible.
Let me just say something for a viewer who might not have heard or understood what you just said.
Yes.
Said it was Constantine's Karl Rove.
Yes, indeed.
Karl Rove is the quintessential dirty tricks guy.
Yes, indeed.
For the Bush administration and the sort of the hard-wing conservative Republicans.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, what we understand very clearly is that every people have a right to interpret their relationship to the Creator as seen through their own cultural lens. But what Constantine did was to use this newly created religion, Christianity, as a means to not only control people physically, but also to control their minds. And it was Eusebius who called together, I believe, 88 bishops who met in Nicaea in Turkey, and they literally determined the shape and tenor of the Bible. So this book was constructed by a group of men for political and social reasons, and it was around that time, around 25 years later, that they actually determined when Jesus was born. Now this is important because prior to 340 AD, no one knew when Jesus was born.
So let me challenge you.
Yes, sir.
As those out there might want to do. The Bible is the inerrant, infallible Word of God, and how dare you challenge that?
Well, I only talk about what I know, and I know that the Bible was a book that is comprised of 66 different chapters that were written by 66 different men over a period of 2,000 years. That's a fact. And if we deal with the facts, and the facts are not meant to take away anyone's belief, but I'm just stating facts. I'm just stating what I know. And so anyone who has studied the Bible, anyone who has conversations with theologians, knows these facts. And so there's a difference between belief and knowledge. Belief is something you accept without proof. But knowledge, whether it's religion or science or law, is based on facts. And I'm a person who is very guarded about my soul and who I trust my soul to. And I, as a thinking person, would never allow a thief, an enslaver, a raper, a murderer to describe for me my religious and spiritual boundaries.
Are you referring to someone in particular?
No, I'm referring to a culture. You know, when we think in terms of people of African ancestry who have been stolen by the tens of millions and enslaved all over the world, but most people don't know that it was Pope Eugenius IV who authorized the first papal bull giving the Portuguese the right to enslave African people. Now, it says in the Bible, in the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not steal and thou shalt not kill. So if Europeans just followed those two commandments, we would be having this conversation in Africa sitting under a mango tree. But the mere fact that the Pope said that Africans, or Negroes as the Portuguese called us, were not human beings, that we did not possess a soul, that then made it possible for every European nation, with the exception of Russia, to go in and steal tens of millions of African men, women, and children in the name of the Lord. So these are issues that are real, that are rarely discussed, but they need to be discussed if we're truly going to understand how we got where we are and truly develop a meaningful relationship with the Creator.
I think it is accurate to say that the version of the Bible today, and now for many decades, that is the one that is most often referred to, is the one that was written, commissioned by King James. The reason why I asked you earlier, were you talking about someone in particular, because you talked about a murderer and a rapist and a whole bunch of other characteristics that weren't so flattering.
Yes.
I thought you might have mentioned King James then. Tell us about King James, the writer, the commissioner, the author of the book that so many Christians today read.
Well, King James was a king, a ruler, who felt that he should not allow a ruler from another country, i.e. the Pope, to dictate how he was going to govern his people. So he decided.
So again, for history's sake, King James ruled England.
Yes,
ruled
England.
And the Pope was out of Rome.
Was out of Rome, exactly. And there was a split between the Anglo-Saxons in the UK and Rome and the Vatican, because they understood very clearly that this is a game, that people have been using their relationship with God in order to manipulate other people, to wage war, and to do some ungodly things. You know, it can truly be said that right now there are more people on earth being killed in the name of God than are being saved by God, whether they worship a a Islamic God or a Jewish God or a Christian God. So some terrible things have been done in the name of God. And the history of humanity is replete with the names of people who have engaged in these actions. But King James was a man who, I once heard Dick Gregory refer to him as a man who would make Adolf Hitler look like Santa Claus. He was a murderer, and he wanted to have a book, his own version of the Bible, that would allow him to engage his subjects in the manner that he wanted to and still be looked upon favorably by God. And so he commissioned a team of writers to write the authorized version of the Bible. As a matter of fact, when the King James Version of the Bible was written, only members of the royal class were allowed to read the Bible. Anyone who was a poor person, a middle class or poor person, back in that day in England would be killed, would be in prison for reading the Bible. So this was a text that was exclusively written for only for a small subset of the British population at that time.
We're going to talk about Judaism and Islam. Right now I want to stay with Christianity and the Holy Trinity. So many centuries ago, thousands of years ago, Isis, Horus, and Osiris were thought of as a holy trinity. By whom?
By the Greeks. The names Isis, Horus, and Osiris are Greek names. They're Greek names for African personalities. Now, we mentioned at the top of the show that I refer to myself as a memory recovery specialist. So let me just play that role for a second.
Please do.
We're here in Washington, D.C., and the most obvious symbol of the capital of the wealthiest and most powerful nation in human history is an object that is known as the Washington Monument.
Yes.
It stands in the geographical center of what was originally the 10-mile square of the capital of the United States of America. Now that symbol is an ancient African symbol which represents the resurrection of an African king named Asar, whose name was later changed by the Greeks to Osiris. So that symbol is the oldest symbol of resurrection known to man. And I might add, Rock, that symbol was developed in Africa, principally in Kemet, the country that the Greeks renamed Egypt. That symbol is over 6,000 years old. And it represents a man, Asar, who was the founding father of Kemet, the nation of the black people. And Asar was murdered by his brother. His body was cut into a variety of pieces. One story says 14 pieces, and scattered throughout the land. Asar's wife, Aset, who's known as Isis to the Greeks, searched throughout the Nile River and found 13 of the 14 parts of Asar's body. She laid each of the pieces out and literally remembered her husband, washed his body with oils, wrapped his body in bandages, and created the first mummy in human history. And as she was about to bury her husband, she grieved, as any wife would grieve, because she was about to bury the man that she loved. She also grieved because, according to a story that is over 6,000 years old, a story with plenty of documentation that I see every year when I travel to Egypt, Aset was also a virgin. And before she buried her husband, the spirit of her deceased husband, Asar, came and impregnated her. And then 9 months later, the virgin Aset gave birth to this son, Heru. Now, according to some versions of the story, Heru was born 6,000 years ago on December the 25th. So we have, within the story of the founding Paris of ancient Kemet, Asar, Set, and Heru, the fundamental story that would later be incorporated into the Bible as the story of Jesus. And there are numerous parallels that, again, any person who is questioning what I'm saying, if they were to have a conversation with any trained priest or rabbi or bishop, someone who is going to divinity school, they know this story. And that is also the reason why you'll find this same symbol that looks like the Washington Monument. It was known originally as a tekken. We know it better by its Greek name, obelisk. They will find a tekken in the center of St. Peter's Square. So you have to ask the question, what is this African symbol of resurrection doing in the center of the Vatican? And why is it that every Easter Sunday, when the Pope stands on his balcony and delivers his sermon about the resurrection of Jesus Christ, there are 150,000 people standing in St. Peter's Square surrounding that tekken, that oldest symbol of resurrection, and every Pope knows that story. So it begs the issue that not only do people of African ancestry need to have their memories restored, but people of all nations need to know the greater truth of an African story that has been hidden from most people on this planet.
In 1993, I think it was, I was at the Vatican, and they took us on a tour. And I asked the tour guide, could he allow me to see the Black Madonna? I thought he was going to have a heart attack. Tell us about the Black Madonna.
Well, the Black Madonna, there are several Black Madonnas. Pope John Paul II is from Poland, Czeskokowa, and in Czeskokowa, they have a shrine of the Black Madonna. So every time the Pope went home, he would go and pray at the feet of the Black Madonna. The Black Madonna is the Greek version of Isis and Horus, which is the Europeanized version of Heru and Aset. So this story that I told earlier about Asar, Aset, and Heru, and the Virgin Aset being impregnated by the spirit of her husband Asar, and Aset giving birth to Heru on December the 25th. So if we follow that narrative, Aset was forced to flee for her life because the king of Kemet, Egypt at that time, Set, was looking to kill the sun. And so Aset and her son literally hid in the bulrushes. And I could take you to temples in Egypt and show you these images. And so she was Aset and Heru were worshipped by the Greeks as the Black Madonna and Child. And then it was later, much later, that Eusebius took these ancient stories, took these ancient myths, and that's the essence of it. This story is mythology. It is not a historical fact, but it is a myth that is used to imbue people with a certain level of understanding so that they can relate to things beyond the physical. And so it was Eusebius who grafted these stories into the new narrative that they were creating in order to control the people physically, mentally, and spiritually.
You use the term myth.
Yes, sir.
Would you then suggest that the birth of Christ in the manger and the Holy Trinity is a myth also?
Rock, you're going to get me in trouble.
Okay. That's what we do.
But let me say this. I remember in 1981 reading John Jackson's book, The Introduction to African Civilization. And John Jackson was a brilliant human being. He probably had a photographic memory, a brilliant scholar. And in his book, Introduction to African Civilization, he talks about the Christ myth. Now, there's a book called 101 Myths of the Bible. There's a book by Kersey Graves called 16 Crucified Saviors. And in this book, we find that there are 16 historical personalities that grew out of myths about 16 personalities who also were the product of a virgin birth, who also were born on December the 25th, who also were symbolically crucified. So what you see in this narrative is that myths are powerful tools that may not necessarily be true, but they have truth in them. And so it's a means of telling a historical narrative across time and space, such that everybody can relate to it. So in that context, if you like, I could break down the mythological elements of the story of the birth of Jesus the Christ. And it's all based on historical facts and astronomical facts.
I'll tell you something. As the foundation of Christianity,
yes,
I'd like for you to take a stab at your thoughts on just that.
Well,
do that breakdown.
And let me put this in context, because I was born and raised in Chicago. I grew up in a Christian household. My grandmother was probably the most religious person I ever met in my life. She took me to church, and every time I went to church, I would ask questions. Yeah. Why don't I see people who look like me in the Bible? Why, and I asked, and she would say, just don't ask questions.
Yeah, like my mom did.
And so that developed in me an inquisitive mind, and led to me asking questions that I wasn't supposed to know the answers to. And when I, as a college student here at Howard, would go home and have conversations with my grandmother about some of the things that I was learning, I realized that my grandmother was not prepared for the information, to receive the information that I had learned. But because I loved my grandmother, I respected her and didn't try to move her beyond where she was. Because she needed Christianity. She needed her belief in Jesus Christ in order to help her deal with life in Chicago in the 1960s. But what I know, based on studying history and science, is that the story of virgin births in many cultures is based on mythology. We're told that Jesus was born in a manger. We're told that 3 wise men came to visit him. They followed the star that was in the east. Now, this is based on astronomical phenomena, because around the time of December the 21st, we have the solstice, with the winter solstice, which is the shortest day of the year. And from December the 21st through December the 24th, literally the sun is still. The length of the day does not increase nor decrease significantly. So the sun is still. On December the 25th, that is when it was written in ancient texts that the sun, the S-U-N, was born, because the day began to lengthen by approximately 1 minute per day. So at the time that the sun was born on December the 25th, that the constellation of Virgo was rising on the horizon, was halfway above the horizon. So it was said symbolically, metaphorically, that the sun, S-U-N, was born of a virgin. And at the same time, the stable of Tgis was rising in the east. So it was said that the sun was born in a stable, and that there were 3 stars that are the 3 stars in the belt of Orion that point to the star Sirius. Those 3 stars were known in ancient times as the 3 wise men. So if we look at the story of the birth of Jesus the Christ, it is a story of cultural significance, mythological significance, and astronomical significance that means 3 different things to people who have an awareness of the story and know how to interpret it.
Again, staying with Christianity still. We're governed, Christians are governed by their code of conduct on this earthly plane, governed by the 10 Commandments.
Yes.
That the Word of God, or did that come from something called the Book of the Dead?
Well, I recall James Henry Breasted, who was a famous American Egyptologist at the University of Chicago, established the Oriental Institute in, I think, around 1935. James Henry Breasted got in trouble for saying that the 10 Commandments were derived from the 42 admonitions of Ma'at. What does that mean? Ma'at in ancient Kemet was the overriding force that governed everything in the universe. She represented the principles of justice, balance, harmony, and that there were 42 admonitions of Ma'at. Some of them were, I have not stolen, I have not robbed, I have not defrauded offerings, I have not polluted myself, I have not polluted the land, I have not committed adultery, I have not spoken ill against God. And so it is from the 42 admonitions of Ma'at that Moses derived the 10 Commandments. And so there is a profound difference between an admonition of Ma'at, where one declares your innocence and says, I have not done X, Y, and Z, and a commandment where people without a profound understanding of Ma'at must be commanded not to do things that a person in their right mind would know not to do. So these are cultural differences that are based upon another culture appropriating aspects of African culture and interpreting it through their own cultural lens.
Talk to us, you just mentioned Moses.
Yes.
So to help us understand that you're talking about sort of the beginning of time and the beginning of man, going back into ancient Egypt, which was originally Kemet. From whence comes the 3 religions? Tell us about the development of those 3 religions.
All right, well, as I mentioned earlier, Africa is the birthplace of humanity.
Yes.
No question about that. And it's also in Africa where we have the birthplace of culture and civilization. And an important civilizing aspects of all culture is how people relate to the unseen presence of the forces of creation, which we today refer to as God. So we will find in ancient Kemet the very earliest examples of people identifying with this unseen force, which we today call God. Now, the ancient Egyptians did not have a religion per se. There was no word in their culture for religion, but they had a spiritual tradition. The ancient Egyptians, or Kemites, were responsible for giving us the word amen, a word that Jews use, Christians use, and Muslims use. It is a word in the Kemetic language which means the unseen presence of the Creator. The unseen presence of the Creator. And so we have within this structure a people who understood that there is an invisible force that we can't see that affects everything on life. And through a process of identifying what they refer to as nature. Nature is a term that means the principle or aspects of the Creator. The mind of man is too weak, too small to understand the totality of the Creator. But by understanding the many fragments or parts of the visible manifestations of the Creator in the air, in the water, in the plants, we can come to know this force. And by knowing this force and incorporating this knowledge into our lives, we can cultivate a relationship where we lift ourselves up. So we have in Kemet the very first people who talked about a relationship with the unseen God. We have in Kemet the first temples that were built to acknowledge or to house the spirit of God, and a process, rituals, if you will, for strengthening that relationship. And so the people of Kemet established the oldest culture known to man. It was in their day what the United States is today, the most powerful nation on the planet. So people came to Kemet from all over the world. People came without a religion, studied the spiritual traditions in Kemet, and then left with a concept which they then introduced to their people, which became known to them as religion. But if you look at the origins of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, you will see beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are rooted in ancient African spiritual traditions.
I want to talk about the pyramids after I have you to weigh in on this. I read a quote recently where Hippocrates gave great reverence and credibility. Today, doctors say the Hippocratic Oath. That's referring to Hippocrates, who was often thought and taught as the original doctor.
Right.
He gave credence and honored in his quotes Imhotep.
Right.
Who was Imhotep? And
well,
we probably don't have enough time for you to really.
I do the light version.
Please do.
In the Hippocratic Oath, Hippocrates says, "I swear by the god Apollo and Asclepius, the god of medicine." Asclepius is the Greek name for Imhotep. Imhotep is regarded as the world's first multi-genius. Imhotep was the prime minister to the king Zoser, the man who, Imhotep was a person who designed and oversaw the construction of the first pyramid on the planet, the step pyramid at Saqqara for Zoser. Imhotep was the first physician in recorded history. Imhotep was also an architect and engineer.
Before you go beyond him being a physician.
Yes, sir.
A physician who had written out certain formulas of medicine that continue to be viable today.
Yes, sir. The first physicians, the first gynecologists, the first brain surgeons came out of Kemet. The first test by a physician to determine if a woman was pregnant was developed in Kemet. The first test to determine the sex of a baby was born in Kemet. So if you had all of this knowledge happening in Africa back at least, I would say at least 1000 BC, then it would make sense that others would come here to learn their science and then go home and then declare themselves to be the originator of medicine or the originator of philosophy, which is essentially what the Greeks did. But in their early writings, they acknowledged the fact that this source of information came out of the Nile Valley, came out of Egypt.
I've got people in my family who hit me across my head and say that everything about that you're talking about in ancient Egypt was paganism.
Well, all pagan means is someone whose belief is other than your own. So in that context, to a Christian, a Muslim is pagan. You know, to a Jew, a Christian is pagan. And if we think about this in that larger context, you know, the Jewish people were responsible for giving us the Torah, first 5 books of Moses, the Old Testament, and then the New Testament was built on that foundation. Well, no one really questions the fact that within the Jewish faith, they don't acknowledge Jesus as a Messiah. But no one questions them on that or challenges them on that because they are the chosen people. But what most people don't really understand is that the knowledge that is inherent within, much of the knowledge that is inherent within the Jewish tradition comes straight out of the Nile Valley. Sigmund Freud knew that. In the book that was published shortly after his death, Moses and Monotheism, Sigmund Freud said that the origins of Judaism are Egyptian, that Moses was an Egyptian, and there are many other scholars who have advanced this work, and it's talked about in small quarters of the world, but it's information that hasn't made its way to the general public.
Something happened to me. It saddened me and humored me at the same time. I was in New York, and I got in the cab, was running out to JFK from Midtown, and I thought I could tell by the cab driver's name that he was Egyptian. So I said, "Where are you from?" You know. So he said, "I'm from Egypt." I said, "Hey, my African brother," and he almost lost his mind. "I am not African." Is he African?
Well, the last time I checked, Egypt is still on the continent of Africa. So that would mean indirectly that he wasn't African, even though we know that the Arabs did not come into Egypt as invaders until 648 AD. So they are interlopers. I know, and I have this conversation with many Egyptians. I travel to Egypt every year, have done that for the last 34 years, and made many friends with many Egyptians and taught them their history. Most Egyptians believe that their ancestors built the pyramids. When I show them a historical timeline and show them that what we call the pyramids, because the pyramid is a Greek word as well, what we call the pyramids were built by Africans over 1,000 years before Muhammad was even thought of.
So you say Imhotep?
Yes, Imhotep designed and oversaw the construction of the first pyramid, a 190 foot high building, a 19-story skyscraper that is still standing in Africa today.
Still standing, and has anyone figured out how it was done yet?
We're not clear, we're not sure. Now we can begin to figure out how that structure was built, but it's the three main pyramids at Giza Plateau that has kept the world wondering. The Great Pyramid at Giza is the first and the oldest wonder of the seven wonders of the world, and the only one that's still remaining. And that has remained a mystery because it was built with a technology that modern man still does not know how to use or to replicate.
And if you would, let's explore for a second some of the fundamentals of that. There were stone blocks weighing 20 tons.
There are 5 stone blocks above what's known as the King's Chamber that weigh around 20 tons, more than a railroad locomotive. But the majority of the blocks, which comprise the main pyramid of Khufu, weigh on average about 2.5 tons. So you're talking about over 3 million stone blocks, which weigh an average of 2.5 tons each, that were built to a height of 480 feet, that are 2.5 blocks wide by 2.5 blocks wide by 2.5 blocks wide by 2.5 blocks wide. The structure contains enough stone blocks to make approximately 30 Empire State Buildings. So we can say beyond a shadow of a doubt that they were not built by slave labor, and definitely were not built by Jews, because Abraham, the first Jew, was not even born at the time that these buildings were constructed. We know the name of the architect who designed it, and we also know where the builders, the engineers who helped constructed this structure are buried right nearby. So we know that this was one of the greatest feats of human engineering ever accomplished on this planet, and it's in Africa, which is one of the reasons why people want to disassociate Egypt from Africa, because it means that Africans must have developed this technology thousands of years ago.
And so, to your understanding and extensive research, what do you think is the most plausible explanation given by experts as to how it was done?
They don't know.
It's just, or is it just flat, straight mystery?
They don't know. Now, we're talking primarily about the main, 3 main pyramids at Giza. They have no idea. The Japanese in the 1970s tried to build a pyramid using the technology that they thought was available at the time, using copper tools and manual labor. And they damaged more stones within a period of 3 months than they had stones to work with. They tried having men haul the stones, and they got stuck in the sand. They started using helicopters and 20th century technology, and they couldn't build a pyramid. So it remains a mystery. But let me just share with you and your listeners, Rock, an important aspect of this structure. The word pyramid is a Greek word which means little flat cake, like a pancake. That name was used to describe the approximately 100 pyramids around Saqqara that had collapsed. Very, very small buildings that collapsed and maybe to the Greeks looked like pancakes. But the original name, the African name for this structure is Mir. And the word Mir means the place of ascension. Now, the Mir or pyramids were never tombs. There were no bodies ever buried in any of them. The bodies were always buried underneath them. So if we follow this logic, if Mir is a structure that means the place of ascension, then these structures were built over tombs primarily to facilitate the ascension of the souls buried beneath them into heaven where they will be reborn. So this grew out of the ancient African concept of spirituality. The ancient Africans in Kemet were the first human beings who wrote about the soul, who wrote about the salvation of the soul, and specifically talked about where the soul of human beings go after they die to be reborn. All of that is documented in a text that is known mistakenly as the pyramid text, found in the pyramid, in the tomb underneath the pyramid of Unas, who was the last king of the 5th dynasty. We have a copy of the pyramid text in the tomb that we're currently excavating, the 25th dynasty tomb that we're currently excavating. So we're able to show, document beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Africans were the first people to have a concept of the soul, the immortality of the soul. And then in our 25th dynasty tomb, 2,000 years later, we have a record of Africans having retained that knowledge and recording it on the walls of the tomb of a priest named Karak Amen. Karak Amen. He was a chief priest.
Not Rock Newman, Karak Amen.
He may have been one of your descendants, brother. but this priest, 2,700 years ago, was responsible for saying the morning libations at the Holy of Holies of Apet-Aset or Karnak Temple, the largest temple complex in the world, where he alone knew the words to call, to evoke the unseen presence of Amen, the unseen presence of God Almighty, and invite his spirit to come and inhabit the Holy of Holies, which they call the ancestors' room. So the idea was that this priest, Karak Amen, would call down the presence of God Almighty into a sacred space, and his spirit would literally inspire the 83,000 people who worked in this temple complex. This is a profound history, a profound story, which we need to know.
You know, before I rush towards the end of the show here, you gave us some rather interesting slides.
Yes.
And I'd like to kind of go down the list here and
Sure.
have you, we're going to be able to put them up on the screen if I'm correct here. And I'm going to just go sort of in sequential order. The first one you gave us, number 1, is Nile Valley cover art.
Right.
If you
That's the cover
quickly...
to my second book, Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization. And much of what we talked about in this show is in that book. And so what we show is a continuity between ancient African culture and civilization and its influences on contemporary culture and civilization.
And number 2 is Kemet versus Egypt. Kemet versus Egypt.
Kemet versus Egypt. Now, this is key because in December, there was controversy over this new film called Exodus of Gods and Kings. And the controversy centered around whether or not the Egyptians were black or white.
Rupert Murdoch said all the Egyptians I know are white.
Right, and he's probably right. All the Egyptians he knows are white, but he doesn't know the Kemites. So there is a profound difference, and what you'll see in that image on the screen is that there's a profound difference between Kemet and Egypt. Egypt is a Greek word that was used to describe one temple in Kemet, and so Kemet was ruled by indigenous African people by almost 3,000 years. Egypt was ruled by Greeks for approximately 600 years. So if you look at that image on the screen, you can see 9 African rulers of Kemet and 3 European rulers of Egypt. So Egypt is white, but Kemet is African.
Abu Simbel, number 3.
Abu Simbel was a profound temple built for King Ramesses II. And even in that movie, Exodus of Gods and Kings, they distorted history, which is one of the reasons why the movie was banned in Egypt. They distorted the history of ancient Egypt, where you saw Seti I, the father of Ramesses, died, and they buried him in Abu Simbel. Well, you know, the temple of Abu Simbel was not built until at least 40 years after Seti I died. So they took liberties with the truth. But it is that temple carved out of a mountain which to me embodies the spiritual, architectural, and technological excellence in the Nile Valley. And if you look at those four-seated statues of the King Ramesses II, they look very much like the statue of Abraham Lincoln sitting in the Lincoln Memorial. As a matter of fact, the sculptor of the Lincoln Memorial, Daniel Chester French, was inspired by Abu Simbel, and he wanted to recreate that here in Washington, D.C.
You talk about the Lincoln Memorial. Obviously, that's right here in the nation's
right here
capital,
in D.C.
in Washington, D.C. The fourth slide here is Egypt on the Potomac.
Egypt on the Potomac is a field trip that I created back in 1986, where I show, it's a 3-hour activity where we take people around the city and show them the essence of ancient Kemetic architecture, science, and philosophy laid out in D.C. So the monument is one example. The monument and the reflection pool is another example. The same thing existed in Kemet thousands of years earlier. So it's an activity where we show people the truth that I'm sharing with you today. And they can also take that field trip anytime between April and November.
You mentioned Washington Monument in the reflecting pool.
Yes.
Tell us more about that.
All right. So we see millions of tourists come to D.C. every year, and they marvel at the architecture in D.C., never realizing that much of it was inspired by African architecture. The Washington Monument is one example with this beautiful reflection in the reflection pool. Every year I take groups to Egypt and show them that same imagery. When we go to the temple of Ipet-Aset, Karnak Temple, where my guy, Karakamoon, worked, you can see a pair of Teknu, or obelisks, and you can see their reflection in their reflection pool. Every temple in Kemet had obelisks or Teknu and a reflection pool. So this indirectly pays homage to the legacy of our African ancestors.
The Washington Monument sits 555 feet
yes.
straight up.
Yes, sir.
It sits at what seems to be a center point between the Capitol and the Lincoln Memorial in one direction, and the Jefferson Memorial and the White House in another direction,
yes.
and it seems to make a cross.
Right, and in my book, Egypt on the Potomac, I lay that out. The memorial is shaped like a cross. The monument was to sit in the geographical center of the 10-mile square, which was to be the capital of the United States of America. So just think about this for a second. If America's founding fathers had an opportunity to establish a new nation, they developed the first planned capital in the modern era, and they determined that that capital was to be a specific shape. Now, you mentioned the monument is 555 feet high. It's also 55 feet wide at the base, and there's a specific reason why that number 5 is repeated 5 times. We have the city in the shape of a square. There's a specific reason for that. And then we have in the center of the square this African symbol of resurrection. These are not accidents. They're not coincidence. And so in my book, Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization in Egypt on the Potomac, I begin to lay out this information, which really should be taught in every school throughout the country, and not just during Black History Month, because this is world history.
This is beyond fascinating. How can my viewers, and I want to take our time with this.
Yes, sir.
How can our viewers become a part of your Egypt on the Potomac class tour?
Sure. Well, they can go to our website, which is ikg-info.com.
Say it again.
ikg-info.com. And on our website, you'll see information about the Egypt on the Potomac field trip, our study tours to Egypt, our excavations that we're currently doing now in Egypt, and other activities that we have at our cultural center at 1816 12th Street, Northwest Washington.
And they go on that tour with you and nobody's going to burn in hell?
Well, first of all, it's not a tour, it's a field trip. We make a distinction between a tour and a field trip because Black folk cannot afford to come to D.C. as tourists. Our history is all up in this place, brother. And once you know it, once you see it, once you recognize it in Meridian Hill Park, elsewhere, it imbues you with a sense of pride and helps you begin to see the world totally differently.
My niece wants to know that she's not going to go to hell if she does that.
No, she won't.
Okay, all right. Let's go down to slide number 11, Lincoln versus Ramses.
All right, well, as I mentioned earlier, the statue of Lincoln in the memorial is modeled after the statue of Ramesses II at Abu Simbel, created by Daniel Chester French, who was inspired by the monuments that he saw in Egypt. That's clear, crystal clear.
Let's go to number 14. How do you pronounce that?
Karakamen.
Karakamen. Yes.
We are excavating the 25th dynasty tomb of this priest, Karakamen. It's a 2,700-year-old tomb. We are, through the ASA Restoration Project, the first African Americans in history to fund and participate in the excavation of a tomb. And it is at that site, we've been there since 2008, working in conjunction with my colleague, Dr. Alina Pistakova, who discovered the tombs in 2006. We're funding this project because other people are not interested in uncovering the 25th dynasty, which is the only period, unfortunately, in Egyptian history that Egyptologists will give to African people, because Kemet at that time was ruled by people from Kush. And I might add, since we talked earlier about Christianity in the Bible, Karakamun's uncle, Shabaka was his father. Karakamun's uncle, Taharka, is the only African king, only African pharaoh mentioned by name in the Bible. And the reason that is because Taharka, when he was the ruler of Kemet and Kush, ruled at that time the largest empire in the world, and he protected Jerusalem from the Assyrians. So that's why in the Jewish text they acknowledge this African king who saved their nation.
Number 18, the slide, father and daughter in burial chamber.
You know, one of the greatest joys of any father is to know that their child is following in their footsteps. And I've had the honor of taking my daughter to Egypt with me since she was 7 years old. She'll be 33 this year. For the last 6 years, my daughter has been traveling to Egypt with me every summer, participating in this excavation. And in 2010, we found the burial chamber of this priest Karakamun. It was 70 feet underground. My daughter, I'm very proud to say, was the first African American in history to go inside of that tomb, and I was right behind her. And you can see in that image that we're in this very crowded space that was filled with debris. It had already been robbed, but there's this wonderful image on the ceiling of this Egyptian sky goddess by the name of Nut. There's a profound imagery on the ceiling that speaks to a profound understanding of astronomy. And you also find in the ceiling of Karakamun's temple tomb the imagery that states where the souls of people go to be reborn and resurrected. It's all in that tomb.
You will have a lot of people that will say, look, let's focus on the here and now.
Yes.
Why is history important?
History, as Dr. John Henry Clark often said, history is the clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of day. So if that's real, then what time is it for black folk? Black folk are in worse shape today than we were 50 years ago because we don't know our story. We have allowed others to tell us who we are. Dr. Clark also said that history is the compass where people find themselves on the map of human geography. History tells you who you were and where you were. History tells you who you are and where you are. But the most important role of history is to tell the people where they still must go and who they still must become. So my responsibility as a memory recovery specialist is to wake up those people who've been taught to believe that they were Negroes, that they were colored people, that they're black, and to begin to help them understand that you're African. You're descendants of the first people. You're descendants of the first people who created the first culture, and there's much that we can pass on to our children so that they would not see themselves as thugs, as dogs, as B's and H's, but see themselves as having made significant contributions, that they have the capacity, the right now, to reincorporate into their life. They should know more about Imhotep than they know about Jay-Z and Beyonce.
What has been the reaction of mainstream academia to much of what you're doing? I asked that question, and here's the backdrop. My wife also traveled to Egypt, and from the time she was 12 years old, she's been fascinated with Africa and Egyptian history. And she did some stuff when she was getting her master's from American University. She stayed 7 weeks in Luxor. And it was an eye-opening experience for her. Part of what she became aware of was the intense effort for the truth not to be told.
Well, unfortunately, that is true. There are lies that are being perpetuated and truths that are being covered up, which is why I have devoted 34 years of my life documenting truths and sharing it with people who have been conditioned to have an adverse reaction to the truth. I mean, Adolf Hitler said that you can tell a lie with such skill that people will reject the truth when it's presented to them. I know that to be a fact, but I also know that there are people who hear the information that I'm sharing with you and your listeners, and it clicks with them. People in this society, Rock, are looking for answers because they have seen that many of our institutions, in fact, many times our government, and sometimes even our churches have failed us. They have not been the institutions that taught the truth that they were supposed to. So people are searching for truth, and what I'm suggesting to people is that consider other sources of knowledge. Learn to read. Turn off the television, except for the Rock Newman Show.
Yeah.
And read a book. Share reading with your children. You know, I heard George Frazier shared with an audience recently that 67% of African American college graduates never read another book after graduating from college. Right. And that African Americans watch 73 hours of television every single week. So there is a direct correlation between watching television and a diminishment in one's cultural competency and intelligence. So you find in the United States, for example, the culture that watches the least amount of television, the Asian culture, do the best academically. So there's a direct correlation in a society which intentionally dumbs you down. So I'm so grateful to be on a show that is intelligent, a show that brings on guests who may not necessarily get exposure on other television programs, where we're provided with an opportunity to begin to speak some truth to an audience and maybe encourage them to begin to read and expand their truth themselves.
You've been going to Egypt for 34 years and taking people with you.
Yes, sir.
You're going in 2015?
Yes, sir. I go every year.
When and how can folks join you?
Again, people can go to my website. We have information on our study tours to Egypt as well. We're doing a trip to Ethiopia. And brother, everything that I've said about Egypt in our conversation today, I can multiply by 10 regarding Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the mother of Egypt. So we'll be going to Ethiopia in November of this year, and there's details on that on our website.
Why did you choose Ethiopia? We've got 30 seconds.
Well, Ethiopia is the birthplace of humanity. That's where they found the oldest bones of human beings. Ethiopia is the birthplace of Christianity. It really is. And so I want to go to the places where we were born. I want to go to see the things that our ancestors did and then share that with those who are willing to listen. That's my responsibility as a memory recovery specialist.
Thank you so much for sharing with us
Thank you,
here
Brother
today.
Rock.
God
Appreciate
bless you.
it.
That wraps us for today. For more information on this program and any other program produced by WHUT, go to www.whut.org. I'm Rock Newman. God bless you, and I'll see you next time.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can, except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. School to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy Lance, stop this skylarking. When the fighting like dogs out barking. I'm up look yourself, won't stop recording. Then he said they get to start parting.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Try and get you on the soul. Breeze it out.
The same to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the wrong reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season.
Talk it out.
You wanna get in the beef with the body, be vegan.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I go give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yes.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
Lose those keys when you drink. From 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean, and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Welcome to 246 Vision Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the midday edition of the Global Independence Square, coming to you live from Bridgetown in Barbados. It is overcast, rainy looking, but humid down here. But we're going to make it through the day. Yes, we are. And we hope that you will continue be with us here on the air as we go through the midday session with none other than Queen Ara and Radical Exchange reading for us. Ara will be in the studio momentarily to start that segment of the show. And in the meantime, we will await her arrival. I know she was there a few minutes earlier, and probably just had to make one or two last minute adjustments because she had her reading buddies will be coming on with her. But here she is right now, front and center, young lady. Good morning to you. How you doing? Let me see what that you got around your neck there. That looks interesting.
Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning. What's
and
that you
all
wearing?
of Barbados
What's that
and the
for?
rest of the Caribbean and whoever else is listening.
You're not answering me. That's not fair. What is that thing you got? I'm asking you. What, I can see something, but the thing is blocking it out on my screen. So you can't hear me.
This?
Yes. What? Yeah. What's that? Oh, it's part of your dress. I couldn't figure out what it was. That's just your Radical Exchange was blocking most of it.
Okay. Well, it's a neck piece from Mombasa.
Very good. Well, it looks lovely on you. In fact, it matches your hat and it matches the map.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I have to say, excuse me for a quick 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
No problem. You go ahead and do that. In the meantime, let me just play this here. I too was in the middle of something here.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean, and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Yes, we have our new Meetup One is now available, and it looks fantastic. I'm here actually looking at it on my other screen. Richie's done a phenomenal job of getting that ready for use, and it looks really good. I can't wait to get into Ara to take that switch so I can go and play around with my Meetup One. Ara, stop cheating on me. Get back in here and let me go to Meetup One and see what on my next and play around. Folks, you got to get this. You have to get this. I'm sure Ara will talk some more about it when she comes on. But yes, it looks really sharp. It is excellent. Thank you. Actually have it on live right now. Yeah. Anyway, take it away, Ara. It's all yours. It's your show. It is 2 minutes to 11 o'clock, 29th day of February 2024. And we have a radical exchange reading for us. Ara Stanislav Flower.
What an introduction. What an introduction. Thank you very much.
I'm just messing around. I'm happy. I'm making things.
That's good. That's good. Happy, HAPI, capital H, small API, happy.
Thank you.
That's good. Lovely.
Yeah.
HAPI as well. So welcome everyone again to a Radical Exchange reading for us. You know by now we are reading Spirituality Before Religions. Spirituality is unseen science. Science is seen spirituality by Professor Kaba Hiawatha Kamene. And hopefully we'll have joining us today the brothers Farai, maybe Clifton, and we have a completely new brother who's never joined us here yet. Hopefully he will join us as well if all goes well. If not, it's just me and thee, and we can do that as we have in the past. So we're on to chapter 5 of Spirituality Before Religions, the Word. And we've gone through so far the coffin texts, the pyramid texts, the book of the coming forth today by night, and now we're on to the Aten, capital ATEN, the Aten text. And I wish my brothers were here already, but they're not here yet. And that's fine. When they're here, I'm sure Lord Philip, you will usher them in.
Yes, I'm waiting here patiently to see when they clock in for you. And then I'm going to go off the screen. I got a couple of calls of my own to make and some other things. I'll go use the bathroom. So, so you're at chapter 5 of Spirituality Before Religion. Yes. And I guess we have to start making arrangements for the goodly professor, to come and spend a little time with the family.
That is definitely arrangements are being made.
Yep, I look forward to that, young lady.
Me too.
Very good.
And I heard a few.
Meantime, I'm your audience until the others come. So you can use me as your guinea pig for.
Thanks. I heard a few minutes of your video before now. Anthony Browder.
Yeah.
On the, what show was it? I can't remember the gentleman's name now. But anyway, Anthony Browder was speaking about Egypt.
Newman Show.
The Rod Newman Show, that's it. He was speaking about Egypt and the efforts, the continuous effort to hide the truth of Africans' contribution to world civilization, to world development, to world progress in all areas of life, in government, education, art, literature, medicine, astronomy, astrology, science, the effort to hide and to prevent Africa's development. Of course, we read Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. And Europe didn't just underdevelop Africa. Europe tried and is still trying to totally stop Africa. Put a full stop, a heavy full stop behind all African progress in so many different ways. And every time, every every person, every effort of Africa to reassert herself on the global scene as Africa once was in dynastic times, as we're reading here in Spirituality Before Religions, every effort that Africa and Africans make is thwarted, right down to the very individual men who are killed when they speak out and stand up against tyrannical control, when they try to get our people to once again return to understanding what truly was inherently ours and still is inherently ours. They are targeted and killed. And we're just coming to the end of February, and we know in February, Malcolm X was killed, shot on the 21st of February in New York. Was it New York? Harlem. One of those American cities, anyway. He was shot, dead. And Malcolm X is just one of many brothers who were assassinated or killed. Many more were massacred. Many more were lynched. Many more were cut short. And today we have our brothers joining us. And like I said, if they don't, that's fine. We're giving it a few more minutes before Farai or Clifton or Kobe joins us today. We'll see which one will join us first. Maybe none. And that's okay too. That's okay too. I'll go it alone. And thank you very much, Lord Philip, for keeping me company. Should none of my brothers show up. In the meantime, I'm keeping an eye on the text. Someone's here. Yay! I think it's Farai.
Yeah.
Farai, you're the man.
I think it is too.
Super.
I can't really tell you, but somebody said they're coming in now.
Excellent. Let's see, who is it?
So I will let you know when I can add them because I can't.
Okay.
Who it is yet?
It might be Kobe.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean, and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can hear you, King. It's you. I was saying it's Farai. Welcome to you, King Yehovah. Thank you very much for joining us for the very first time. Say something again, because I'm not sure whether we can hear you.
Thank you.
Good. We can
hear
see
you.
you
Yes, I said
anyway.
thank
We
you
can
very
see
much.
an outline of you
Shalom
because
alaikum.
Yeah, he's there, but he's very low for some reason. You need to speak closer to your microphone. You're there, but I can hardly hear you.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why the microphone is not working properly.
You might have to
But I
sign
can
out and come
hear you
back
loud
in.
and clear.
You're there. I know I can barely hear you. I can barely make you out. But if you sign out and come back in, it might clear up the cookie cutters and allow you to get clearer.
It's probably just my. I'm inside. I'm at home right now.
I can't make out what you're saying. I cannot make
I'm
out
at home
what you're
right now.
saying. So
Can you hear me?
just sign out. Just sign out and come back in.
Oh, I said
Same
I'm at home
same
right now,
same
so
code.
it's probably the light.
I can't hear you.
Okay.
No. Okay, try that again. He was starting to come in, but he did go out as I instructed.
Oh, that's something. His connection doesn't seem to be great. That's probably what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Well, hopefully he'll be able to join us back again. He made it this once. He hopefully will make it again.
Hopefully. See what happens. Yeah. But at least he's trying. I think just sometimes they don't clear the computer out and then there are little cookie cutters in there that interfere. I think I got mine sorted out on my other computer as well. Something triggered, but since then I've been able to get in about 2 or 3 times on my own, and it's gotten in every time, and it's been it seems to be working quite well on that one there. Yes.
Very nice. Well, it's
I guess it's 10 after
16:10.
you get started with me, and then hopefully by the time they come in, we'll get going. I just want to go get some water while you start.
Please do. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just gone 10 past 4
coming in. It's coming in. It's coming in. It's coming in. Just give him a second.
Okay. Thank you for persisting, King.
No problem. That's easy enough. Still not on the screen yet, so I'm just anyway, you proceed. Let me
If
deal with
it's
this.
easier for you, you can do just voice, just your audio without camera.
Voice is fine, but he still has to open the thing in order for it to connect. He can turn the camera off after he has to open to connect. So,
I see.
yeah. Okay. Go ahead. You proceed. I'll deal with this behind the scene. You don't have
Super. So we're on to the Aten text. We've read coffin text. We've read the pyramid text. We read lastly the book of the coming forth today by night. And before we go into the Aten text, a scientific document regarding photovoltaics, light that creates electricity, we go into just read the final hour of the Amduat. Of course, we read the first 12 hours of the Amduat, hour to hour, in the AMDUAT, hour to hour in the Amduat. And that is, of course, what the deceased go through in the afterworld, yes, post-death. And of course, we covered as well the 42 affirmations of Ma'at. Yes, again, what happens in the judgment hall when the deceased go from, of course, the living before approaching Amenta or heaven, the 42 affirmations of Ma'at that is recited, and of course the passwords of the 12 gates or the 12 hours. Before that, the 42 affirmations that post life a person will attest, I have not, but during life a person will attest, I will not. For example, I will not mistreat children, or I will not mistreat animals, 41 and 42 respectively, of the 42 affirmations of Ma'at. And then we looked at, of course, mummification. We looked at the four parts, the four important parts of the body that are preserved in the jars, in the canopic jars: the liver, the lungs, the small and large intestines, each representing the cardinal points and four separate animals, and of course called the four sons of Heru that are protected by four female nectars. And all of it really speaks of or tells of the depth of ritual that went around handling or dealing with the deceased in ancient African times, in dynastic times. So, of course, we are reading the word, and we've come on now to the Aten text, a scientific document regarding photovoltaics, light that creates electricity. And welcome again, King Yehovah. Thank you for persisting. Thank you for joining us. It is fine that you cannot put your camera on, but if you can hear, and
Yes.
super, I can hear you.
Well.
So that's excellent. So it starts. Aten, capital A, small T-E-N, was the name given to the sun during the 18th dynasty, the S-U-N, sun, during the 18th dynasty. The text paid tribute to the light, heat, and sound energy carried to Earth by the sun's rays. The Aten text praises the beauty, righteousness, energy, brilliance, and eternal majestic power that made the sun all-knowing, all-seeing, and forever present. The sacred ode declared the presence of the sun defeated darkness on many different levels. When the sun rose, all of nature, in brackets organic life, came to life, in brackets consciousness. And when the sun set, all of nature slept, in brackets unconsciousness. The Aten text honored and praised the creator of all that created life and supplied all living things the capacity to reproduce themselves. The ancient Kushite scholars of the 18th dynasty also gave credit to the sun's rays for providing the living with all the food and nourishment they needed for survival. Through the use of figurative language, day and night, light and darkness, life and death, and other complementary forces, the African scribes of this analogical story distinctly elaborated on the awesome power of the sun in a self-created nation state with secure political boundaries and economic stability. The ancient poem was comprised of 125 lines and 3 fundamental scientific concepts. 1, Aten was unique, universal, and supplied bountiful love for all of her or his creations. All of Aten's creations had the potential to be good and beautiful. 2, Every living creation was in the presence of the Creator, and their nature created an instinct that made them obedient to the will of the Creator. The only creation that did not live by instinct was humanity. However, when conscious of their consciousness, they acquire intuition, which is a divine variation of instinct. Each creation survived and thrived, basking in the energy of atoms, in brackets, sun's light, heat, and sound energy in their own very special and unique way. And the third fundamental scientific concept, the world during the 18th dynasty was one of natural beauty, trust, power, and societal wealth. The people of these times lived in a fertile, prosperous, peaceful, and safe environment. The Great Aten text was found on the western wall of the tomb of the court official named I, capital A, small y, believed to be the grandfather of Nesebiti, in brackets, Pharaoh Akhenaten, and great-grandfather of Nesebiti, Pharaoh Tutankhamen. The science of the sun's energy is called photovoltaics. Photo meaning light and voltaic meaning electricity. Photovoltaics is the conversion of light, heat, and sound into electricity. Photovoltaics is the conversion of light, heat, and sound into electricity. I had to repeat that sentence. Electricity can be compared to the flow of electrons in a wire, the movement of water in a garden hose, blood moving through the circulatory system, air through the respiratory system, or cerebral spinal fluid through the central nervous system. Even when electrons, water, blood, air, and brain fluids are traveling against gravity, electrical pressure is enough to keep them moving in their natural rhythm. The sun's energy directs all of these electrical currents that create a protective magnetic field, allowing life to flourish on Earth. Electricity is the male energy in the cosmos, and magnetism is the female energy. Together, electromagnetism is explored in Einstein's special law of relativity. Sunlight is made up of a wide variety of radiant energy. This energy travels freely through space. When light strikes a dark object, much of its energy is absorbed and captured, resulting in the object, person, place, or thing heating up. When darkness captures and absorbs light, heat, and sound energy, the carbon atom motivates organic life. This is the process of the manufacture of melanin in animals or humans and chlorophyll in plants. The Aten text explores the power of Atum, capital A, small T-U-M, and Atum Kepra, capital A, small T-U-M, Kepra, capital K, small H-E-P-R-A, of the Shabaka stone. Aten, capital A, small t-e-n, is another name for Atum, capital A, small t-u-m. At another ancient time in Kushite Kemetic history. So we're coming on now to the great hymn to the Aten. And before we go into the great hymn to the Aten, I think it's worth us having some brief reflection. Yes, and King, whether you'd like to chime in, anything that's come to you, brief reflections is about us exchanging, briefly on what we've just read. And if there's anything you'd like to chime in with at any point, please feel free to stop me at any point in the reading and offer whatever it is that's come to your awareness while I'm reading. Yes, that's why brief reflections is that's what brief reflections is about. And that's why you've been invited here today, because of course I know a little bit of you, a little bit about your connection with nature, and a little bit about your journey, and a little bit about your knowledge. Hence the reason why I thought, spirituality before religions, the data that's contained in this book would be right into, as they say, right up behind, right into the information and the data that you would appreciate. Hence the reason I've asked you to come and join us today. So before we get into the hymn, the great hymn to the Aten, I will put the spotlight on you, King. If you'd like to introduce yourself and say any little something, or as much as you'd like to say, as little as you'd like to say about yourself to our listeners and to myself. Because like I said, I only know so little about you, and I'd love to know more, of course. So please, are you with us, King?
You mean me?
Super. The mic's yours.
Okay, am I being heard?
Well, I wasn't listening to you. I'm not sure. You can't hear me. Hold on.
No, I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay.
you can be heard.
Your guest, I don't know if he's hearing, if I'm not sure what's going on.
Yes.
He's not
He
saying.
heard, yeah, he did.
I'm
All
asking
right,
if y'all can hear me. Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm new to the reading. I'm not sure of I guess the whole theme of the book.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's not the beginning either, but I know that a lot of religions around the world had the practice of worshiping the sun, and I'm not sure if that's what the author is suggesting, but or nature, the sun, or other things in nature worship and different things like that. But it's something that I'm aware of a lot in other religions, and I don't participate in any of the religions at all.
Mm.
Um, and I remember you read something about the creator. I don't know if you could read that part of it again, but I just wanted to be clear on the, I guess, the suggestion of the author in bringing this information out. In what exactly is he suggesting that we pay tribute or homage to when it comes to worship?
Okay, if I follow what you're saying, I can offer back, because we have read before, and it's true, you've come in at a time when we've covered quite a bit of the material, quite a bit of the information. We're into chapter 5, and that's coming close to the end of the book, in all honesty. 2 more chapters to go, chapter 6 and then chapter 7. So of course, what we're reading now, the Aten text, Aten is the name that was given to the sun during that 18th dynastic period, or during the 18th dynasty. Whether the sun was worshipped or not is is not entirely what is being offered here. Yes, because in previous chapters we read that Africans did not necessarily worship the sun. However, they saw the sun as the ambassador of the creator. Yes, the sun as possessing all the great power. It was like the representative really on earth of creative force, of the creator. And so early Africans recognized that without the sun, there would be no life in nature. And nature essentially was the first teacher. And from nature, everything emanated. So the sun was seen as the source of life, so to speak, the physical, seen source of life, and the ambassador of the creator. So reverence was showed the sun, not necessarily worshipping the sun in the sense of what we understand the word worship to be, but reverencing and respecting the sun for the value that the sun gave to all life, and not just the heat of the sun, because that's one of the things I found quite fresh when I read the book, when I came across, the sun's potential. I always had a sense, even before reading the book, that the sun was underrated. Yes, that we didn't give the sun enough attention and enough um, value in our lives. So much so that we are told to repel the sun essentially with sunblock and sunshades and stay away from the sunlight. Yes, it can be scorching hot at times, and sometimes persons say, "Oh, Masapo Shalea, I cannot take the heat." But I have always, or for the for some time in my life, I have come to appreciate the sun, and I've never worn sunblock. If I can just throw in some a personal point here, I've never worn sunblock. I've never worn sunshades. Yes, maybe a sun hat, and that's about it, because I absolutely love being in the sun, in the sunlight, right? And what we concentrated on, what we focused on more than anything else, is the heat of the sun. Yes, but reading the text, reading spirituality before religions, spirituality is seen science. I'll say that again. Spirituality is unseen science. Science is seen spirituality. I came to read of the sound, yes, the heat, the light of the sun, not only the light and the heat, but also the sound of the sun, yeah, in the rays. And so, of course, what is being shown here in the Aten text is the significance of the sun and the appreciation of the ancient Cushitic Kemites that they placed on the sun, so much so that they wrote hymns to the sun. Yes, of course, we will agree that without the sun, nothing lives, right? And the sunlight or the sunshine or the sun energy is what bang starts, if you will, life, is what creates living on the planet, on earth, in ourselves, outside of ourselves, in nature. So I'm not sure whether I answered your question there, or your query. Did I?
I understand what you're saying, but I guess not really, because um, from the Hebrew laws that I know in Deuteronomy, we are warned against worshiping the sun or the moon or the things in nature. However, everything should be appreciated. We are to appreciate everything created in nature. No problem with that. But
Mm-hmm.
to elevate something as an object of how should I say, adoration,
Mm-hmm.
paying homage. So, and like I said, I haven't read the book or the overall theme of it.
Right.
Just jump the minute right now.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate
Um,
that. I
yeah,
appreciate
I've
love
always
that.
been, yeah, not to worship the sun or the moon or the stars or anything in nature because these are all created things. These are objects of creation.
Mm-hmm.
The creator of these everything. So
Yep.
anyway, we can skip to can move on.
Yes, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely spot on right. Hence the reason why the sun was seen as the ambassador of the creator. Yes. So the ambassador is like a representative of a nation when we speak of it in personality, correct? The ambassador to whoever, right? To whichever nation. The ambassador doesn't take away from the nation. The ambassador represents the nation. So the ancients saw the sun as the ambassador of the creator. So it wasn't removing so much so the reverence or the worship that was due to the creator and putting it onto the creature, which is the sun, which is what I'm understanding you saying. Not at all.
Yeah.
It really was the reverence that was due that ambassador was shown the ambassador. Yes, knowing that the ambassador is a representation of the creator. Yes. And I mean, we read of the ancient Kushite scholars of the 18th dynasty also gave credit to the sun's rays for providing the living with all the food and nourishment they needed for survival. We cannot dispute this final sentence that the sun is what's needed for plants to grow. Take a plant or a seed, put it in some growing material, some dirt, and stick it in a cupboard somewhere with no sunlight. It will grow, but it will surely be retarded. The growth will not be as vibrant as if that same pot were put out in the sunlight. And so that is what is being said here, essentially, that the sun is the source of physical life on earth. And the other point that from the sun, we have that electricity, that light that creates electricity, and that is put against the blood moving through the circulatory system. It's put against the air that goes through the respiratory system or the cerebral spinal fluid that goes through the central nervous system, all creating that energy, just like the sunlight creating that energy or creating that electricity in our bodies, and the sun outside of our bodies creating electricity, photovoltaics, light that creates electricity. So it looks like we've lost you there, King. Hopefully, if you can, you will join us back. If not, we're moving on. The great hymn to the Aten, capital A, small T-E-N. And we have a translation here taken from the book Obenga Theophile, African Philosophy, the Pharaonic Period, 27 AT to 330 BCE, Per Ankh, Paris, 2004, pages 98 to 118. The Aten text was a solar encyclopedia explaining the scientific properties of the sun's energetic light, sound, and heat waves. The Aten, as the sun, was also known during the Old Kingdom's Memphite theology as Atum, capital A, small T-U-M, the one and only creative utterance. This also represents the one atom, capital A-T-O-M, in the universe, hydrogen. Originally, the 125 lines were not written in sections. However, according to subject areas, I have divided them into 15 sections. So now we're going to go through the 15 sections of the hymn to Aten, the great hymn to the Aten. Section 1 is an introduction to the characteristics of the sun. It discusses the impact that light, heat, and sound rays have on all living things on Earth. The 12 opening lines identify the attributes and power of the sun's rays during the day and stresses the fact that the sun is the creator of all things in heaven and on the earth. I will read that section 1 again. Section 1 is an introduction to the characteristics of the sun. It discusses the impact that light, heat, and sound rays have on all living things on Earth. The 12 opening lines identify the attributes and power of the sun's rays during the day and stresses the fact that the sun is the creator of all things in heaven and on the earth, the S-U-N, sun. Introduction, line 1 to 12. 1. You appear beautiful on the horizon of the sky. 2. Living sun disk, you who brought life into being. 3. When you rise on the eastern horizon. 4. You fill all lands with your beauty. 5. Beautiful you are and great. 6. You sparkle high above the entire land. 7. Your rays embrace the lands. 8. To the ends of all your creations. 9. Being the sun, you have reached all the way to their boundaries. 10. Bonding them for your beloved son, S-O-N. 11. Far though you are, your rays are here on earth. And 12. You are on people's faces, yet your motion is invisible. Section 2 talks about what happens when the nighttime comes, when the sun retires in inverted commas, in the west. The lines explore nocturnal life on Earth, the land without light. In the absence of Aten, line 13 to 23. 13. When you retire to the western horizon. 14. Earth grows dark as if in death. 15. People sleep indoors, their heads covered. 16. Their eyes invisible, each to each. 17. If all their goods were stolen, 18, from under their heads. 19, they would not know it. 20, every lion emerges from its lair. 21, and all serpents sting. 22, it is dark as in a furnace. Earth sleeps in silence. 23, for the Creator rests on his horizon. Section 3 returns back to daylight and the events that follow the re-emergence or resurrection of the sun in the east. And section 3 reads 24. But at dawn, as soon as you rise on the horizon, 25, and shine as the sun disk in the day, 26, you dispel the darkness. 27, shooting out your rays. 28, then the two lands celebrate. Section 4 continues discussing the impact of the sun's light, sound, and heat energy on the Creator's creations, including life on the land, in the air, and water. It exclaims that when the sun is in the sky, humans, animals, birds, and even fish work. When the sun shines, plant life grows. The impact of Aten on his or her creations, lines 29 to 44. 29. Awakened, humans rise to their feet. Welcome back, King. 30.
Battery. Sorry about that. My battery had died.
It happens, doesn't it? We're into the hymn now, the great hymn to Aten, and we're doing the several sections. And we've come now to section 4, which continues discussing the impact of the sun's light, sound, and heat energy on the Creator's creations, including life on the land, in the air, and water. It exclaims that when the sun is in the sky, humans, animals, birds, and even fish work. When the sun shines, plant life grows. The impact of Aten on his or her creations, lines 29 to 44. 29. Awakened, humans rise to their feet. 30. Because you have roused them. 31. Their bodies washed, they wear their clothes. 32. And raise their hands in praise at your rising. 33. The entire universe goes about its work. 34. Livestock enjoy their fodder. 35. Trees and grass grow green. 36. Birds fly out from their nests. 37. Wings outspread in praise of your ka, capital K, small a. 38. All animals romp around on their legs. 39. Those flying and those on the ground. 40. They live when you rise for them. 41. Boats go down with the current and up against it. 42. All paths open up once you appear. 43. River fish leap toward your face. 44. Your rays reach deep into the great green sea. And then section 5 looks at embryology and the role of the sun's power in reproduction. These lines explain the importance of how the sun is involved in the beginning of life. Something you do not learn in school, that is for sure. Aten, embryology, lines 45 to 55. 45. You make seed germinate in women. 46. And create semen in men. 47. You give life to the infant at his mother's breast. 48. Calming him or her with what dries his tears. 49. Nurturer at the breast. 50. You give breath. 51. That livens each of your creatures. 52. As they leave the womb to breathe. 53. The day of their birth. 54. You open their mouth fully. And 55. And fulfill their need. That reminds me of my anatomy and physiology lessons or classes, where we were reading and learning about the heart and what starts the heart pumping. And the node, the electric that coordinates the electric impulse that gets the heart beating. And I remember the lecturer saying it is still unknown what really kickstarts the heart or gets the heart beating. Yes, the lecturer said that. It is unknown still what gets the heart started to pump. Yes. And later on, years later, I came to read. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was saying the maker, the creator, does that. Starts the heart pump.
That's not far from the truth. I'd accept that. Totally. But I came to read later that the sun, yes, the heat, the energy, the light of the sun is what kickstart the beating heart in the chest. And of course, that could be further researched and further developed and further discussed and further talked about. But when I think about it anyway, and I think about those of us who are born or who come to this side of the universe, I like to say, in sunnier climes, in warmer places, like the Caribbean, like the continent, Africa, closer to the equator, where the sun is its most vibrant. People of the sun, I will offer, are the liveliest people on the planet. I will go as far as to offer we are also the happiest people on the planet. We are the most rhythmic people on the planet. Those of us who came with the sun. And I will offer where there are seasons, like where I am now in Germany. This is now winter. The sun is still up in the sky, yes, but it's not as strong, it's not as potent as in summertime. So persons in these climes who come to this side of the universe in the summertime, I think they are more predisposed to being happier, more vibrant, because they came to this side of the universe when the sun was the strongest in the sky. And that's my thinking. But coming away from the places where seasons are, going back to places where the sun is always up in the sky, like Ayanola. We have no winter, we have no autumn, we have no spring, not so pronounced anyway. We have what we call the dry and the wet season, and the sun rises every day the same time and sets every day the same time. Yes, we are constantly exposed to the sun's light, energy, sound, heat. Yes, and as much as sometimes some of us want to come away from the heat of the sun, shall I show? Yes, that is what I offer. Gives us the energy to be rhythmic, to be happy, to be almost worry-free, no matter what, is happening in a society. We are generally a happy people. We have a very light disposition. We will smile even in the worst of adversities. And King, please tell me what you think about what I'm saying. Do you see that differently, or do you see that as being somewhat the case?
Uh, I, again, I didn't get catch up on everything.
Mm-hmm.
But I do see the relevance of it. I do see the relevance of it.
Mm.
I can relate.
Hmm. And there is such thing as the two cradle theory. Yes. If you have the chance to look up the two cradle theory. Yes. And it has to do with those persons who were, I like to say, come to this side of the universe in the ice. Yes. In the iced areas of the planet, the cold areas of the planet, vis-a-vis or in comparison to those persons who came to this side of the universe in the warmer or sunnier parts of the universe. Yeah, the people of the ice and the people of the sun. There's so much to be gleaned from the two cradle theory. Yes. And I think it comes right back to what we're reading here about the sun, the power of the sun, the energy of the sun, and what the sun offers to life on earth, that I think we ought to pay more reverence to, and we ought to give more recognition to. And I think as well that the recognition and reverence was taken away from and refocused on the SON, the SON of God. Originally should have gone to the SUN, ambassador of the Creator.
Now that one I see the other way around.
Sorry?
That one I see the other way around.
By all means, please offer.
And because he's the representative of humanity, Yeshua, the Messiah, and to represent the Father. He said so. He's coming. You need that very clear. He's the representative.
Thanks for that offering. Thanks for that. And by all means, it is worth having those comparative reading, and comparative learning and comparative delving into different religious thinking and religious teachings. Yes. And then look at everyday life. Yes. In and amongst those who practice the different religions. Remember, we're reading the book Spirituality Before Religions. Yes. And the title of that book can be read in two ways: chronologically, in time, that spirituality was before any religion, and religions came out of spirituality. So, spirituality before religions on that time chronological continuum, and also spirituality before religions in giving credence to or giving credibility to spirituality. Yes, before lauding or before upholding religions. That's the two ways I read this title. Spirituality before religions, chronologically, that spirituality is really what was before any concrete religious groups or religious teachings or religious ways, talking about the great world religions: Buddhism, Confucianism, Christianity, Roman Catholicism, Islam, and all the different factions under all those headings that we call religions today. All of them came after spirituality, and spirituality is what they all came out of. They've all borrowed from spirituality, and more specifically, spirituality as developed, as lived in the African space, in ancient Kush, Kemite, ancient Ethiopia, that came in up into Egypt. And then, of course, Egypt being the place that exposed everything to the rest of the world through Greece, through Rome, through what is now Europe. So that is my understanding, that is my comprehension of what we're reading. Yes, and thank you again, King Yahovah, for joining us this afternoon. It's a pity we cannot hear you very well. I can hear you just only very faintly, only just very faintly. And I know that's your mobile device, as you explained to me earlier. But sorry?
Something is wrong with the device. I don't know what it is.
Yes, yes. I can hear you just about.
Yeah.
But still, thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
I wasn't saying anything. Go ahead.
Okay, I thought I heard you say something. So super. We're moving on to section 6. Section 6 continues the ideas of the beginning, but it talks about the life that emanates in the egg of the woman. The ancient scribes used the metaphor of a chick or of the chick, but the egg is also the womb of the mammal and the womb of the cosmos. So the Kakla, lines 56 to 52. Lines 56 to 62. 56. When the chick is in its egg, 57, already pecking at the shell. 58, you give it breath within it to give it life. 59, for you have fixed its time for crackling the shell from within. 60, it comes out of the egg. 61, chirping at the fixed time. 62, walking the moment it comes out. Section 7 continues to credit the sun with being responsible for all life on the earth and in the air. They also stress the fact that they see the Creator as the sole God of all creations. All and everything Aten, capital Aten, created. Lines 63 to 71. 63. What a multitude of things you have made. 64. Even when they are invisible. 65. O unique God, you who have no one above you. 66. You created the universe according to your heart, being alone. 67. All humans, livestock, and wild beasts. 68. All beings that walk on their legs on earth. 69. Or fly high on their wings. 70. In the highlands, Hor and Cush. 71. And the land of Egypt. Section 8 speaks of how the sun's rays impact life in different areas of the earth. Included in this section is the concept of the role of the sun's rays on human complexion and the development of various languages. They take their study a step further by looking at behavioral psychology when they identify the differences among varying characters, distinct skin colors, and languages. Aten's humanity, lines 72 to 79. 72. You have placed each human being in its environment. 73. And supplied his needs. 74. Give each one his food. 75. Allotted to each his time of life. 76. Given languages in their varied intonations. 77. And people's character. 78. Distinct as their skins. 79. For you have made strangers different. So here we see how the sun's power, according to the Aten text, the great hymn to the Aten is all pervading, right down to the language that is spoken. Yes, and that I think connects again with the rhythm of a people, the rhythmic nature of a people. And we spoke earlier about the melanin. Yes. And now we're touching on the distinctness of the skin and the complexion of skin. Something that is so very politicized in our time. The color line. You saying something, King? Go ahead.
No, this thought this came to my mind about the us, who we are as melanated people. We are the fathers of creation. We came before them. We made them. They can't make us. Because lack of melanin cannot produce a melanated child at all. And I wonder how that really makes them feel deep down in their soul. To have that power and claiming white supremacy, some of them. And yes, still they cannot produce one black child.
Well, there you are. And that's Gesundheit. And that's exactly what we are reading here. That the sun, yes, supplied each need, give each one his food, allotted to each his time of life, language, and character, people's character. And I can see that being the case, like I was saying a while ago. persons who are born or persons who come to this side of the universe in the sunnier places are happier. Yes, we have a lighter disposition about us. We go on.
Lack, lack of sunshine causes depression and other problems, physical problems.
Exactly.
Sunshine, people who are
Exactly.
in the sun all the
There
time
is
tend to
ads.
be more happy.
Sorry?
Yeah. People who are in the sun tend to be more happier and positive, cheerful, hopeful. All the positive things happen to people who live in high sunny areas than compared to living in European countries. Less sunlight, more problems.
That's exactly the point. And that's exactly what is being what is being praised or what is being sung here about in the Aten text, the great hymn to the Aten. It's giving um pardon me, attention and reverence to the sun and the sun's impact, positive impact on not just the outer skin or the outer shell of people, in that, of course, you can get a tan, in the sunlight or in the sunshine, heat and light and rays, you can get a tan on your outside, but it also affects your inner self as well, your inner character. The sun says how readily able you are to smile. Yes. And people in the sunlight, people who came to this side of the universe closer to the sun or in abundance of the sun's energy, light, smile genuinely and very easily, as opposed and compared to persons who were not. And I've seen that. That is my experience. I've come across people who just cannot smile. They cannot. Or when they do, you can tell that it's not
Fake.
genuine. Fake
Yep.
smiling.
Fake
Exactly.
smile.
There you go. It's true. That the smile doesn't connect with the heart for some reason. It's just face deep. I've
Yeah.
seen that. That's my experience. I'm not saying it's like that right across the board with everybody, because by all means we have persons who came to this side of the universe in sunnier climes, and for whatever reason they are not so, light-hearted or not so happy. Yes, but for the majority, that is the case. And it is heard, yes, especially from visitors to Ayanola. How is it the people have so little? Yes, how is it they're so poor, but yet they are so happy? They smile so easily. They are so warm and so welcoming and so loving and so friendly. Why? We have to ask ourselves. Why? Even in all the hardship. I mean, think of those of our people, our ancestral forebears who were enslaved, sun up to sundown, in fields or wherever they were, worked hard to the bone. In some instances, there's research to show that the muscle, persons were worked so hard that the muscle, right, was detached from their bone. Can you imagine that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. I remember about that. Yep.
Yet,
Terrible. You're gonna have
yet,
to pay 'em.
exactly. Yet, I mean, not counting those who revolted, and understandably so, those who revolted and resisted, understandably so, yes, yet they still found the capacity to forgive. right? And to love those from whom they were getting such wicked treatment. Think about that and ask ourselves why and how is that the case?
I mean, they're gonna have to pay. It's coming back. Soon things gonna flip upside down. Very soon, not too long from now.
Say that again, please, King.
I said very soon from now, everything's gonna flip upside down. The last shall be first, and the first shall be last.
Well, I think it's flipping upside down already. I think so.
I mean,
Isn't
when
it?
I say I mean completely, they're gonna flip
Completely. Okay. It'll
completely.
be
Where
finished.
they our slaves, they're going to come back to they're paying for what they have done to us, double for what they have done to us. What they did to our children, we will do to their children.
Mm.
It's gonna be a complete universal. Let's call it black superpower. Let's call it like that. If I can use those words.
BSMG. I love their music. BSMG.
CSMG, what that stands
E.
for?
Sorry?
What that stands for?
Black Superman Gang. Ghanaian. See if you can look them up. Their music, it's in German, however, but the music is brilliant. So rhythmic, so energetic. And the lyrics as well, tops.
And it's in German.
Sorry, say it again?
In German.
Yeah, it's in German. They sing also in English, but it's the lyrics are mainly German, and you have a few English words thrown in there.
Send me a link.
I can do that. I'll find it and send it to you. BSMG. So we're moving on to section 9. Section 9 speaks of the water systems of the earth, whether they are on the earth, rivers, oceans, streams, etc., under the earth, liquid earth core, or in the sky, rain and hydrogen. So I'll read that sentence again of section 9, speaking of the water systems of the earth, whether they are on the earth, in brackets, rivers, oceans, streams, etc., under the earth, in brackets, liquid earth core, or in the sky, in brackets, rain and hydrogen. Happy, H-A-P-Y, in the Amduat, is the water that the deceased travel on their solar boats, referenced in the book of the coming forth today by night. The importance of water on land and in the sea and air. These lines also imply that the Creator developed a plan for the survival of all things in the use of universal water, which emphasizes the knowledge of the original and only atom, capital A-T-U-M, in brackets atom, capital A-T-O-M, hydrogen. So happy, H-A-P-Y, in the Amduat, earth and sky, that's lines 80 to 94. 80, you generate the Nile underground. 81, and make it come at your will. 82, to give life to the peoples. 83, as you created them for yourself. 84, you, Lord of them all, who take such care of them. 85, Lord of the universe entire, you who rise for it. 86, sun disk of any time, sun disk at daytime, great in radiance. I'll read that 86 again. 86 sun disk at sun disk of daytime. 86 sun disk of daytime, great in radiance. 87 to all foreign lands, however far you give life. 88 you have placed a Nile in the sky to rain for them. 89 forming currents of water on mountains as at sea. 90 watering their fields and towns. 91 how manifest your plans are, Lord of eternity. 92 a Nile in the sky that is the gift you have given foreigners. 93 and to every beast walking the mountains. 94 just like the Nile springing from below the beloved land. So that was section 9, speaking about the water systems of the earth. And at the beginning of the book, we read that the Nun, the Nun, was like the universal water. And not water like the H2O we know, but like a thicker liquid soup, if you will, a gloop that existed, that everything and all things that will ever be lay in potential. Yes, in the Nun, the Nun, the universal water. And there is thought that everything came from the water, or life came from the water.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we've got waters on the earth, under the earth, and in the heavens. And we, us beings, are how much water? Is it 70% water? Just like the planet is.
Yeah.
Water covers, that's right, 70% of the planet, and the rest is land, solid ground. So water is hugely important. And I remember you sending me, King, a clip of you near the waters, the natural flowing waters of Ayanola.
Yeah.
And drinking from that natural live spring.
You know that for a few months now they've been slowing down the water and cut it off in many places. And 3 days now they cut off all the water from where? I don't know. From I think middle of the island all the way up to Cape State. No water.
Oh yes.
So yeah, today right now, no water. Tomorrow, no water. For 3 days, 3 or 4 days. They say they're changing something, whatever, fixing something or whatever. That's kind of crazy because on island that have so much water naturally and even rain. I don't understand how people can depend on the rain to fill their tanks or to get from the natural sources we have around us. So dependent on the government, which is slow. I didn't grow up that way. I didn't. My parents were looking in St. Croix. My father built our house with cistern, two big cistern under the house. We always had water. We barely had to depend on public water.
Right.
Had our own pump system, water system, heater system, everything. Complete in we could have been off the grid if we wanted to, just didn't have no solar power. But everything else was our own.
Right.
So they can cut off the water all they want. We always had water.
And that's important, isn't it?
Yeah, it's important to learn to live like that because if you give people that kind of power over you, then you don't have a choice.
Exactly right. And they definitely use those very commodities that they know people can hardly do without.
Yeah, that's why I said live in the jungle one day. I live completely off the grid in the jungle, just preparing my. I'm building my house.
Yes, yes, King. That's one of the reasons I appreciate love you. You know, the way you've chosen to be in that natural space with nature and drinking from the natural springs where somebody would hesitate and say, oh, that water's got whatever, whatever, whatever. It has to be whatever, whatever before you drink it. But you just right there with the water, filling your bottle and drinking it. Yes.
Man, because I mean, think about our ancestors. How did they
Mm-hmm.
survive? They just drank the water just like that. You had to do nothing to it. The most I ain't gonna give you poison.
Hmm.
I mean, the earth gives you all the food, it gives you water, sunshine, air, everything is all around you.
Everything.
You don't have to pervert it or yeah, you don't have to control it.
Mm,
Live in nature, live in harmony with nature. You have to work with nature, things of nature, work with it.
exactly. And not against it.
Exactly.
And that's what we read again earlier in the book. And I know you're only joining us now at chapter 5, and you've missed chapters 1 through 4. Yes, and that's quite a chunk, excuse me, of the reading of the book that you've missed. Yes.
Where's the other
And
guy?
say that again, please.
Where's the other guy that was there?
Lord Philip,
Yeah,
he's
there
in
was
the
another guy.
background.
Okay. Okay.
He's in the background somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, here he is.
Greetings.
Welcome back, Lord Philip.
Yes. I'm here eating my lunch.
Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.
Yeah. I'll be back in a minute. I'll be back in
Okay,
a minute.
then. Sure. See you then. So there he is. He's in the background. Did
It's
you
just
want?
the three of us.
Well, yes. It's just the two of us when we say it. Lord Philip is it's his segment, Global Independence Square on
Okay.
246 Bajan Vibes Radio. Yes, and he controls the switch. He controls the traffic in and out of persons, and of course, I'm here on his segment with a
Okay.
radical exchange reading for us. Yes.
Okay.
And so you're here, of course, as invited. Yeah. And I
Yeah.
appreciate love you for joining me and staying with us for this length of time and having brief reflections with me. Hopefully, it's not going to be your last time.
No, no. The only problem with the schedule is I keep the lunar Sabbath, so I'm taking these 2 days off from work because tomorrow is Sabbath. I have to
Ah,
start.
okay.
So it's I'm not on the Roman calendar.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, my schedule changes according to the lunar cycle. That's nature. So I pray to be and stay in contact with nature and live in harmony with the things of nature. So
Okay.
as for the spiritual clock, the divine clock in the sky, that's how time is given to us. The sun, the moon, the stars, and nature. That's just natural.
Mm-hmm.
So body is going into rest mode. And my knee also
Mm-hmm.
is in pain right now from multiple accidents I had in my life. My knee is swollen right now, so can't even walk normally. So I'm enjoying the rest.
Okay.
Let me see today. is the third quarter of the moon. Yeah, yeah, tomorrow is the third quarter, the third
Uh-huh.
quarter moon phase. So we come into the close of another cycle next week, the
Okay.
end of another calendar year, actually. The Hebrew law calendar year ends next week because March the 10th will be um the beginning of the new year.
Mm.
But for me, the Chinese do the same thing. Uh, a lot of Islamic people, Muslim, some
Mm-hmm.
not a lot, more less of them have been. More of them are on the Roman calendar now, but some of them
Okay.
still keep to the old lunar calendar. So I'm not the only one. There's a lot of people, some Hebrews, some Muslims, some Chinese, and other people, indigenous people. We live according to nature.
Right. Mm-hmm. And you do as well, you
Yeah.
said.
Oh yes, 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 yes. Oh yeah, definitely,
And do you do
definitely.
so
I'm
with
the
a
only
group
in
of
the.
people, or you've chosen to do this on your own?
Well, I'm seeking to teach people. People want to learn this because it's not popular at all. It's very
Mm-hmm.
uncommon. I'm teaching people and seeking to form a group, but we're all in the world. Everybody's usually on a different schedule, a different journey,
Mm-hmm.
and it's difficult. It's hard to come out of Babylon system and learn the truth about things, about the world and how it really works, and how we have to live our lives according to nature. Even the food, most of us depending on the stores to feed us,
Mm-hmm.
depending on money to feed us. You shouldn't depend on money to feed you. No one should be depending on money to feed yourself. You should be depending on nature.
Mm-hmm.
Plant, eat food from the ground, eat food from the trees. That's how you live in harmony with nature. I want to be so free that I could just wake up and pick fruits off the tree, and that's my breakfast, my lunch, and my dinner.
Mm-hmm.
It's my food from the ground, cook my own food from the ground. I don't want to go to no store and buy anything. I'm tired of it. I barely even go to the grocery store. I go to the market. When I go to shop, it's usually in the market. I don't go to the stores.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I like everything natural.
And I think more and more people are doing that, King. More and more people are realizing the importance of going back to the land, growing what they eat, eating what they grow. And there are efforts all over the Caribbean that I know personally of, you know, um, persons who are again encouraging others like you are doing yourself, encouraging others and sharing, you know, um, ideas, techniques of agri, growing and diversifying and so on and so forth, right in your own backyard, for those persons who haven't got the fortunate way or the fortunate means of having a plot of land where they can actually crop the land, yes, and grow a varied, number of different crops. Persons are seeing the importance of doing that again, more so than before. Still, still agriculture. We were having a conversation only a few days ago on Meetup One, and I'll speak more about Meetup One in a bit. Where agriculture is not seen as, well, it's not attractive, especially not to the young people nowadays. The young people are put off maybe by what is seen as being hard work, going to work the land and till the soil and prepare the soil for growing food. And it's easier because persons have got used to the quick life and the fast to be to a certain place on time for work and so on, like you said,
Yeah.
and so going to till the ground and to plant food, that takes time. It's quicker. going down to the supermarket and buying what you want, eating on the go, yes, while you're on your mobile phone and texting one person here and calling another person here with your hamburger in your hand, and you feel like you're a modern woman, a modern man, too busy to prepare a proper meal or too busy to grow. So you go fast food. And that's modern day life. That's modern day living. That's how it's been for many years. So people don't go planting their own food, although it's becoming more and more popular now, and persons are being encouraged more and more to do that now, because persons are seeing more and more that the food that they go buying or purchasing from the supermarket is becoming more and more non-foods.
Hmm. And then on top of that too, this
Mm.
COVID-19 vaccine crap has has
Mm-hmm.
has gone beyond just being an injection. It's being put into foods. I'm sure you've heard about that already. It's being
Mm-hmm.
put into a lot of the products we buy in the stores. They're vaccinated vegetables.
Hmm.
They're vaccinated fruits. They're vaccinated everything. Everything is modified and changed and corrupted and perverted. And one thing I found out along the way many years ago
Uh-huh.
was the reason for population control is that these white supremacists have modified the food so much and put their corruption into it. That is the reason why men are not being born and more girls are being born. It's a form of population control, and it's
Mm.
decreasing the sperm count in men. It's messing up with women's menstrual cycles, birth
Mm-hmm.
defects, all kinds of things. Just to control us, so we can be fruitful and multiply naturally. And we had so
Mm-hmm.
much reproductive problems, prostate problems, ovarian cancers, all types of cancers, prostate, all kinds of things from the food, from the food. And there's a white guy, I forget his name, but I know him for a while now. He's been exposing the agenda because he's in the field, the scientist, where he talks about this is what's happening and why certain diseases are coming up on black people and why our population is
Mm-hmm.
the way it is, why the young men are so violent, and everything you see going on is a reason why these people sit down and discuss what they're gonna do, and they do it. They get it done.
Mm-hmm.
So it's sad when we don't have no control over our food, which is one of the most important resources in life. You have to eat, and but to live in an environment where agriculture is despised and looked down upon, and you glorifying supermarket foods, that's terrible. It's terrible. And then the KFC is killing people here too, and all around the world. This KFC thing and all these fast food places is just killing people, and they don't realize that. They don't even care as long as it tastes good. They'll die happy. Very, very unfortunate.
And that
Hello?
is why it's, yes, I'm here. I'm hearing you. I can hear everything you said. Very low, but I can hear you. Are you able to hear King Jehovah,
Yeah,
Lord
I can
Philip?
hear loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Yes, okay. Um, I can hear you as well, but like before, it's just quite faint. I have to listen very closely. But yes, I follow everything you say, 100. And again, that is why it is important for us to remember, how we were as people, being close to the land and being close to nature and producing for ourselves what we need, especially our feed, especially what we clothe ourselves with, our clothing, our food, Yes, our drinks. And
Yeah.
you're so right. Everything is being thrown at us that possibly can be thrown at us. And it's the world population, not just one group of people are being targeted like this. But I would be safe to say, I think, that we persons of African heritage, African descent, and we can call us by different names. People choose to call us by different ways that they've accepted us to be groups of. We have been the ones targeted, and other groups
Yeah. Oh,
seem to
yeah.
have a
Big, big, big.
conspiracy and make a concerted effort to target us.
Yeah.
Go on, King.
Yeah. Specifically us, because they generalize us as black people, and so the agenda has permeated throughout wherever we live in the world,
Mm-hmm.
and they have a special target in Africa where they just control everything, make sure they stay down to the bottom in every way, from the time they are born
Mm-hmm.
all throughout their lives, and manage and control what we think, we eat, we learn, everything we touch. All of it is all tainted with their programming, their propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
And they invite the other nations to take part in it. That's why the Chinese come and they want to dominate too, and Indians, they come into Africa and they want to control and dominate everything too, and other races of people, it just conglomerate against us.
Mm-hmm.
So that you notice, wherever you go, you hardly find melanated people in control of food sources. There's only somebody. There's a lot. Yes, there is, but I mean on a commercial international level, you don't
Mm.
see us in control of food sources, or even when it comes to technology, or many other areas, business, commerce. We're not in control. We're at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the technology when it comes to, for example, in travel. We're not in control of the world's travel, airplanes
Mm-mm.
or vehicles, or even when it comes to the internet. We're always the servants, always under and not on top,
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
and that's where that's where who had the real power. In my brain, I've been trying to figure out, how can I come to a place where I'm in control of the commerce? I'm in control of,
Mm-hmm.
of travel. I'm in control of some industries. Why are we always at the bottom? And it's like we don't have the knowledge, we can have access to the knowledge,
Hmm.
access to information. It's not that it's impossible. It is possible, but it is not happening.
Well, I want to say to you, it is happening, King. You know.
I think we have depressed ourselves. We have put ourselves down to think that, oh, I can't do that. I'm too black.
Mm.
You mean among us?
Amongst us, of course, it is happening.
You mean among
Yes,
us?
absolutely. I mean, when we think about it, at every turn, there
I mean,
has
being
been
in control of
effort.
world economic, world trade, world.
Okay, okay, not on such high level as in world trade and world economics. We know those areas are still predominantly in certain hands. Yes, not on such levels. I personally do not know. Yes, apart from maybe some organizations, like I came across recently the UNIA, that's doing great things that Marcus Garvey, 100 plus years ago, um, I come to
Uh-huh.
say gegründet, but started, and it's still very much active today. Yes, and the UNIA, the personalities I met from that organization based in New York, um, were some months ago in Barbados. and we had virtual connection with them through an indigenous platform, inherent intelligence developed by a young man from Ayanola. Yes, Meetup
Okay.
One. And you joined us on Meetup One recently when you came to
Ye-
Fridays for Harambe. Remember, as our resource person, you joined us on a
Yes, yes.
platform that you used for the first time. It is a platform that is being developed by a young brother from Ayanola. And it's gone through several
Ah,
updates,
I'd
several
like to meet
versions.
him.
Sorry?
I said I'd like to meet him.
Well, everyone would like to meet him. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I encourage you and I encourage
If
everyone
I
who's
would,
listening.
if I do have
Sorry?
a very serious conversation,
Say that again, please, King.
I said if I do, I'd have a very serious conversation. I said if
Sorry,
I
I
do, I'll have a very serious conversation with him about, changing the way that. Can you hear me?
I heard if I do meet him,
Can you
I'll
hear
have
me?
a very serious conversation. I didn't get the rest. No,
About changing the narrative so that we get control, this level of control that we can control our own industries.
absolutely. At this point, I'd
Because I
like
have
to
some
invite.
ideas.
Go on.
Yeah, I have a
Uh-huh.
lot of ideas.
Well, super. It's great because
Also, I
that's
have
what
a lot of ideas I want to the people.
excellent. Excellent. And that is what we're
Go ahead.
trying to
Yeah,
do.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. That is what we're trying to do is to make the connections amongst ourselves on the island. So I will take the opportunity now to invite you to our forum, Caribbean Sovereign Peoples Concerns, every Sunday. If you have the time, I can share the link and further details with you off air, off the record. And there's a lot more to be shared with you and persons like
Okay.
yourself who want to work in collaboration with your fellow brothers and sisters on the island, not just Ayanola, but outside of Ayanola. Reaching out to our Caribbean um, cousins, our
Uh-huh.
Caribbean family in Guyana, in Trinidad, in St. Vincent, in Barbados, in
Uh-huh.
yeah, you name it, in Cuba, right? And
Yeah.
like you just said, you have so many ideas. Of course, we
Okay.
need the intelligence of our people coming together, having conversation to then, you know, put together the specific action we need to be, like you say, self-sufficient in all those areas of life we've mentioned earlier, starting to eventually command on the world stage like we once did.
Yeah,
You still with
exactly.
us,
And
King?
command control over these things.
Mm,
Yes, yes. Yes, I am. We have to control, we have to have power and control over look, we're here in the Caribbean, predominantly black people. And
mm-hmm,
we man, we have allowed, let me say that word, we have allowed ourselves to be servants to the white Babylon system, white supremacy, to their control. And it's like we don't seem to have our own mind when it comes to education. That's just one area. Education.
mm-hmm,
We should have our own books, our own school, our own system, our design our own curriculum. Because I have created massage schools. I've created massage curriculum certification programs. I
mm-hmm.
know how to educate. That's one of my gifts, and my career was largely in that. But we have to. I don't agree. I don't agree with this so-called education system at all. Is not teaching the young people nothing about how to make money, how to survive, how to create industries or commerce or business or economics. It's just always working for someone else and making everyone everybody is rich and you always a servant to somebody else. I think we're at a point where now we can pull together enough people
Mm-hmm.
to have a recreate our own education system where we learn teach the first thing you teach a child is how to make money. That's the first thing a child should learn, how to make money.
Mm.
After the basics, read, write, learn math, learn their basics. But that's the main thing in life. How to survive without depending on anyone else. How to build your own homes, how to have your own electrical system, your own phones, your own communication systems, rather than, you know, buying into a mother network for someone else.
Mm.
I have a nephew. He was building computers from the time he was 11 years old.
Okay.
My sister's son.
Mm-hmm.
That boy, by the time he was 15, he built 3 computers already. He built on websites. He built games. He was, I mean, the boy was so intelligent. He never had to look at something twice.
Mm-hmm.
My nephew, he got bored if he watched it twice.
Mm-hmm.
If you read a book, watch a movie, or anything, it's only one time, and that's it. The boy been building computers from the time he was 11 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that kind of knowledge among us. We have that capability. But he was still in the school, public school system. I don't know what he's doing right now. But we need to put our black intelligence into forceful action.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I'm really tired of the dominance. I'm really tired of the servant attitude we have to serve everybody else. It's time for us to take back the power.
Well, King Yehovah, I appreciate love you being here with us on a radical exchange, reading for us. I appreciate love
So
hearing what you're saying.
I don't know
You
whoever else is
saying what?
listening. If they have any
Sorry.
response or feedback they want to give on that note.
We appreciate what we appreciate love. I prefer that term. I say quickly appreciate, but Sister Fanai has turned that word over and we say appreciate love. I appreciate love. What I'm hearing from you. And again, I'll extend invitation to you to join a growing number of persons right around the Caribbean space who are saying exactly what you are saying here today. Yes. And I will share the details with you offline. And of course, like you said, you'd like to meet. It would be lovely to meet your cousin, your nephew who built computers since he was 11. Yes. It would be great to know this young man because you speak of raw intelligence in your family, you know.
Yeah.
So to bring him and to harness his talent and put it together with other talents, to create for ourselves, because like you said, we should stop depending and being the creators or the co-creators that we are. We have the indigenous intelligence, we have, the knowledge. Yes, it's true, there's a lot we lack as individuals on our own, but when we come together, what I lack, you have. And what you lack, another brother or another sister has. And that is how we complement each other and come together, yes, to do for ourselves, to solve our own problems through our own experiences, our energy going to our betterment. So thank you again, King Yehovah, for joining us. Yes, and hopefully you will join us again here or on Meetup One. Again, you joined us once before on Meetup One. I'm hoping you can join us again in reading, reasoning, reflecting, like you did with me today, brief reflections. I cannot say thank you enough. And of course, sharing your knowledge, sharing your intelligence with us, with the group Caribbean Sovereign People's Concerns on Meetup One. There's so much we can do together. So much we need to do together. Yes? So we're not far now from the end of our session, coming up 7 minutes to the hour. Thank you all very much for joining us here on 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, Global Independent Square, a radical exchange reading for us. Of course, we've been reading the book Spirituality Before Religions. Spirituality is unseen science. Science is seen spirituality. That encyclopedia by Professor Kaba Hiawatha Kamene. I call it an encyclopedia because we touch on in this book biology, history, cosmology, astronomy, spirituality specifically. Yes, we touch on, yes, science as observed and documented by ancient Africans in that Kushite Kemetic space, modern day Egypt and the surrounds, Ethiopia and the surrounds, Sudan and the surrounds. Yes, in those dynastic, early dynastic periods when Shabaka, the pharaoh Shabaka, came across writings from his earlier ancestors that he saw the value in and decided to go back to using. Yes, and he documented that on the Shabaka stone. Yeah, and the Shabaka stone today known as the Memphite theology. The Memphite theology that documents the African theory of the coming of the universe. Yes, the coming into being and the continuing of the coming into being of the natural universe and everything, including beings, including you, including me, including our parents, how we came to being first in that water, in that nun, yes, where everything was in potential state, waiting to come forth, yeah, energy at rest in the nun. And then Atum Pata, yeah, that hill came out from that energy, that potential energy got bang started into kinetic energy, and that hill came out from the nun Pata, and then the Atum, the word or atom. Yes, that the first Trinity, Nun, Atum, Pata, coming together to then throw off from themselves all the molecules, all the atoms that were necessary to bring forth life on the planet in all its forms, starting from bacteria right to human beings, right to beings, to living beings, and that reproduction continuously going on to this day and will continue in the distant ad infinitum future. Beautiful people, and that's why I appreciate this book. I appreciate love. Thank you, Fanai, for changing that word for us. Appreciate love these books so much. Shabaka Stone and Spirituality Before Religions by Professor Kaba Hiawatha Kamene. Thank you again, King Yehovah, for joining us here today. Hopefully you will join us again in the future. I'm looking forward. I'm looking ahead to that. And of course, to you, Lord Philip, thank you very much for the platform here on 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, Global Independence Square. We'll see you again next week, Tuesday, where hopefully some sisters will be joining me for brief reflections on a radical exchange reading for us. Have a pleasant rest of your day in the Caribbean, pleasant rest of your evening, wherever you are. Peace, love, unity, sunflowers. King, thank you. Lord Philip,
Thank you very
many
much.
thanks.
Queen Ara. I will see you on the other side. Blessings. Shalom.
Shalom alaikum.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. School to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time can't get your first prize.
Daddy Lance, stop this skylarking. When the fighting like dogs out barking. I'm up below yourself, won't stop recording. Then he said they get to start parking. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the soul. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the wrong reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with nobody. Be vegan.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I go give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yes.
246 Bajan Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, all you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com.
To arrive alive, don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Wajat and I go back a ways, admire of his writing and work, and his humor, I'll have to say, as well. So he'll keep it lively tonight and keep me from droning on. So I grew up in Jackson, Mississippi. Just a little bit of background. As a Southern Baptist, I was that kid who was at church like literally 5 times a week. I know for those of you maybe not from the South, that sounds a little exaggerated. It's not hyperbole. It's true. Thursday and Friday were kind of Sabbaths from church, but the rest we were there. And I went to I went to public schools in Jackson public school system, but then I went to a Southern Baptist college. I went to a Southern Baptist seminary. I have a seminary degree from Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary in Fort Worth, and then did PhD work at Emory University. So all in the South. I did make my way to Methodist by the time I got to Emory there. But, it's been kind of a lifelong journey for me. And I would say that, like, growing up inside that world, there was so much that was, just rendered invisible, right, about our past. Like one just very obvious thing is that I never knew growing up what the word Southern in Southern Baptist really meant, right? So Southern Baptists still exist today. In fact, they are the largest expression of Protestant Christianity in the country with 13 million members still today. But I never was taught anything. I thought it was just a kind of compass point, a geographic, we're down here, the American Baptists are up there. And it wasn't until I got to seminary that I finally had a professor tell me that what Southern really means is the break was over slavery, right? And it was 1845 when they broke with their northern brethren over the issue of slavery. So the Genesis story of the largest Protestant Christian denomination in the country and my home denomination is that it was a place to make enslaving others on the basis of the color of their skin compatible with the Christian gospel. Like, that's the straightforward way to saying it. But I didn't get that, right, until I was, and at that point it really did, it was not a kind of one thing where everything, the scales fell from my eyes, or it wasn't that kind of experience, but it was just a crack in the edifice, right? Some light became kind of streaming in, and it has just taken me a painfully long time, right, to kind of peck my way out of that and to kind of get a broader perspective, keep widening the aperture. And so really, the last 3 books all have the word white in them, right? They're all me wrestling in various ways with that world, and the world that is still so powerful, I think, in American politics and culture, and trying to make sense of it. And for me, it's from the inside out. So I've got this kind of inside experience, but I also have academic training that kind of gives me some critical leverage on it. And that's really what I've been up to.
Speaking about the inside perspective, you were just mentioning backstage, which is not really a stage. It's just a room right there. I mean, they just make us try to kind of fancy, right? So they could separate us from the commoners, the proletariat. And so we just go there and mill around, and they give us some water, and then we come back out here. But when we were backstage, you mentioned to me that when you were growing up, as you can tell, Robbie is a massive nerd. He was a valedictorian of high school, right? You grew up academic, and you told me that as a valedictorian, you were not taught, and you do not really know Medgar Evers, even though you're from Mississippi, and you barely knew Emmett Till. All right. And so before we get into the book, because I'm looking at the title of the book, The Hidden Roots of White Supremacy, people of color are like, what are you talking about, hidden roots of white supremacy? Like, talk to indigenous people, completely destroyed. Talk to black people who are enslaved. There's nothing hidden, Robbie. It's like, like white people have discovered racism. Great. But I think sometimes people forget that we all have our blinders on, right? So take us to the South in Mississippi, where a precocious kid like you, who was a valedictorian, if I go and ask you, hey, tell me about Emmett Till and Medgar Evers, you're like, who's that?
Yeah.
How does that happen?
It's stunning. So yeah, I went to public school in Jackson, Mississippi. Did really well, and I graduated with all of the knowledge that the state of Mississippi thought I needed to go out into the world, right? And it did not include, Medgar Evers was gunned down 9 miles from my driveway in Jackson, Mississippi, right? 9 miles from where I lived. Now, before it was 1963. I was born in 68, so it was, before my time, but not that far before my time. And I knew absolutely nothing about that story. Never made it into Emmett Till. I think I knew the name, but if you'd asked me to tell anything about the story, what happened, what was its relationship to the civil rights movement, I couldn't have connected any of those dots. Again, it was just not taught. So I think, again, in some ways, it's trying to kind of make these connections. And goodness knows, if you'd asked me to say anything about the Choctaw, the Chickasaw in Mississippi, I would have looked at you, well, they were some Paleolithic, group that left some arrowheads, that we find from time to time when we till up the ground. I mean, that's literally what I would have had to say. But the connection between genocide, forced removal, the Trail of Tears, and indigenous people, and the importation of Africans to work that land that they were then forced off of, like that connection, that one story.
Your land,
right?
specifically.
Yeah.
Mississippi.
Yeah, right. That's all in the state of Mississippi, right? Was completely lost on me.
And what's so interesting is you fast forward, and I hope you don't mind me sharing, when you were researching this book, I forget where we were, it was like a year and a half ago. And as you were writing it, you're like, man, after all these years, I find out new stuff, like the doctrine of discovery. And I remember when you were telling me about this, you were just like you did your LinkedIn profile. You're like, I have a master's, I went to Emory, I'm a Baptist kid, I'm a researcher. And at this stage, I'm discovering the doctrine of discovery. And this DeLorean needs to go beyond 1619. So talk to us about why 1619 is not necessarily the starting point and goes back to 15th century. It goes back to Spain. And specifically why we should look at the doctrine of discovery to understand why we are inheriting the very same problems that you've discussed in the 20th century in Mississippi.
Well, I'll start with 1776, right? The sort of bicentennial year. That happened when I was in elementary school as well. And in fact, that, just to kind of weave all this stuff together, the year that we were celebrating the bicentennial was the year that Jackson Public School System finally got around to integrating, right? So I experienced that. Like, it was like my class, right, that had that, and nobody talked about it. Not our churches, not our parents, not no one. So we have this kind of sea change in our everyday social world. We had our first African-American teachers, our first African-American classmates. No one gives us
Just for people who are bad at math,
Yeah.
it's 1970s.
1976.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
Just
yes.
let you know. All right.
Yes. Right. So 22 years after Brown v. Board of Education, right? We're really dragging our feet, right, in Mississippi here. And again, it's just this utter silence about what's really going on. But that's not what you asked me about. I went on a little digression there. So 1776, right? And we've had, just in the last 4 or 5 years, this big cultural national argument. Is it 1619? Is it 1776, right? The 1619 Project, the book's out there. I saw it on the table, still selling very well. But it was a challenge, right, to that story. And part of it is, this idea of like our in the beginnings, right, determine the rest of the story. And so if our in the beginnings are those white dudes in their colonial finery and their quill pens all awkwardly posed around that table in Philadelphia in 1776, we don't have a lot to account for other than those guys declaring their independence from a colonial power in Great Britain. But when the 1619 Project said, if you remember the New York Times, when it published that, it was a very different image. And the image was a vast ocean, right? It was a kind of ominous picture. It was dark, it was gray, it was kind of monochromatic, right? And it's an image of that and one ship, right? And it's not the Mayflower, right? It is the ship that's bringing over people who had been kidnapped from their homes and destined for enslavement in the British colonies. So if that's our in the beginning, well, we have to account for a very different set of circumstances in whatever story we tell, if that's the place we begin it. So I think that was like the huge, Herculean work that the 1619 Project did. But as I began digging into it, I realized okay, well, yeah, that's really important that we've dislodged this kind of, narrow lens on 1776. But even at 1619, we have more than a century of European contact with indigenous people on these lands, right? And so if we're really going to tell the broader story, we've got to take the aperture back even more. And in the book, I arguing that we got to take it at least back to 1493, not 2. We're not 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue, as I was taught in elementary school.
And discovered America.
Yeah, right. That's right. And discovered America.
Brought civilization.
Even though he never set foot here. Yes. But 1493, because what happens, that's the year he goes back, right? And he goes back and he wants more soldiers, more missionaries, and more provisions and money. But the other thing that he really needs is he wants a specific moral mandate for what he's about to do, right? And as people have been doing all across the late 1400s, right, as they've encountered different lands, Spain and Portugal have wanted a moral mandate. And who do they turn to? They turn to the Christian church to give them this moral mandate. And the question is, what do we do with these people that are on lands we didn't know existed? What's our responsibility toward them? What rights do they have that we are bound to respect? Over a period of time, this body of work that comes straight out of the Vatican comes to be known as the Doctrine of Discovery. And it's a set of theological documents papal bulls setting out. But the logic of it, even though they're fairly sophisticated and a lot of Latin and all that, the logic of it is fairly straightforward. And essentially, it starts with this one question. Are they Christian? Are those people you are encountering Christian? And if the answer is no, they are to be considered enemies of Christ. That's the language, right, in the document. So this kind of bellicose language right from the start. And then it just goes on to spell out, right? And as such, you have the right to occupy their land, to take their goods. And if they resist, you have the right to kill them. And it even spells out, in this kind of very specific language, and you have the right to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery. Like that's in the documents coming, out of the Vatican. And lest any of you Protestants out there are starting to point the fingers at Catholics and go, yeah, the Catholics. This is before the Protestant Reformation, right? There's no Protestants in the world. Any of you Anglicans who are getting too smug out there, right, are Episcopalians. This is before the break with the Church of England, all right? So all of Western Christendom is looking to the Pope, right, for a moral authority. And that's really, we think about all this navigation, but there's a moral compass that gets set. And that's the moral compass that gets set, that attitude. And it is the superiority of the European race and the superiority of Christianity. That Christianity and civilization, you see that word over and over and over again as justification for the whole entire colonial project.
I mean, that's a powerful rationalization, right? Like your imperialism has a celestial stamp of approval. So if God, the omniscient deity, has given me permission to go forth, I'm not committing rape and genocide. I'm merely purifying the land.
Right. And the idea was that these two things, that the gifts of Christianity and the gift of civilization were so weighty that whatever people lost didn't add up. If you put them on a scale, Christianity and civilization outweighed freedom, outweighed livelihood, outweighed goods, outweighed land. Right. In fact, they were coming out ahead because we had given them Christianity and civilization.
So you say that, and as soon as you're saying that, I'm thinking white Christian nationalism. I'm thinking MAGA. I'm thinking 2023. And for those of you out there who aren't nerds like me and Robbie and have spent time researching white Christian nationalism or come from religious communities, so many Americans I don't understand. In 2023, there are these people that we know that love God, love Jesus, go to church, and love a 4-time indicted, vulgarian who can no longer do business in New York and has 91 criminal counts. And they see him as the Redeemer and the Avatar. And Jesus apparently will be resurrected with an AR-15. How do you reconcile? I'm not making that up, by the way. You think I'm joking, but that's the exact words of William Boykin, General Boykin, a white Christian nationalist, who said Jesus will be resurrected and he'll be carrying an AR-15. Warrior Jesus. So for those, and so many are like, I don't understand. Like, don't they know? Don't they read the Bible? And yet this is now a movement, this white Christian nationalist movement, as you know, that is part and parcel of the modern Republican Party. How do you explain that, the fusion of religion and politics with the white Christian nationalist movement that, to me, seems to date back all the way to what you're saying is 1493?
Well, I think we could ask these mystifying questions at various points in American history, right? We can go back. How do we have the spate of the bloodshed in the 1920s, the spate of lynchings that we had in Red Summer? That's largely, most of those no one brought to prosecution, just happens. How do we have a civil war that spills blood over defending slavery, right? And I think if we understand that, again, this version of Christianity that has the superiority of Europeans and Christianity over everyone else in the world, if we take that seriously, I think it makes a lot more sense, right? Because again, it is a divine chosenness, right, that really is at the heart of this, that really can justify almost anything at the end of the day. And what it's most about doing is defending the place of white Christian people on the top of the social and political heap, really. And so these movements kind of come forward. Like, it's worth remembering the KKK, right, was a Protestant Christian organization, right? We think of it as just being this kind of, anti-black organization, but, they were against and terrorized Jews and Catholics, right? So how does that make sense? Well, it's because the positive vision was exactly this, a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant Christian America that they were out defending. And so anyone who didn't fit that, right, was a threat to America, to that concept of America. So I think this old idea, if you really boil it down, this very old idea, we've had this kind of competing even in our founding documents, right? The Declaration of Independence has these great philosophical principles, but it also has the words merciless savages, referring to indigenous people, like in the document of the Declaration of Independence. So this idea, like, are we a divinely ordained promised land for European Christians? Is that who this country is? Or are we a pluralistic democracy, right? And these are like, these strains go all the way down, and they are competing even in our founding documents, right? It's not just like, here's our documents and here's this other ideology. They're shot through with this. And so I think if we take that seriously, we are still fighting out the answer to that question, right? Because that's the version of Christianity that landed on the shores, and it's the one that we've never fully said no to.
Before we go back in the DeLorean and connect the dots, especially as books are being banned in the United States of America, a record number of books, and specifically history and AP history and AP psychology. In some states that won't be named but might rhyme with Florida. Excuse me, there was something caught in my throat. What you said about this type of this battle, right? And folks who are basically saying, well, if it's between my vision of an America where my people get to be on top as divinely ordained by God, or freedom and liberty and pluralism, I'll let that go. You've done the polls, PRRI, right? Looking at the numbers right now, how much of our country is in the camp of, if it's between pluralism and democracy and a white Christian nationalist America, I'm all in with white Christian nationalist America?
Well, for those of you who aren't data nerds, you'll be happy to know there's actually only 2 charts in the book, which is a record for me. There are only 2 charts in the book because my day job is looking at little percent signs most of the day. So we asked earlier this year, we did a big survey with the Brookings Institution, and we had some measures of like who's in. And one of the questions we did, I specifically, we worded so that it would match the doctrine of discovery, the central assertion of the doctrine of discovery. It basically just says, do you agree or disagree that the U.S. was ordained by God to be a promised land for European Christians? Do you agree or disagree with that statement? So it turns out that 30% of the country agrees with that statement. Now, so you can look at that a couple of ways. 2/3 of the country rejects that statement, right? But 30% of the country agrees with that statement. And one of the reasons why it is so front and center in our politics is because that 30% isn't evenly spread across the country. In fact, if you look at, there's 2 groups where a majority, 2 major kind of demographic groups where a majority agrees with that. One of them are my people, white evangelical Protestant Christians. A majority of white evangelicals agree with that statement. The other one...
How much, if you have the numbers?
It's 54%.
Got it.
And the other one is self-identified Republicans. So 56% of self-identified Republicans agree with that old idea, right, that this is a chosen land for European, even when we put like European Christians in the question, that's where we're at. So I think even though it's a 2/3, 1/3 divide in the country, because it loads this way in our partisan divides, it is front and center, right, in the way the 2 parties are actually defining themselves now. I mean, it's notable to me that the Republican Party actually abandoned having a party platform, right, under Trump, right? Just didn't even construct one. Like, that's historic, right, in modern politics, that they wouldn't even bother because they knew as soon as they did, Trump would sort of like disagree with it.
It was the 2020 RNC. They had no platform.
Yeah, no platform at all. But, basis we're with that guy, right? And I still think, with the you mentioned MAGA, the most powerful piece of that Make America Great Again piece is the again, right? It's that last thing, hearkening back, this nostalgia for this previous time, right? When white Christians were kind of at the center.
A romanticized version of the past. Yeah. It's I don't know if anyone's seen A Birth of a Nation, but I feel like it's one of those movies that, like, if you really want to understand America, just see Birth of a Nation and you see all the fears and frustrations and the romanticized vision come forward in that movie, which, by the way, was screened in the White House. Yeah. Woodrow Wilson loved it. And that movie, showing the power of pop culture, helped influence the rise of the KKK again in the South. But I digress.
It was also screened in Tulsa after the Tulsa Race Massacre.
And you know what? This is why we're a good team, because I was going there. Yeah. And so you're talking about these narratives, right? So we're seeing record book bans right now. We're seeing the type of hysterical freakout over 1619 that you think should be reserved for, a pandemic that killed 1 million people. Too soon? You see, the attacks on CRT. You see the aggressive attempt to ban books, especially by women of color, Toni Morrison, right? And once you say this, and you kind of connect the dots, you're like, oh yeah, because this vision of American history that fills in the missing pages is so contradictory and challenging to the pristine narrative that says that this country belongs to us and we purified it and we're the civilizational anchor to savagery, which then takes me back to Tulsa, right? Because I want you, if you can, for those who don't know, explain what happened in 1921. And then after explaining it, try to explain to us as a historian, how come I did not hear about it until like 3 years ago? If you can make those connections. Sure. I'm asking a big ask for you, sir.
So it's probably the one event like this that most people have heard about, if they've heard about any of them, because 2021 was the centennial recognition and memorialization of these events. And so just in a nutshell, there was a young white girl, she was 16, who accused a 19-year-old who was working in a shoe shine stand of sexually assaulting her in an elevator, right? Turns out there was not enough evidence to even move forward with it by the police, but rumors started flying. The newspaper started printing these salacious events of what, Negro assaults, girl in elevator, and incites this huge riot. It turns into a multiple day, 2-day conflagration. And what essentially happened was there was a 2-day killing spree of upwards of 300 African Americans by their roving bands of their white neighbors, right? Over 2 days. So think about that for a minute. Like, this is the thing that hit me when I think about that. This is not just like, most of the time we think about mob violence, it's like something gets out of control, a spark hits, the fire ignites. But in Tulsa, the white citizens of Tulsa went out, killed their black neighbors, came home, ate dinner, put their kids to bed, got a good night's sleep, woke up the next morning and went out and did it again. Right. That's like, so had a chance to kind of cool off. Yeah. And again, it's one of the worst cases of mass racial violence in the country here. And, it's very soon swept under the rug. I actually found the sermon that was preached in one of the kind of most prominent churches in Tulsa the Sunday after this. And it's remarkable, right? That they actually brought the bishop up from Dallas, the Methodist Church, to kind of shape the story. And he blames it on the African-American population in Tulsa. And in the sermon, the only thing he lays at the feet of white people in Tulsa, and this is a very wealthy church, is he said, perhaps we've not been strict enough with our domestic servants. We've allowed vice to kind of live among, and if we had just been stricter with the help, that we could have maybe prevented this. Like, that's the only thing he lays on the white citizens of Tulsa. It's a really remarkably awful sermon. And then that's the story, and that becomes the party line among the white citizens of Tulsa. It's very quickly swept.
It's their fault.
Their fault. And they did burn down the entire section of African-American section of town, Greenwood, there, which was mostly like a middle-class, thriving African-American neighborhood. That was sometimes called Black Wall Street.
Self-sustaining.
Yeah, right. But then there's this long period of forgetting, right? Intentional, willful amnesia, right? And that was the kind of common thread through all the kind of places that I looked at in the book: Minnesota, Mississippi, and Oklahoma there. And like one remarkable thing, just to get your question though, one of the kind of historians that worked on this story interviewed the head of the Tulsa Historical Society in the 80s, who denied that it happened.
Wow.
The head of the Historical Society, right, in Tulsa, said, "Oh yeah, that was not white people. It was what he literally said was it was Indians and Mexicans that did that. That's why they were responsible for the violence. It wasn't white people." And that's from the head of the Historical Society as late as the 80s, right? And so then there's been this process of truth telling that happens. The other layer, just as we're about to see, there's Killers of the Flower Moon, the movie is about to come out. Right.
A few miles.
Connect the dots here. A few miles and just a few years behind the Tulsa Race Massacre is what became known as the Reign of Terror among the Osage Indians there, who were terrorized because after getting pushed across into Oklahoma, first of all, they weren't native to the state, put on a reservation in Oklahoma, and then pushed off that land and put on what they thought was worthless kind of scrub brush land. Turns out there was oil on that land, and they become some of the wealthiest residents of the state of Oklahoma because they're sitting on this land and actually own the mineral rights to the land. And then there's just one more assault where people are actually stooping to things like marrying into Osage families and then killing their wives and children, right, to inherit the oil head rights.
Spoiler alert for the movie, but it's
yeah.
based on Killers of the Flower Moon, where
Yeah.
we were talking about this backstage, where the depravity, like the depths of depravity, the way that they systematically poisoned and murdered and killed the indigenous people to take over their wealth, even through marriage, right? And there's a recurring thread here, if you see, that we would not have known about that unless that writer was able to tell that story.
Yeah.
And that book is now going to be made into a movie, which apparently is very good, that people are going to see in 1619 Project. But the power of story, the power of narratives, the power of speaking out, the power of reading the banned books, right? And an example where I want to ask you about this, because it's in the book also, and you mentioned that you didn't know, but people know, right? The murder of Emmett Till, and the fact that Emmett Till's mother made this amazing decision to have an open casket funeral because she said, I want the world to see what happened. What was it about Emmett Till that was a disruption in the norm? And what I mean by that, as you mentioned in the book, I mean, violence was celebrated and normalized. People used to have picnics. They used to hang black bodies. No one cared. Why was that somewhat of a pivot point that has persisted and sustained within our consciousness?
Well, I think it was a lot of it. I mean, things that came together. It was a tinderbox at that time because it was right after Brown v. Board of Education, right? So in Mississippi, like, it was very, very tense. But what's notable too is, like, why is she in Chicago, right? She's in Chicago because she was part of the Great Migration from Mississippi. So why does he come back? Because he's got relatives in Mississippi, right? That he's visiting his uncle in Mississippi. So even the fact that she left, right, was because of violence and threats and discrimination there, and then sends her son back. But I think it was the violence of it, but I think also her decision, that courageous decision, and the fact that there were tens of thousands of people that turned up, right, to protest all over the country. Like, it did just spark something, and I think it was because it was this it was a teenage boy whistling at a white woman, like
allegedly whistling.
Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, one of his the people who accompanied him actually did say it happened. Yeah.
Okay.
But still, like.
But she lied, though, right? Didn't the
Yeah, but he never touched her.
Yeah,
There was nothing like that. She said he did in the stand and all of that.
And then she years later said, "Oops, I lied."
Yeah.
And I think she died just this year, right?
She
in April?
died this year. Yeah. But I think 14-year-old boy, right? Murdered, tortured, and then the two men who did it were acquitted by an all white, all male jury in 67 minutes. Is how long they deliberated, at the trial. And it's one little fun fact. The reason why there were only white men in the jury is because there were 0 African Americans registered to vote.
Mm.
And you cannot be picked for a jury if you're not registered to vote. So there's not even the possibility of an African American being chosen for that jury, because white supremacy and voter suppression were so extreme that in a county that was half black, 0 African Americans are registered to vote right in there. So
some would say, not me, that it's caked into the system.
Yeah.
It might be systemic racism. Not me, though. I wouldn't say that. But speaking of racist, Carolyn Bryan Dunham, who lied and got this teenage boy killed. And speaking about white women in particular, don't worry, just go with me here. Author Elizabeth McRae wrote a book called Mothers of Massive Resistance, White Women and the Politics of White Supremacy, right? And she writes that white women in America have been, quote, her quote, segregation's constant gardeners, end quote. A majority of white women voted for Trump in 2016. In 2020, a larger number voted for Donald Trump. Slim majority, but a majority nonetheless. And so when we're looking at the present moment, the book bans, the anti-CRT movements, Moms for Liberty, it's these suburban white women, right? And so the question I have, because you've done the research, why do white women in 2023 continue to side with an ideology of white supremacy that places them second and historically has been so detrimental to American progress?
Yeah, well, it's obviously a complex question. But, I think what we see is that, there was this great sense that when Hillary Clinton was a presidential candidate, that white women were going to flock to vote for Hillary Clinton. That obviously did not happen, right? And I think it was a real misreading of the power of white supremacy, right? And it's not, white women, even though it's a clear hierarchical system where men are over women, white people are over all non-white people, Christians are over all non-Christian people. It is this very hierarchical worldview that, again, is very old. But as being in that white Christian upper tier, despite the fact that they're one rung below men, they benefit greatly, right? White women benefit from that system. And so I think that's pretty much the straightforward answer. But the formula for getting lynched as a person of color in this country was essentially having a white woman accuse you of sexual assault. Like that is if you go to the Memorial for Peace and Healing in Montgomery, and they have all these things. Here's the reason why this person was lynched. The alleged reason. It is all, I don't know like what the percentage is, but it is overwhelming. You just see this over and over. Accused of raping a white woman, accused of sexually assaulting a white woman. Like that's the reason over and over and over again.
Yeah. So the Karen meme that I know people don't like, the weaponization of whiteness and white tears. This is like a through line in U.S. history. Not all white women. Some of our best friends are white women. We love white women. My favorite white woman is a moderate white woman. It's just a thank you, white women, for coming to this. I just had to say that out loud to protect Robbie and myself. But it's a constant threat that we're witnessing, right? And speaking about the present moment, we talk about Tulsa, and oftentimes it's very comforting to be like, oh, back in the days, Tulsa, Emmett Till, 1960s. But you know what? We voted for Obama once. And my mom loves the Beyonce, and I dated an Asian in college. And we live in a post-racial society, and I'm sure you heard Tim Scott yesterday. Did you hear Tim Scott? Oh, that was just sad to hear. It was like, Tim Scott was like, our people, I was trying to do my Tim Scott impression, but I can't. But he's like, black people have, survived and they endured racism, and it's a testament to our strength. And what was really bad was the Great Society and President Johnson giving out these handouts and checks to the black man. That's what made us weak. And you're sitting there like, bro, is it worth it? Is it worth it?
Harder to survive than slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is how I put it.
There's a huge clip. You think I'd make this up? Can't even make this up. So here we are in the 21st century where, like you said, white supremacy, it's not just white men. It beguiles and entices white women. Tim Scott's, Muslims in the suburbs now, like South Asians, right? It's persistent. And I want to talk about the stakes here for a second, because no one talks about the stakes. If we let white Christian nationalism in its modern form go unchecked and unchallenged, what are we looking at, Robbie?
Well, the end of the book, I do kind of come back and say, I won't spoil it, but the end of the book is the last section is called Confession and Call, a Word to My Fellow White Christians, where I kind of lay out basically, a version of this thing. And I think the thing that I think many, people who look like me, who have this, who are Christian, who have this background, we have often thought that it's an altruistic move for us to get behind movements for racial justice, right? It's something we're doing for somebody else, kind of thing. And yeah, we're going to make things right. And yes, we've got to balance the ledgers. But I think what we have failed to see is what we have at stake, right? What we have at stake. The line from James Baldwin has been like a huge influence on my thinking. He was asked one time what black people think about white people, right? And particularly why there's not more black violence on a daily basis toward white people, given this awful history. And he said, well, we do know white people pretty well. We've lived intimately with them. Yeah. And the way he put it, he said, we perhaps know about white people what a mother knows about her child. And then he said, many of us have come to see white Americans as the slightly mad victims of their own brainwashing. Right? The slightly mad victims of their own brainwashing. And that has really stayed with me. So when you see today, I think the desperate, outlandish moves and mental gymnastics that many white Christians are willing to do to get behind Trump, right? With all the things you said.
I would add violent and undemocratic.
Yeah, violent, undemocratic, QAnon, denying COVID. These are all things, we are not well. right? I think is the best way to say it, right?
The lady in front said, "Stupid."
Yeah,
and I'm like,
right.
well,
No, the
Cliff Notes.
But when you take that, like the slightly mad victims of our own brainwashing, because we have believed this impossibly naive and innocent story that we have insisted that everybody affirm, right? That, and we've invented a whole vocabulary, right? That kind of covers it up, right? Pioneer. Like in Bethesda, there's a statue, if you've seen it, to the pioneering woman over in Bethesda. It's still today, right on Wisconsin, not far from here. But what is that, right? It's a violent colonizer, right? That's what a pioneer is in this context. And so we just have all these euphemisms that we've used to cover up, I think, the really challenging story. And we like to say we're all heroes. We are all always acted virtuously. We were always kind to immigrants and generous to the Indians, right? That's the story we want to
We
tell.
invited them to Thanksgiving, and they
Yeah,
gave
right.
us
That's
corn.
right. And that's a version of
We gave them the plague.
Right. But I think what it's done is it's meant that we've hidden the truth from ourselves, right? And no people can be healthy living out of a lie. And I think that's really the crossroads that we're at.
So you took it spiritual, but I think just to your point of how white supremacy is ultimately self-destructive for white people, I know you're familiar with Jonathan Metzl's book, Dying of Whiteness, where he went throughout the South and he did the numbers and he said, people always say, well, why are they voting against their own interests? He goes, no, they're voting for white supremacy. But he literally talked to people and they're like, will you support Obamacare even though it'll save your life? They're like, over my dead body, that person died. Gun rights are killing white men. The proliferation of guns in Tennessee has led to white male suicides. They don't care. Ultimately, can you make that case that your investment in white supremacy is literally, according to all the data, shortening the lifespan of white people by like 6 to 7 years? Is that enough, or are we looking at a 30% death cult? Because a part of me, and we've talked about this before, is I've always given the numbers. I remember you weren't shocked by me. Like I said, I think we've lost 30% of this country in my lifetime. That's what I've said. They live on Earth 3, QAnon, replacement theory, anti-vax. And a part of me is like, how do you win over 30% that is committed not only to self-immolation, but if they can't be on top, they're going to burn it all down, including me. Your response to that 30%, how do you win them over? Or can you even?
Yeah. I don't have a 10-point plan.
No, I know.
At the end of the book. If I did,
your degrees have failed you.
That's right. Yeah. So here's what I hope. So one of the things I did in the book is I spent a lot of time on the ground talking to people working on these issues at the local level. And not in easy places like the Mississippi Delta, right? Impoverished, politically divided, racially divided, very conservative. Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? Oklahoma has the distinction of being the state in which every county voted for Trump. It's the only state, I think, in which every single county voted for Trump. So very conservative place, right? And yet these people on the ground found ways to work in their local community. In Tallahatchie County, these are, again, it's rural, so it's a small place. These are descendants of enslaved people and sharecroppers working together with descendants of enslavers, right? And they know what your great granddaddy did to my great granddaddy, right? Because we're all still here. That's the kind of community it is. And yet, they found a way to kind of try to tell the truth. And when I talk to them, they're all like, we're not going to get past this, right? These divisions, this rift, this dishonesty. We have to kind of be honest with it to build any kind of foundation so that our kids and our kids' kids can do something different. So I don't have a formula up here, but if I'm asking where I find hope, I think it is looking at the lives of those folks that are working down at the local level without many resources, by the way. And that little group, it was like a dozen people meeting in a room, right? In Tallahatchie County, succeeded in just this past summer, after 20 years of work, in getting a new national monument signed off by President Biden. Just signed off on it in August. It's going to be the Emmett Till and Mamie Till Mobley National Monument. But that happened not because Biden had a great idea. That happened because these people on the ground have been working for 20 years to bring that to fruition, and to kind of mark local things at their local level and bring it up to the national level. And I just can't resist quoting Kamala Harris. I was at the event, at the reception at the Department of Interior after the signing of the law, and she spoke and she said, speaks into the bigger conversation we're having. What she said, it was really moving. She said, let us not be tempted or seduced. Let us not be seduced into thinking we will be better if we forget. We will be better if we remember. We will be stronger if we remember. And I think that is kind of at the heart of, like, if something's going to change, it's not going to be up here. I think it's going to be, 1,000 flowers blooming down here. One more real quick one. In D.C., just this past weekend, to tell you how local this is, many of you may have seen it, what happened at the Washington National Cathedral just this weekend. Right? Any heads nodding? Yeah. Finally replaced the windows that were put there in the 1950s by the United Daughters of the Confederacy. And those windows had Confederate flags in them and celebrated Jackson, Lee, Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson, and Jefferson Davis, right? And they sat in our big cathedral
2023
in D.C. Yeah, they were removed a few years ago, but only like 5 years ago were they removed, and they've just now been replaced. That's how, at the beginning of this process, I think, of truth telling that we really are.
You're a pro, and you've been here before, because before I was going to even open it up, you're like 7:45. I'm just going to mosey on up. So you get the first crack. Well done, sir. Very impressive.
Well, thank you very much for that fond introduction. We're clearly seeing an upsurge in action to promote the white evangelical Christian agenda that you have so brilliantly explained to us. What do you think the catalyst or catalysts have been for this sudden upsurge in action on book bans, on breaking down affirmative action, all the steps? There seems to have been a sudden acceleration or even a shift of direction in the country whereby we've turned away, or parts of the country have turned away from what we would consider progress on these issues, and turned back in a retro direction. What do you think what has catalyzed that?
You all heard that, right? Okay.
Yeah. So I think I would characterize it as a kind of last stand by a desperate people. Kind of death rattle, right? For people at the kind of terminal. And actually, in the last book, I used this analogy, the kind of stages of grief analogy at the end, right? Kind of, so when we get this kind of terminal diagnosis of a kind of world that we thought we'd hang on to forever, we go through these stages, right? Denial, anger, right? And we might get to acceptance over here, but we might not. That's the kind of over at the end. But I think we're pretty much in the denial and anger stage, right? Of reacting, and the kind of terminal diagnosis to that worldview, you can see it in the numbers. So I gave you the numbers of, we're 42% white and Christian in the country today, down from a majority just at the beginning of Barack Obama's stance. But if you look at white evangelical Protestants, right, the group that's the most vocal that you're talking about, that kind of has become really doubled down here with the MAGA movement, that they have lost more members in the last 10 to 20 years than any other group that we measure on public opinion surveys. So just 20 years ago, they were white evangelicals by themselves were about a quarter of the U.S. population. Today, they are 13.6, right? Their median age is now 56, right? The median age of the country is in the mid-40s, right? So they're aging and shrinking. And so there's a way in which I think the writing is on the wall, and there is this move. While we still have some leverage, this is a kind of a last stand, I think, kind of movement.
Sir.
Good evening. My name is Jesse Fenty. I'm a local Washingtonian IP attorney. I think we need a movement in the U.S., which is probably impossible, and definitely maybe in D.C., maybe here at Politics and Prose. We got to stop using this term white. I think if you look at, as I look around the room, I've been doing this recently. There's no white people in here. There's pink people, there's cream people, there's pale people, there's olive colored people. There's no, excuse me. Yeah, I don't see any white people. Are you okay? All right. And if there were a lot of black people here, they're not black either. They're brown, they're light brown, they're mocha, they're caramel. They're so if you live in a society where you have all these different shades of people, but it gets broken down into two colors of people, that's 1984. That's totalitarianism. That's authoritarianism. That's 2 + 2 = 5. And we've been living in a society for so long, like you said, white too long, that we just need to change the definitions of these things that we've been using for so long. I mean, you talk about the doctrine of discovery. I take it back to 1676, Bacon's Rebellion. You had a room like this of people who burned down Jamestown, and the elite said, we can't have that. You Africans are now black, you Europeans are now white, and you white people are over the black people. So it was a white bribe in 1676, and it's still a white bribe. Europeans are bribed into being white, into accepting the spoils of war. So we need to. So one question is: will you redefine yourself? Call yourself, if you're not gonna call yourself pink, call yourself a German, English, American. Call yourself a Estonian. In your book, you talk about in Duluth, those two guys who were buried in the church. You said they were buried in a Norwegian Lutheran church. Fantastic. I can identify with that. If you said they were buried in a white church, I don't know what that means. So the white part is the first part. Then the Christian part, anybody who knows Christian history, this thing goes back 10,000 years. Jesus was not born 2,000 years ago. This is Osiris. This is Horus. This is Zoroaster. This is Mithras. This is the sun on December 25th being reborn, the actual sun.
I got people behind you, but so
my question is,
will he choose to be Mr. Pink?
Yes.
Instead of white, is there another category of white? And then you said a second question.
The second question is, if you want to be a Christian, will you admit that Christianity existed before Christ?
All right. So
yeah.
Go for it.
So, you know, what I do sometimes say is that I think of myself as someone who grew up thinking of myself as white. And I think that's really important. It's important for how it shaped my identity, for how I saw the world. And so I think, you know, obviously you're correct. Like all the, you know, everyone from genetics, right, tells us like race is a complete construction, social construction, no basis in biology. That is all right. Would it be better, I think, if we could sort of like dispense with it? I think it would. But I think in order to like understand the history that we've been dealt, I'm really wanting to hold that the concept of whiteness up to the light, right? And to say like, this is what it is. And part of it is recognizes its constructedness. And, you know, so what I would say is, you know, if I've done some genealogical work, you know, I'm mostly like British and Scottish. Like that's what I am, right? And Baldwin was like great about this. Like, yeah, you know, people, it's all the Germans and the British and the everyone, you know, got here and became white when they got to America, right? That's clearly true.
And we can talk about history more, and we can talk about history better if we talk about that history versus white history. White is nebulous; it doesn't mean anything.
But white supremacy is real. That's the tricky part about this, is that white supremacy is a real social and cultural force that has shaped this country. I think that's one thing.
Get them afterwards. Let me. Okay, so let's do this. We got 4 people. We have 6 minutes. Let's ask question. Let's do 2 questions.
Hey, Robbie. Quick question. I was curious, the very early part of your talk, you said that 30% of the country believes in the doctrine of discovery. And I was expecting you to then say, and that represents 60% of the Republican Party. And you said instead it represents 56%. So there's some percentage of the 30% that do not identify as Republican. Who are they? How do they identify?
All right, wait. And then let's do a second question.
Of all the different degrees that you have, one of them is a law degree. And how does that, he has a law degree.
Still licensed.
Uh-huh. Well,
seminary law,
right. Do you think your seminary degree or your PhD or other degrees play more of a role in sorting these issues out?
All right, go for it.
Thank you for that question. It's really interesting. I think I may be the only person in DC that has a seminary degree and is sometimes called a pollster in the DC circle. So yeah, so basically I'm trained in social science and theology, right? I also have a math degree as an undergrad, but I've been able to kind of bring all that to bear. I think so. Part of being able to, one lens that I see things through is through social scientists and quantitative social science. So kind of thinking about 30% of this group, 56% of that group. What does that mean? How do we understand that? But it's been really helpful, I think, to not only have kind of the insider knowledge of growing up inside of a white evangelical church and having that theological training inside that world, because I think, it helps me make sense, I think, in many ways of what the numbers show. It gives me kind of I think an extra perspective.
And it gives you a story behind
story.
the numbers.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
the gentleman's question about the Republicans.
Oh, right. So it's I forget the number of Democrats. I've got the chart. I can probably pull it out in a minute. I won't look it up right now. But it's very few Democrats. It's a few more independents. But it is 54, and then it drops off. It's the classic case of what social scientists say as asymmetrical polarization. That is yes, we're polarized on this, but it's not even, right? It's not Democrats here, independents here. It's not stair steps and Democrats here. It's Republicans here, independents here, and Democrats here.
That's why I hate the term polarization.
Yeah, it's not even.
We're all polarized. I'm like, hey, are we? All right, 2 questions real quick. We have 3 minutes. We'll get it done.
Dr. Jones, I just want to ask you.
Look at that. That's respect from the youth.
Yeah. This is my son.
Oh, that's why. That's a plan.
Sneaking up here.
That's a plan.
I'm a little worried about this. All right, go ahead.
Okay. So going way back in the conversation to the doctrine of discovery.
Yep.
Do you think that the conflict in the Church of England, right? And these separatists that were voluntarily so, but sort of sent to America, do you think they had a different idea of this doctrine of discovery? Because I think it's so broad that I feel like different groups, especially those who opposed the Church of England, might have a different definition of that.
Thanks.
Oh, good question. And we got you. You got to follow it up.
That's a tough one to follow up. So one thing you didn't mention is studying physics. And I'm wondering, with the physics of social media, it's great that you have these individual groups, but how do you battle the physics of social media, which is spreading this message to Christians and non-Christians and spreading it around the world, and they're finding each other.
Solid follow-up.
Yeah.
Good saving face.
All right. Do you want to jump on one of these?
No. Go. You take it.
All right. Well, I'll thank you.
Just for the time.
Thank you, Jasper, for the question. So the question, is about sort of the separatist groups from England. So it's true that the original doctrine of discovery, this was mostly Spain and Portugal, right? So, but England was not to be left out, right? So, and actually issued their own edict to John Cabot
and be part of the
and his
fastest growing,
sons,
most authentic
that
black
essentially just
conscious
ripped
radio
off
show,
the doctrine of discovery
linking
and stuck
Barbados,
it in
the
their own
Caribbean,
edict. So
and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings and welcome back to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio 246 Live. We are at the end of our broadcast day for today. We wish all of you a very good evening, good afternoon for some of you, and good night for others. And we will see you again tomorrow morning, bright and early. If it is 5 a.m., it is time for the Global Independent Square, coming to you live on 246 Bajan Vibes Radio 246 Live. And I want to thank you all for being with me today. Got a lot of work to do now, though. Thank you and have a good one. Blessings. Shalom.